It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, weekend washout. Strong winds and rain expected up and down the East Coast as millions head out for holiday shopping and travel. So where is it headed and how bad will it be? Al has the full forecast. Then royal win. Breaking this morning, Prince Harry wins his phone hacking case against the British tabloids. What it means for the prince and the paper in a live report from London. Plus, like mother, like daughter, the remarkable story of a single mom's journey to the judicial bench and the daughter she inspired.
She handed me my diploma when I graduated law school, and we were the only mother-daughter at that time, which was very significant.
Their story of courage and perseverance straight ahead.
When I meet people, young women that say they can't do it, I say, yes, you can.
And kick to the curb. Larry David announces the end of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
You crossed the line. I didn't cross the line. I went over the line that you already crossed.
The show calling it quits after one more season. And you won't believe what he's saying is next.
Hello, I see you. I acknowledge you. I connect with you.
Today, Friday, December 15th, 2023.
Turning 65 today. On a girls' trip from Westminster, South Carolina. Sending love to my husband, Chris, watching in Johnson City, Tennessee.
Hi to my 5th grade class in Donaldson Elementary School.
In Pittsburgh.
Happy Friday!
From Stillwater, Oklahoma. Kirkwood, Missouri. Fairmont, West Virginia. And Knoxville, Tennessee. From Peoria, Illinois.
Hi, Minnesota.
Happy holidays from Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville in the house. Welcome back to Today. Nice to have you along with us. A terrific holiday crowd out there on our plaza. It's packed once again.
High energy. Maybe Mr. Sunday will go around the horn for us.
Yeah. We are back 8/11 with two very special women, the Honorable Deborah Lukens and the Honorable Jody Griffiths, the only mother-daughter judges serving at the same time in the state of Pennsylvania. Their story is a remarkable one of courage and believing in yourself, and we're going to talk to them live right here. But first, a look at how they got here. Deborah Lukens and her daughter Jody Griffiths say they never dreamt of becoming attorneys, let alone judges. Like so many, their paths were not always perfectly planned out or what they expected.
I found myself single at 34 years old, and when I went to tell my parents, my father's first thing out of his mouth was, good, now you'll go to law school. I had 2 children at home, I had no money and no job, and I started law school at 37 years old.
Deborah took a leap. She enrolled at Widener University School of Law in Delaware. She says she couldn't have done it without friends and family.
I had over an hour drive each way, and if I was running late, they would just grab my kids and take them into their house, so I never had to worry about that. It does take a village, I'm not going to lie.
Deborah graduated from law school in 1991. She started out in the district attorney's office. 2 years later, she ran for the magisterial district judge seat in White Marsh Township in Pennsylvania, and she won. It was the beginning of 3 decades on the bench. Years later, her daughter Jody wasn't sure of her own path.
I was undecided, so it was between teaching and law. My college roommate was taking the LSAT, so I was like, okay, I'll sign up, I'll take the LSAT.
Jody ended up attending the same law school as her mom.
I remember going to law school and calling her. I mean, I was 11 when she graduated law school. So I was like, how did you do this with 2 young kids at home raising us and putting us to sleep and then studying for law school exams?
Jody's graduation was a special moment for her and her mom.
She handed me my diploma when I graduated law school, and we were the only mother-daughter at that time, which was very significant. You know, there was a lot of father-son, there was a couple father-daughters, but we were the only mother-daughter pair.
Jody went to work as a public defender. 2 years ago, she and her mom would hit another historic first when Deborah swore Jody in as the magisterial district judge in the township right next to hers. And now, as Deborah faces retirement, they reflect on how far they've come.
It's not easy. So when I meet people, young women that say they can't do it, I say, yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
I did it, and this is how you do it. Share the experience, show other people how to get past it. And I did, I was lucky enough.
Lucky and determined and hardworking Judge Deborah Lukens is here along with her daughter, Judge Jody Griffiths. Your honors. Thank you for being here so much.
Thank you for having us.
What's it? It's like we just showed you. This is your life. What is it like for you to be in this moment and to share it with your daughter this way?
This is one of the most exciting things in the world for both of us, and I think they've told you. As I swore Jody in that day, I said, okay, we need the Today Show. That to me was making it. So you have made it for us.
Oh, my gosh. Well, you guys made it. I mean, Jody, first of all, your mom officiated your wedding.
Yes.
And she was such an example for you.
Absolutely.
Did you really, until you went to law school, did you fully grasp what she had done as a mother of 2 little kids, divorced, deciding, you know what, I'm going to go to law school and pull this off?
I knew she was different, you know. I knew that she was strong and that she raised us and she was everything to us. But like I said, I mean, when I was in law school and sitting there studying and doing exams, it was like, how did you do this with 2 little kids at home? I mean, I'm in a bubble just doing law school all on my own. And she had to take care of us, put us to sleep, and then focus on it. I used to call her all the time. I'm like, oh my God, how did you do this?
Well, how did you do it?
I was angry.
just like...
It was a tough divorce, and it was getting back on your feet. And, you know, remolding myself with 2 little girls.
In your 30s, it's not easy to do. Your father seems incredible. Like, he just said, well, we're going to pick ourselves up and we're going to law school.
Oh, there was no question. That was all it was. I said, I have no money. He says it doesn't matter. And he actually enrolled me in a course to take the LSATs under my maiden name, paid for it, and told me afterwards when he picked me up and drove me. Wow. And he drove me every single night of that class for 3 months.
Well, that's when you say it takes a village, it does take a village. Yes. Jody, what about you? I mean, you weren't all your life thinking like, oh, I want to be a lawyer like my mom. When did this kind of gel for you?
It was between teaching and law. And when I was in college, you know, my college roommate junior year was taking the LSAT. So I was like, okay, I'll take it because it was education, elementary education, or law school. So I took the LSATs, I did good. I'm like, okay, I'll do law school. I wasn't ready to start a job after college, so law school works. And, you know, I've loved it ever since.
Well, we have a little surprise for you. You both went to Widener Law School, correct? Well, the dean of Widener, Todd Clark, has a message for you. Take a look.
We are excited to announce that in recognition of our alumni, the Honorable Judge Deborah Lukens' 30 years of service on the bench, the Judge Deborah Lukens Scholarship. Delaware Law School will award an incoming Fall 24 student who has overcome tremendous obstacles and shown extreme dedication to their studies, like Deborah, a $35,000 scholarship that will renew over 3 years of full-time study. Congratulations on the distinguished career, Judge. Our Widener pride shines for you.
Oh, darling.
And they present this back. You have a scholarship in your name, which is going to change someone's life, someone like you.
I'm never speechless. I'm speechless.
Well, you earned it.
Thank you.
You've earned it.
Oh, my God.
Both of you are incredible examples.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Oh, it's been wonderful.
And enjoy your retirement.
I am. Thank you for that.
She'll let you know what's going on around the corner. Yeah. Deborah and Jody, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And congratulations once again.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Today's Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list. That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
All right, we got a good one for you on Sunday night, football night in America. Here we go. We got the Ravens flying into Jacksonville, Florida. Showers and windy as they take on the Jaguars. It's going to be wind gusts at 35 miles per hour, temperature of 60 degrees. It's a battle of beast and foul. Ravens, Jaguars, Sunday night, football night in America. 5 days going around the horn. Here we go. Look out. Yeah. Look out. She's my Hoda. She's my Jenna. Whoa, there's Dave Coulier. Woo, look out. There you go. Keep on going. Woo. And ladies and gentlemen, a 5-day-a-week round the, oh, by the way, come here real quick. Yosef, come here. It's the last night of Hanukkah. So Yosef Herzog has his Hanukkah sweater, the night of lights, the festival of lights. Back to you guys. Back to you.
All right, Mr. Roker. So all week we have been missing our guy Carson Daly. One reason, of course, is the voice. The other reason, he's traveled down to the Ritz-Carlton Golf Club in Orlando, Florida, for the PNC Championship.
Oh my gosh, it's a family affair on the links this weekend as the pros are welcoming their loved ones inside the ropes in hopes of taking a trophy back home.
And speaking of loved ones, Carson brought along his former pop star graphics coordinator and Nightly News Kids Edition correspondent, Jackson Daly. You guys are at the Pro-Am event. You're at home. You're playing in it. Way to go, guys.
Yeah, guys, it's great. Thanks so much. This is a really great event. It's a good family thing here in Orlando. I grew up playing golf with my stepdad, so I got a little shout out to Pops here. After I lost my dad, everything I learned in life was on the golf course. We got 20 elite golf teams here. It's fathers and daughters and sons, and I brought Jackson down. We're going to play today with Matt Kuchar and his son Cameron, which we're excited about. Tiger's here with Charlie, and Justin Thomas is here with his dad. And so it's just a lot of fun. And I don't know, it's a little windy today, Jackson, but we're going to go. We're going to, second place is for losers, right? We got to win this thing.
Go crush it.
We got to go crush it. So, yeah, it's a special time. And Tiger and I both grew up in Southern California playing with our dads. I know it's special for him to be here with Charlie. It's special for me to be here with Jackson, especially this time of the year. So we hope everybody will tune in.
Hey, Carson, I noticed your hat pop, so I know you're thinking of your dad right there. Jack D, how do you feel? I mean, do you feel the pressure? Are you excited?
No pressure whatsoever. I'm coming in here cool as a cucumber. I've set my standards low. I'm ready to hit a few in the water, but it's also not a bad day to hit a hole-in-one. So,
Ice and veins. I love that kid.
By the way, he's like a chip off.
Literally. He's almost as tall as the
he is.
Like a clown.
Carson, we wish you good luck. Jackson, go get him, honey. Go get him.
Straight.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
We got the FedEx Cup here, too. We'll get a shot on the way out. We got 4 or 5 FedEx champions here playing as well. So tune in and watch some golf today and this weekend, guys.
Cool.
It'd be good. Awesome pairs, including the Dailies. Go get them, Dailies. Make us proud. You can watch the PNC Championship live tomorrow through Sunday on NBC, Golf Channel, and, of course, streaming on Peacock.
Coming up next, last-minute holiday gift ideas, Amazon's bestsellers of 2023. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We got a wild crowd, man. Okay, we are back with Today bestsellers, and this morning we're featuring some of the best of the best. These are the gifts of 2023 you don't want to miss, and there's still time to shop right now to get them under your tree. Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock is here. Our QR code is fired up and ready for you for your purchases. Adriana, good morning.
Hey.
We still have time, and these are hot. And
these
fuego.
are so hot right now. Okay, so first of all, before I start, these were featured at Amazon's Creator Favorites event yesterday. Yep. We got to go. We had a pop-up booth. People were shopping our favorite picks. So easy to shop. They scanned the QR code. It's right here, too. Okay, let's start off with this first one. This is an eye massager that went viral on social media. I'm obsessed with this because it kind of is like blackout curtains on the go. And it has gentle warming technology. It massages your face.
Eyes.
It's so nice. Isn't it awesome?
Girl.
It's like a spa day in
I
an
would
eye
live
mask.
in this.
It also has Bluetooth capability, so you could do a little meditation, a little music, listen to Hoda's podcast.
I'm in.
This is
love
great.
It.
This
I
is
love
a cool one.
Really good. Okay, let's get to these cool, trendy teardrop earrings.
So teardrop earrings are all the rage right now, and what people really love about them is that they're super affordable. They start at $9.99. They come in all these different colors, like silver tone and gold tone, and they're kind of like the updated take on a hoop earring, except they're not going to get caught in your hair. They're super lightweight, very easy gift for the jewelry lover in your life.
Can I just point something out?
Yeah.
These massagers, if you wear them like a pair of sunglasses, it's like someone's giving you a head massage.
It's a little.
It is awesome.
Yes.
Must get. All right, let's straighten our hair.
Okay, this is an awesome hair straightener that we discovered this year on the Shop Today team. And it's portable, cordless, so you charge it up.
Yeah.
And it straightens your hair. So what I would recommend is you brush your hair out, make sure it's dry, and then you run it through your hair, and it'll help defrizz, make it smooth, very silky. Danielle on our team actually tried it.
And?
We have a before and after of her hair. You guys have to check it out.
Okay.
It looks so good. So this is the cool find for the beauty lover in your life. Yes.
Danny.
Great.
Great
for travel season, too.
This head massager thing is amazing.
Oh, my gosh.
You got to get it.
I'm obsessed with it. Okay,
all right.
I know you like this one.
These are all-in-ones.
Okay, this is the best stocking stuffer. Buy one for yourself, buy one for someone else. It's $5. It's a 3-in-1
So what does it
little
do?
beauty
Cheeks?
stick. Cheeks,
Lips.
and you could even use it on your eye
Dab
to
on your
contour
eyeball.
a little bit. Easy, breezy makeup find. I know, you're having a spa moment, Hoda.
If you don't buy these just for the head massage piece right now, it's like, when you get your hair washed at a salon, that's what it feels like.
Yes, it's so great. Okay, I think you're going to love this
What
one.
is
And
it?
Maybe we could make you go viral with
I
this.
look like that?
So
Boy,
this
oh
is
boy.
the viral. This is
Not good, but okay.
This is the selfie light that everybody's talking about. They brought down the lights in the studio. We're going to do a selfie. Ready?
Okay.
And the lighting is just incredible on this thing. You can get great lighting anywhere you go.
No, that's a great light.
Isn't
that's
it cool?
Great.
And look at how dark it is in the studio. We made that magic happen.
Okay, I love it.
You look
okay,
amazing,
what's
by
the
way.
last thing?
Okay, last but not least, the hard to shop for person or the person that you just don't know what to get. A scarf. You can't go wrong with one of these. They're so soft. It's not cashmere,
Buttery.
but it feels like it. It's so soft. Under $20. Look at how big it is, too.
I like it.
It's really
right.
It's substantial.
And
so,
by the way, it's beautiful. You're right.
Yes.
And I love how it feels.
It's so soft.
Oh, my God. Awesome.
Okay.
All right. So you can get all of these products, Adriana. Purchase them all. Scan the QR code. Head to today.com/shop.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We're back with actress Lorna Courtney from the hit Broadway cast of And Juliet.
The show is set to modern pop songs. A musical reimagines the classic tale of Romeo and Juliet and exploring what would happen if Juliet didn't die. And Lorna plays the star, Juliet, in the show. Good morning.
Morning.
I mean, it's so you do these different takes on pop songs. You're about to do, this is your opening number that we're about to hear. So set the scene for us a little.
Okay, so I am I just discovered that Romeo is dead, and this song is basically me figuring out my next steps. What am I to do next? And singing to the stars. And you're right, it's the first song that I get to sing, and it's a song that you all know.
Okay, that's a good intro. Let's go.
Baby, baby, how was I supposed to know that something wasn't right here? Oh, baby, baby, I shouldn't have let you go. And now you're out of sight, yeah. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know. My loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign, hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby, the reason I breathe is you. Blinded. Oh, pretty baby, there's nothing that I wouldn't do. It's not the way I planned it. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now, because my loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign, hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby, how was I supposed to know? Oh, pretty baby, I shouldn't have let you go. I must confess that my loneliness is killing me now. Don't you know I still believe that you will be here and give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Hit me, baby, one more time.
Yes! Lorna Courtney and the cast of and Juliet. That was incredible.
We can't believe what you can do.
Thank you.
That
Thank
was
you so much. They were
beautiful.
everybody was up for the show late last night. So nice for you guys to get up. And if you were in town and you want to, you can catch Anne Juliet at the Stephen Sondheim Theater right here in New York. Coming up next, we're going to get things cooking with Elizabeth High School. But first, this is Today on NBC. Well done.
When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign.
All right, we're back with Today Food Loves Football, cooking up some snacks for Sunday night's big game right here on NBC. Jacksonville hosting Baltimore. Both teams first place in their division, and here to help us make some small bites for the big game, the one, the only, Elizabeth Haskell.
Hey, honey.
In from Mississippi.
Baby, and I brought steak and cake.
That's all we need.
It doesn't even get any better.
Let's do
There's
it.
hardly anything that you can do, to beef, to wonderful tenderloin like this, to make it any better. But I'm going to tell you something. You wrap it in bacon, and buddy, we're there.
You're speaking
It's
Al
divine.
Roker's language right there.
Absolutely. So we're going to wrap it in bacon, super simple, and then we're going to go right into our pan. Make sure that once you sear this on all sides, you're going to want to finish it in the oven just to make sure that that bacon gets really, really crisp.
Got it.
Then we got to have a dipper.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all get the dipper?
Yep. Yeah, we do.
So we have mayonnaise. We already have sour cream.
And Elizabeth doesn't use that
horseradish.
low-fat nonsense.
No, God, no,
Full fat.
ma'am. No, full-fat mayonnaise. And roll that in, and then we've got a fabulous, fabulous thing.
That's it.
Now, this late cake, most people would be absolutely embarrassed to bring a box cake mix with gel, with like an instant pudding that also goes into it. There's no shame in this game. I'm going to tell you right now, no shame. So we have our cake mix. I'm going to get you to help me start pouring some things in here. Yeah. We always take it to the lake.
Okay.
And I mean, it is done in minutes. All right, we have water. And then we have wine.
Here's my cake.
Okay, so did y'all hear that?
Wine.
We have a little bit of wine. That's a Pinot Grigio.
Oh.
And so we put that
What does
in.
the wine do?
There's your oil. And now we have
there it is.
now we have our
It's
eggs.
a drinking game.
Gotta have your
Brown
oil.
sugar. Exactly. Brown sugar.
That was Chanel's nickname in high school,
Oh my
Brown
gosh,
Sugar.
And that,
It's true.
That train is never late.
That's her nickname.
and that's our instant pudding. And then we have sugar. We're going to mix this all up. And then we also have got a little glaze that we're going to pour over, and that's what makes the cake. We have melted butter, we have more wine, and then we have sugar. You want to make sure you cook that until, it gets really good. Just use wine, that you have left over, maybe from the night before.
There's really any wine left over.
I was about to say, apparently there are people that don't drink the whole bottle after they open it. I mean, I don't know them.
Yeah.
They're not my friends. But I've heard.
By that second bottle, there's a little left over.
Exactly. So you want to make sure you put this on while the cake is hot. Y'all, please tell me about that cake. Is it not the best?
Delicious and
heavenly.
I mean, I'm telling you, it's like a sleeper recipe. Like, you think, oh, it's just a bundt cake.
No, the only thing that makes it better, a little vanilla ice cream on top.
Oh, God, honey. I mean, it's divine. Normally,
Vanilla ice cream. That was Savannah's nickname in high school. Elizabeth, thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Are you doing like a stand-up routine that we're
The
not aware of?
recipes are at today.com/food. Jags, Ravens, Sunday night on NBC. Peacock as well.
We had a
We're
dance
back
group.
after your
Vanilla
local
brown
news.
sugar, vanilla.
there we go.
This morning on the third hour of Today, wicked weekend. A major storm system expected to bring heavy rain and strong winds to tens of millions of folks just as we enter into what could be a record-breaking holiday travel season, and we're tracking all of it. Then, in our Consumer Confidential, the clock is ticking. What we need to know if we haven't mailed our holiday gifts yet and how much it's going to cost us the longer we wait. Plus, from candles to cookies, our pal Allie Love is sharing her tricks to take some of the stress out of the holidays. And we're going glam with our beauty gift guide with great ideas for your skin, the shower, and gifts that just make sense. Today, Friday, December 15th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
And a good Friday morning. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Craig. This is Dylan. This is Chanel. This is Albert Roker.
Good morning, Albert.
Yes. What a Friday. And by the way, we're celebrating some birthdays. Not here, but your grandma.
3 birthdays.
Yes, so first today is Grandmama's birthday. She's 94 years old. She watches every morning. I love you, Grandmama. I wish I could click my heels.
Is she
come
the
to
one that
Kansas
told you
right
you're
now.
not a bird?
Yes.
Not a bird.
My grandmother is a tell it like it is queen.
Yes, she is.
94.
She is 94.
That's all right. That's a blessing.
And then your bro, right?
My younger brother, Ryan, it is his birthday.
Today?
And he shares a birthday with my father. Pops. It's also Pop's birthday.
No way. That's awesome.
So he's a loyal
December
viewer.
15th.
December 15th is a big day.
10 days before Christmas.
That's right.
Yeah,
Counting
there
them
you
down.
go. Happy birthday. And if it's your birthday, happy birthday to you as well.
Absolutely. Well, we are heading into another weekend, and we're talking about the weather again. We're watching a major storm system as we show you what's going to be happening with this. It's going to be coming out of the Gulf today, bringing rain to the Keys, but then it keeps moving up into the Gulf and into Florida, and it's going to bring the risk of tornadoes into tomorrow night. We're also looking at torrential rain, and then Sunday it's up into the mid-Atlantic states and the southeast, bringing more heavy rain, wind, flood risk. Airports are going to be delayed, and we are talking Monday, back wrapping around this, we're going to have some lake effect snow. Rainfall amounts generally 1 to 3 inches, but as you get down into Florida, we're talking locally 5 inches or more. But again, right through Monday, we're going to have this high impact storm.
Not to put you on the spot.
No, go ahead.
The next day, Tuesday, is that most of that moving out?
Most of that's moving out. There might be some breezes up into New England.
Lindsay literally just texted me.
It's not time for your personal forecast.
She's traveling, yeah. Literally, she just said, I'll read the text to you. She said, could you do me a favor and ask Al, if I go to Virginia and have to train home early morning Tuesday, if he thinks weather could play a factor, or I would be good?
Here's what I would tell Lindsay. I would tell Lindsay she does have that alternative of getting on that Amtrak, because there's probably going to be backups and things. Just take the sure thing.
And you would also tell Lindsay, watch the show.
Well, that's true. She's dropping off the kids. I will say this. The two of you are fantastic about that, because we do that every week. We ask for personal forecasts.
Personal forecast.
And
Right over
you're
our
a personal
heads.
forecaster.
It's what we can do for you.
Thank you.
All right,
Which means if there's bad weather, who do we go to?
Yes. Wait, do I get the bad weather?
You do.
No, the next guy.
Yes, of course. Well, the storms could have an impact on anyone hoping to get an early jump on the holiday travel season. This year, AAA says 1/3 of the entire U.S. population will be hitting the road or catching a flight. That's a huge number. It's actually more than last year, when you may remember things didn't go so smoothly. NBC's Tom Costello is live at Reagan National Airport with a look at what travelers can expect. Here we go, Tom.
Hey, listen, Al, can you just give us your cell phone number so we can all text you? Because I could use an update this weekend.
Okay, 917-555-6666.
Yeah. Here we go. It's some pizza parlor somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, if you are traveling, by the way, today looks good. The flight aware misery map, not a lot of misery. I've only got a total of 30 cancellations nationwide. That ain't bad, right? If you are traveling, 115 million people are going to be traveling by land, by air, over the extended break. Keep in mind, people can work remotely. So now they're leaving early and then they're staying later. So it's a longer travel period now. But if you were one of the people who was caught up in that Southwest Airlines debacle last Christmas, you may be dreading this Christmas. Countdown to the 2023 holiday rush, and Southwest Airlines is promising there will be no repeat of 2022.
We are ready. We've invested in trucks and new pads and staffing and technology. I'm very, very proud of our people.
Many travelers still have nightmares after a snowstorm triggered last year's Southwest meltdown. Nearly 17,000 flights canceled, hundreds of thousands of passengers left stranded, and mountains of lost luggage.
Look at this mess. Everybody over here is pissed.
Fast forward to today. Southwest says it has now invested heavily in de-icing equipment, revamped its computer system, and has plenty of staff for this year.
Thanksgiving Day, there was snow, 97% on time, 0 cancels across our entire system.
And this year is on pace to be a record breaker. The nation's airlines expecting more than 39 million passengers over a 14-day period, nearly 3 million a day, with the FAA expecting a peak on December 21st of nearly 50,000 flights in one day. Major airlines and airports have been preparing for months to meet the demand, with investments in technology like new screening machines in Atlanta and hiring aggressively to support the volume. And airlines know more people means more bags. Because most passengers now are only bringing carry-on bags, United is retrofitting their entire domestic fleet. More overhead bin space, able to fit every carry-on bag. Other airlines are also making more room in the overhead bins. One reason so many of us are traveling this year, it costs less.
Airfare is down 12% from where we saw it last year, as well as, gas prices are down quite considerably from 2022.
Gas prices now below $3 a gallon in more than 20 states. So if you're planning to hit the road for the holidays, you'll have company. 104 million people will be driving, with the biggest traffic days predicted to be Saturday, December 23rd, and Thursday, the 28th. I've been covering aviation since the biplane, right? Watching it from here at Reagan Airport. And boy, did I screw up yesterday. You'd think I'd know better. I barely made my flight. I had to go down to Dallas for a quick shoot, then come right back. By 2 minutes, I got on board just as they were closing the door because, first of all, I left the house too late, tried to sleep too late. But here's what I did wrong. I did not check the TSA lanes in advance. And you can do it on the app, on the My TSA app, and find out what is the line like at your airport. If I'd done that, I would have known. Reagan is backed up on the pre-check and the clear and the regular lines. So check that app before you go to your airport, guys.
Solid advice. Tom, I think they should have a secret door for you. I feel like you've covered aviation long enough that you should have a perk like that.
Oh, right. Yeah. And then everybody in line would say, oh, that Tom Costello thinks he's special. No, I'm not doing that.
You are special. Tom. Thank you.
Well played. Yeah. All right, time now for Friday Football Fever. We look ahead to the Sunday night football game and we test our NFL knowledge. This week, it's the AFC leading Baltimore Ravens traveling to Jacksonville. In fact, the weather may be an impact there, windy and wet. This week, the question comes courtesy of our fave and my nemesis, Mike Tirico. Tirico.
Hello there, my Today Show third hour friends, and you too, Al. This is the highlight of my week. Your Friday football trivia question. Here you go. The Jacksonville Jaguars joined the NFL, an expansion team in 1995. Carolina Panthers came in at the same time. Here's the question. How many expansion teams have been added to the league since then? A, 5, B, 2, C, 1, or D, none?
Since 95.
Since 95.
So an expansion team is a new team?
Team that was not already in the NFL.
I'm going to go 5.
It's kind of a trick question.
I'm going to go with B. Does it count as a new team if they move city?
It does not.
Yeah.
Okay,
so that's why it's a trick question.
I'm going to go B. I'm going to go 1.
I'm going to go with whatever 2 was.
I'm going to say 0. I don't believe there's been another team added since 95. I think the Jags and the Panthers are the last 2.
Oh, Mike.
The answer is C. Only one other team has been added to the roster of now 32 teams since 1995. And extra points if you got the team right. The Houston Texans in 2002. No new teams in almost 22 years. Maybe time for one from the borough of my birth. Queens. How about the Queens Rokers? Play right there over where the old Shea Stadium used to be.
I didn't know he was from
I don't know. Maybe that is a little too much to ask for.
What would the mascot
Roker, you can afford the expansion fee. See you for Sunday Night Football from Jacksonville, Jags and Ravens.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Mike Tirico, not only in Queens, he and I both got our starts at the same television station in Syracuse, New York.
I didn't know that. So are you the same person?
We are the same.
You never see him in the same place at the same time.
No, you don't.
Very true.
By the way, just not to... The Oilers,
but you are.
But the Oilers were in Houston, and then they shut down the Oilers. Now they're the Texans. So
they didn't change their name. It's a new team.
But it's just a team that exists in.
It's okay to be wrong.
They became the Titans. That's true.
We got stuff to do here. Tune in for the Ravens at the Jaguars. Coverage begins Sunday night at 7 on NBC and Peacock. We can Google it during the commercial. Just keep moving.
I just think
they're dying in the control room.
Okay, fine. Consumer Confidential coming up. We're going to tell you whether the ship has sailed to get your Christmas gifts there on time.
I shipped my pants.
Jeez. What?
I said ship.
I said ship.
And how much more it could cost you if you wait any longer, folks. And then later, Allie Love. She's going to class up this place a little bit. She's going to share her stress-busting strategies for the holidays when the third hour of today hopefully comes right back.
These teasers are so funny. Like more people.
This morning in our Consumer Confidential procrastinators, listen up because we are talking holiday shipping deadlines. If you still have gifts to send, it's certainly getting down to crunch time. So here with everything we need to know is senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen. Good morning to you.
Vicki. Hi.
So we're 10 days out from Christmas Day. Do you think it's too late?
It is never too late, but after you finish watching this and the fourth hour, you need to get yourself to the post office, UPS, wherever you want to ship. Let's go ahead and show you the bajillion dates that I have to go through for you today.
Right.
First, USPS. It starts tomorrow as their last day for ground and first class mail to get there by Christmas to the lower 48. You have until the 20th for priority 3-day and then 1-day express. You will pay for this, but you have until December 21st. Just remember this year, Christmas falls on a Monday. There will be no mail delivery. Saturday is actually the last day for regular mail, but Sunday you can get Christmas gifts delivered on Christmas Eve. You will have to pay the 1-day express holiday premium.
That sounds expensive.
Yeah,
But the post office will deliver.
They will deliver on Sunday.
Wow.
Yes, but hopefully you don't have to wait that long because you will pay a lot for that. Let's go over to FedEx. They say today is actually the last day for 5-day ground. That's their cheapest rate. And then Express Saver, you have until the 19th. If you're going to mail it today, December 20th, and same day which actually means you mail it on December 22nd, it gets there by the 23rd. That is the 22nd is your cutoff there. And then we'll go to UPS. That is a 3-day select starting December 19th. There's a big price difference between shipping something today and 3-day select. It's either $30 if you shipped it today, it'll be $90. This will be running the numbers for a 2-pound package from New York to California.
It's probably the cost of whatever you bought.
Exactly. Or more, right? And so those are the other dates. Generally right around today, tomorrow, or the 20th or 21st.
Vic, what if you're actually buying from one of the major retailers and they're providing the free shipping or the discounted shipping? What are they telling you about when you should ship?
It's great. They're putting it right there on their homepage. Your favorite retailers, Nordstrom, for example, will say December 18th standard shipping. You've got to get that order in by 8 a.m. Eastern time, though, to take advantage of that. You will pay for 2-day shipping. That's December 19th. Macy's says December 20th. They will be able to get it there by Christmas with standard shipping. Express shipping, December 21st. And this is the thing. Same-day delivery. A lot of stores are doing that on Christmas Eve, which, again, is Sunday. So you've got Best Buy, Target, Walmart, Macy's all saying, look, you can place your order generally by 10 a.m. and BOPUS. Buy online, pick up in store, or they'll offer that same-day delivery, but you've got to get it done by 10 a.m. The big warning here, even with Amazon and 2-day shipping, not every item will have that eligibility. So don't put all your eggs in that basket.
That's what happened to me yesterday.
You tried and you thought you were going to get something, and
Nothing
you're like,
is
yes, it'll
available
arrive
till
in
January 2nd.
Yes.
Really?
See? Exactly. So
Gift cards.
just specifically search the e-gift cards. Specifically search your item and check the shipping times.
That's right. We need to get a little BOPUS mascot.
We really.
What would it look like? I'm not sure.
Is it
a
me?
little package on its head.
Little Vicky.
Right.
Little Vicky.
Oh, by the way, Zach gave me a great shipping hack. So there's a
Zach,
site.
Steesman?
Yes. It's called GoShippo.com, and there's another one called PirateShip.com where they offer discounted shipping from UPS, USPS, FedEx,
Is it
all
legit?
the major. Yes, he uses it every day, and it gives you a better rate sometimes than if you go directly to the store. So check that out as well.
And he likes using that because when
Way to go, Zach.
he goes on
Yeah,
pirate
Zach.
ship, he goes, arr.
That's like pirate ship.
Okay, so how about some pro tips about avoiding delays?
Yeah.
Okay, the key here, I'll triple check that address. Make sure you've got the apartment number and the correct zip code, not a missing zip code. And the Postal Service says if you put the wrong zip code, it's even worse because it will really get rerouted into a weird place. Write the to and from address on the same side of the box and make it very clear. This is who it's to, this is who it's from. Put an index card inside the package with that same information because sometimes the labels get damaged or ripped off. At least that's a second chance for the Postal Service or whoever to know where it goes. And then try to drop off early in the morning. The earlier the better. If you wait till the last drop off, sometimes that gets processed the next day.
I've delivered 3 packages to neighbors that have been dropped off
Wrong
at my place.
Oh, yeah. This is the season.
What's weird is that he keeps them.
Yeah.
I just said I dropped them
I thought you got. Oh, got it.
Thank you, Vicki.
I look in them first. Then,
Yeah, exactly. If you don't like it, you drop it off. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Vicki. Coming up, a fun way to wrap those gifts. Our friend Allie Love is here with her ideas to embrace the joy of the season and beat holiday stress. She certainly looks happy. And then later, Full House star Dave Coulier is live to tell us about his new project, sharing memories and nostalgia from the hit sitcom.
Those are from last year.
Yeah, those are old. We'll be right back.
Why did we put you in the kitchen?
And now it is time to help you love your mornings. A recent poll from the American Psychological Association found 9 in 10 adults, that's 90% of adults, feel overwhelmed around the holidays. So here were some strategies to keep this time merry and bright. Today contributor and just human sunshine. Allie Love is here. Always good to. It's true. It's true. Before we dig into some of these micro tips, what would you say is the #1 tip for preserving your self-care during what can be a stressful time of year for a lot of folks?
So I'm going to say timeouts. So oftentimes we give timeouts to our kids, sometimes to our pets when they've been a little, wild, on the wild side. But we actually, as adults during this time, should take a timeout. Take 5 minutes to yourself, put yourself in a corner, start to work on your breathing, check in with yourself. 3 ways to do that is notice by the end of the day, if it's 4 or 5 o'clock and you haven't checked in with yourself, that's the indicator you should. If you're starting to feel a little antsy and edgy and snappy, maybe you should take a time out.
Every night around 5 o'clock.
Yes. And then the last time is if you have a lot of time on your hands, you're like, wait, I have a lot of flexibility, check in with yourself. It will do yourself and your family members a service
really
of
good
doing
advice.
so. So #1 tip on that one. We talked about anxiety, stress, and also depression around this time of year. We love the holidays, but it doesn't hit the same for everyone. So if you're dealing with any of that, I came up with some fun ways just to boost the mood. Candles. I love like a pine needle scent. So it's as if you are outside.
Yep. Love that.
Bringing the outside inside is a good way. I love it.
Ooh, Joe Malone.
Really nice. Yes, that's really nice. Boost your spirits. Another thing, although these cookies look very fancy, I did not bake them. You do not have to decorate them either, but baking helps with anxiety. You know this, you bake a lot. In terms of that, it's just seeing a finished product for you to make something in real time. You can do it by yourself or with your family. And if you're like Dylan, you can definitely decorate it.
You know, my kids say it's satisfying.
She couldn't help herself.
Mine looks like
I'm a little stressed right now.
This is mine. Look at mine. It looks awful.
That's okay.
But I feel proud of it.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Al, you always find
Golden Girls puzzle.
Okay, this is what I did in COVID, puzzling. I found puzzling with my husband, Andrew, was absolutely a way to reduce stress. It's so much fun. There's no pressure to finish. It takes time, and I have a Golden Girls puzzle in my home, finished, that sits under our center table. I've done this exact puzzle. That's it right there.
Oh, look at that.
I did that with my husband.
Wait, it's a lot of fun.
And
I find
I'm
those
from Miami, so Golden Girls are my.
It gets you to put your mind somewhere else.
Spice of life?
Yes, I love that you picked this one, Al. Okay, so gift giving is important. Uniquely find things that are important to the folks around you and give them a gift. So what I did that for all of you. You love the spices. You touched it right away. It's all over Al. Al's everywhere. He's on a flight. He's walking. You always cook. So what I did was on-the-go spices.
It's like hot sauce in your bag, except not hot sauce.
Swag. No, this is hot sauce, honey. This is hot sauce.
That's unbelievable.
Beyonce. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So Al has hot sauce in his bag. Swag.
That's great.
We got Dyson Ison, Dylan, right? I did a monogram. I'm going to show so you can see that safely. It's a monogram knife. I know you like to cook and bake with your family. So that's your
that's a
monogram
nice knife.
Yes.
Oh, I am so excited.
We have
for that.
Styling Chanel. Chanel, this is personal and unique to you because I borrowed your scarf.
Oh, that's
so I bought you a new one. I borrowed it from one of my segments. And then we always talk about edge control. This is my favorite.
This a good one?
Yes, I have this on right now. Edge booster here. Let's see.
That is
get it off. Edge booster.
I'm an edge.
So again, uniquely to you.
That'll last you a lifetime.
Craig, you last but definitely not least, we got cool Craig. Craig, you put this crossbody bag on in my style segment 2 weeks ago.
Oh, this is beautiful.
And you're not alone. Al has his own as well.
It's funny because I saw him a few days ago. I was like, oh man, where'd you get that?
No, I love that
Thank
you and
you
I
so
don't carry a
much.
purse.
My bag's bigger than yours.
You guys carry a purse and Chanel
It's
and I
not the
don't.
size of the bag.
And then what I did here is a unique way to take your edge control.
I'll come get it after the segment.
But a unique way to wrap your gifting. So I would use the food section to wrap like Dylan and Al, and then the styles. Me too. Yeah, and then for Chanel and Craig, I would use like the style section.
That's so cute.
I mean, who doesn't like a gift wrapped in Ryan Gosling
really
anyway? So
idea.
why not? Why not?
Do these go on and look legit?
This is for Al and Craig only. Sorry, the rest of you all. No, when we talk about feeling festive, when you are feeling stressed out, maybe kind of amplifying your wardrobe. It's like if you dress good to feel good. This is one of those moments.
Oh my gosh,
nails,
how
nail polish.
cute
And
is
Phoebe, who's our amazing producer, had these made for all of us.
Oh, that's so fun.
My
Craig, you and I look like twins. I can't tell the difference between us.
Oh,
look at
And
that.
so these are like great gifting ideas, great strategies. But remember, no matter how you celebrate the holidays, find a way to feel good and have fun.
You know what? And it goes to show you don't have to spend $1 gazillion.
No.
Like it's
No,
like
this
the
is
thought.
great.
This is really, really cute.
Fantastic.
Allie, you always crank out hits. This is
so great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so
Thank you,
thoughtful,
Allie.
too.
We'll wear this
I love
later.
you guys. I love you.
Allie, love, thank you. Thank you. Merry everything. By the way, Allie is Hoda's guest for the brand new episode of her podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. They talked about faith, they talked about family, they talked about a lot more. You can scan that QR code on your screen right now, or you can listen wherever you get your podcasts as well.
There you go.
Thank you, Allie.
Up next,
love it.
I
it's
love my
Fun
mom.
with Candy. Dave Coulier live. Look at that.
I love that we have you in the kitchen for like just
Ooh, I'm
So many props in there.
hypnomized. He's sharing his new project that takes us behind the scenes of his classic sitcom. Then later, giving is a beautiful thing. We got some products that will have you looking and feeling great, like a super-sized, super popular cream. You just literally climb in and just live it.
Swim in there.
Third hour today. I'll be right back.
Allie,
It just brings me back. I loved it. The music certainly brings back the memories. It's the theme song, of course, to the hit sitcom Full House.
This is going to make you feel old. It's been 36 years since we first met the extended Tanner family, including Joey, of course, played by Dave Coulier.
well, after an extremely popular 8-season run, Dave reprised the role in Fuller House, and now he's back for more.
That's right. Dave's podcast, Full House Rewind, is out with new episodes. He's reliving the show one episode at a time with some familiar faces and voices. Dave, it is good to see you.
Good to see all of you, too. Thank you. Yeah, extended. Look at those extensions I had on that. Man, where did that go? Holy smokes.
It's a good choice to cut it off.
And, you know, when we hear that theme song, it reminds us that's one of the things wrong with TV today. You don't have great theme songs.
It's true.
Theme songs, and you don't have the same family values. You know, that was a show. Full House was a show you could sit down with your entire family, with your kids, and you knew everything was going to be cool.
Yeah, right. And the show is still so popular. Both the original, the reboot. People have this hunger for it, and so you're stepping in with a podcast, which is just terrific.
Yeah, I am reliving these moments too, Al, because I've never really watched the show.
I find that shocking.
What? Yeah, I'm like my worst critic, and I'm the last person I want to watch.
A lot
to
of
be quite
actors and
honest.
actresses do that. They turn away even when we play a clip.
And while we were in production of Full House, I was hosting another show, America's Funniest People, and then I was also doing cartoon voices on The Real Ghostbusters and The Muppet Babies. So I was pretty busy, and I was doing stand-up.
You were Muppet Babies was. I think. No way!
You didn't know this?
I didn't know that. I was a
He's
kid.
one of the great prolific cartoon voices.
Thank you, Al. Let's go to lunch.
Does a great bowling.
I'm buying. Well, thank you. I was Animal. Okay, me eat mud smear on face. I was Bunsen Honeydew. Why, certainly, Baker. I was Waldorf and Statler, the two old men in the balcony.
Yeah, you know what the best part about this show is?
I didn't know this either.
Yeah, it ends.
Yeah, so that was
I was a
me.
huge Full House and a huge Muppet Babies fan.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So I was busy, so I never got to watch the show. So
So
I'm
do you
getting to relive those moments now.
Do you see why we all loved it so much?
I've laughed at myself a couple of times. But, you know, I understand that it's kind of become video comfort food for a couple of
That's
generations
a very good way
now.
of putting it.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, it's a safe haven for your kids and family values, and we just don't get enough of that now.
So we had Full House, Fuller House. Could there be a
Fullest House?
Fullest House, yes. We're all just older and heavier, and we sit around like the Friends cast, just drinking coffee and talking about the good old days. Yeah.
But you didn't say no.
No, I would love to do it. Personally, I think that our audience would love it, and I think it would just, you know, have the original family back, where we just kind of get to be adults. We get to relive all the Bob Saget memories and keep his legacy and his life alive, and it would be fun, you know, because we really do love each other. I know that sounds cheesy.
No, I believe it.
But we really do. John is my brother. Bob was a brother. I mean, we really text each other all the time. We talk all the time. Coming up on Full House Rewind today, actually, is John Stamos is my guest. And then Jodie Sweetin, Andrea Barber, and Scott Weinger are coming on in the next half of the show. And we shoot it. It's a video podcast, so we shoot it like a TV show.
Awesome.
So you can watch the show, and we've got puppets and funny things and voices and me.
Really quickly, you've got another house going on. You're building a house. You've become a contractor.
I did. It's been 17 months of my life, and people are asking me, they're saying, my gosh, you must have learned so much. Here's what I've learned. I will never do this again. It was so
Seems
much
like
work.
Quite the undertaking.
It was, you know, and I was out there every single day, first guy on site, last guy to leave. I was the janitor, I was the sweeper, I had to fire myself twice. Yeah. But
we've all been there with contractors.
Right, it's crazy, but we did it, and my wife and I are so happy, and we're back home in Michigan.
Excellent. Well done. David, it's good to see you. We love having you here. Thanks so much.
Oh, I love being here.
And don't forget, you can catch new episodes of Full House Rewatch every Friday on all major podcast platforms.
Learn something new every day.
I'm so thrilled right now.
Coming up, when we come back, we're talking beauty gifts for women and men, like the gift set that's perfect for the guy who's just so hard to shop for. We're going to help you out. When we come right back.
We're back now with our holiday gift guide. We've covered everything from tech to toys this week, and this morning we are switching it up with some great beauty buys for guys too. Sarah Eggenberger is the senior editor-at-large of New Beauty. We always love when you're here. You introduce us to just really great products. So
Yeah, like
now we can gift them.
Right. Hopefully none of your friends are watching, so you can get these items.
Re-gift them.
All right, yeah, right. They won't know. Okay, so we're going to start with for men. So this is an incredible line. My husband uses this. It's a great product for men because it smells amazing. It has this mahogany scent. And check out also its packaging. So it's kind of like an homage to the Prohibition era where you used to hide like your spirits and your valuables in books.
Is that
so it has
shower
that
gel?
look. So
What
it's
is
a 3-in-1 shower gel. So shower gel, shampoo, conditioner. And then also the grit bar, which is
Ooh,
great,
that
like if you
smells
want to
nice.
exfoliate your face or body. Yeah, it's a great scent. They also have cologne and deodorants. It's the full line of products.
All right, speaking of scents.
Yeah, let's move on to look at how beautifully
Smell
safety
everything.
this
Really
is.
nice.
This is one of my favorite perfume lines, is Toko, because it has just these most luscious classic smell. Yes, please do.
So these are all different scents.
These are all different scents. There's 9 classic scents in here. What I love is it's a sprayer versus a roll-on. So,
I
like, you
agree.
know it's elevated when it's a spray. Also, it comes
I
out
don't
this
think you should
beautiful
go mixing
tin.
the
That
scents,
smells
though.
nice. Oh, I love to mix.
No, it's good.
Then you
You
can
like
create
layer.
your own signature scent from it.
Really
It's
nice.
great.
And you know what else? You can travel with some of those too, because they're not so
Great
big.
travel companions.
Full disclosure, Sarah, Mr. Roker turned me on to these
I use them too.
about maybe 6 months ago.
Yeah.
That's right.
They're
We were taking a
fantastic.
shower. And
Yes, and decided to do this together. Al's all about the experience. So,
Reach
shower
a whole new audience now.
If Al has not invited you to his shower steamers are
Delightful shower, by the way. Nice to shower in New
Of
York.
course it would be.
it's the loofah.
The back scrub. Okay. They're going to help you in terms of releasing aromatherapy.
I love this.
So it adds a little experience, just like Al, to your
love
shower. I love like the eucalyptus if you just need to breathe in the fresh air.
My daughter felt like she was getting a cold the other day, so she used one.
And it's great because
awesome.
your bathroom smells great.
So good.
Exactly. And it takes no time whatsoever to create this whole spa experience, which is what's so lovely about it. Great stocking stuffer. It's just $17. And so it's a fun thing to gift to people and help to make the shower experience just so amazing.
What about going to the tropics
Great.
without going to the tropics?
Let's take
This
it there.
lotion
Let's
is-
ride that
is it
train. So, if there was a product of the year, Sol de Janeiro would probably be the winner. And just like Taylor Swift is like everyone's BFF, this is touted as your butt's BFF. So it's supposed to help to tighten and tone.
What's it called?
Oh, it's supposed to like do things
It's
for
supposed
you.
to actually work for you. It also has a beautiful shimmer to it. So it gives you like that silk look, but also your skin feels
What's
like
it called,
silk.
sir?
Sol de Janeiro Bum Bum Kit.
I want my bum
If
bum
you want to
kit.
like make it look
Biggie,
cute.
biggie, bum bum cream?
Yeah,
Yes.
bum bum cream.
Biggie, biggie, bum bum.
Let's
Greg's
dance it
nickname in
out.
high school.
Wow, we are learning so much
I
today.
walked into it. I walked into it.
Set yourself up for that.
Hey, look
So
at-
it
but Sarah,
smells amazing, doesn't it?
Yeah, but so it's full body? You can use
So
it?
it's just supposed to treat certain areas. So like your
bum
butt,
bum.
like your thighs. It's not for all body. Though I have to say a lot of kids especially love to bathe in it, like Al had mentioned.
Bows are back.
Bows are back.
Savannah just had one on the other day.
Exactly.
You have one in your
I do. I
It's
do.
so
I wore it.
cute.
Which I think the last time I was probably like in a tutu and tights.
Yeah, I don't
But
think I've
bows
ever
are
worn a
making
bow.
a comeback. Like great comeback. It's also nice, like a half up or a ponytail.
So cute.
Just to elevate it, especially like a monochromatic look. It's so
Yes.
dainty and beautiful. Like this
Yeah.
beautiful cascade from Free People, the bows. It's just like a nice little style.
So cute.
It's timeless.
And let's talk about this brand. I've seen it, and a lot of. What is happening over here?
Yeah, put
Can
it
I
on
help
right.
you out?
Greg needs your
A little bit
contact.
lower.
Have you never used these?
No.
Yeah, let's help them out here. Let's help them out. So this is going to give you like the perfect escape.
That feels good.
Isn't it nice and soothing and soft?
That's nice.
Great to travel with. Loops has a mask for every occasion. Oh,
Sorry. Sarah.
you're going to look
First Al,
amazing.
now
Don't take this away. I mean, by the time the segment's over, Craig's going to look like 5 years younger. So Loops mask for on the go, great. It looks amazing. So it's a great stocking stuffer as well. Great for all ages.
What?
Wow.
These are really good.
Lost it.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sarah. This is so fun. Thank you so much. All right, if you would like more information on any of
Try
these
these.
products, check out our website at today.com/gifts.
Try these with the boom. Try these with the boom boom cream. Joy
Bum.
Bauer, bum bum.
Yeah, not
That's
boo-boo.
another show.
Joy Bauer up next, testing our superfood knowledge with a little help from Buddy the Elf. What? Third hour of today, coming right back after that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, right? What the heck?
What the heck?
It is time for another edition of Superfood Friday, and this time today, nutritionist and health expert Joy Bauer is testing our knowledge with the super quiz, but there's a twist today.
Oh, yes.
All of the questions have to do with some classic holiday movies. How are you going to infuse food and movies?
Oh, you'll see. This is called Holiday Movies and Munchies. And I'm going to ask a question, and then I'm going to give you 3 multiple choice options. And when you think you know the answer, hit that buzzer, and we'll see what you got.
All right. We have to wait till after you finish.
Yes.
Okay.
After you get my 3 multiple choice.
The rules, everyone.
Yes.
The rules.
Be fair.
Okay.
So the first question, in the first Home Alone, what cozy meal did Kevin make for himself but didn't get to eat just before the thieves broke into his house? Is it A, spaghetti and meatballs, B, mac and cheese, or C, pizza? Al.
Mac and cheese.
This game's
Let's see if he's right.
Bless this highly nutritious microwavable macaroni and cheese dinner.
So we have to
that
wait
people
until-
sold it on sale. Amen.
I thought.
And mac and cheese. Now, in the spirit of Superfood Friday, here is a very quick tip on superfooding any big pot of simmering mac and cheese. All you do is you add in cubed roasted either butternut squash or sweet potato right into the cheesy, saucy mix. Works like a charm. It increases the nutrition, the flavor, and the volume.
Could you mash it first?
Yeah, so if you have picky
don't want
eaters at
chunks?
home, I would say mash it up and work it seamlessly into the sauce before you then toss it with the noodles. It'll disguise it.
What a great game.
Question 2. Name the Grinch's favorite pungent superfood. Is it A, garlic, B, cilantro, or C, onion? Craig?
C.
Let's see if you're right.
Cheermonger. I really don't like them. No, I don't.
I guess thinking as a nutritionist, like an antioxidant-rich onion is probably better than a deep-fried donut, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right.
Anyway, Craig, good job. High five.
Thank you, Joe. This is a fun game.
Okay.
Question 3. According to the movie Elf, which of the following is Buddy's go-to meal? Is it A, candy spaghetti, B, candy meatloaf, or C, candy sandwich? Al?
She didn't finish saying sandwich.
What?
Candy spaghetti.
Let's see.
Okay, I love you. Bye.
Al is definitely right. And so I was so intrigued with this one, I had to make a healthier rendition. Look at
Couldn't have been hard.
What I did was I made breakfast pancake spaghetti. So all you do is you fill a one of those squeeze containers with a whole grain pancake batter.
Oh, it's a pancake batter.
You squiggle it
That's
all
cute.
over the hot skillet, and you repeat, and then guys, you
really
have
brilliant.
a
That's
great
really cute.
big bowl of like noodly,
That's so
oodly,
funny.
and I drizzle some melty peanut butter and maple syrup over it, and you can elf it down.
That's
Wow.
adorable.
That's cute.
So fun, right?
Craig should fix your face. You haven't tried it.
He just doesn't like peanut butter.
Yeah.
We could do almond butter or cashew butter for you, or you can go straight for the maple syrup.
That's true.
Right?
All right,
Question
next.
4. In Christmas Vacation with Chevy Chase, what food or beverage did Clark Griswold receive for his holiday bonus? A, Wine of the Month Club, B, Jelly of the Month Club, C, Cheese of the Month Club.
Jelly of the Month Club.
I don't. She didn't call on you. Was it?
Let's see. Let's see. Here we go.
What is it? It's a 1-year membership in the Jelly of the Month Club.
Woo, Dylan!
Mark, it's the gift that keeps on giving.
That was great. So I don't know if you guys remember, but jelly is my jam. And a few months ago on Superfood Friday, I showed you my clever hack for a 2-ingredient, no sugar added jam.
Delicious.
It's just blueberries in the microwave for 60 seconds. I add chia seeds.
It was
Look at that.
delicious.
It's
Oh, wow.
just
Very nice.
incredibly
very good.
yummy, and it goes on anything.
I wasn't here
So
then.
here's the thing. Now we've got to do this every Superfood Friday. Game show Superfood Friday.
There you go.
That's my favorite Superfood Friday.
It'll kill the crew trying to set up in commercials. But other than that, it's a great.
Joy, thank you
to
so
all of you
much.
guys.
For Joy's holiday recipes and more, please head to today.com/food, and we'll be right back.
Really clever.
Every morning, today's your home for the holidays. Next week, country star Walker Hayes performs live in studio. Then, Zac Efron, Jeremy Allen White, and the Iron Claw cast. And Monday, Mandy Moore's here live, only on Today.
Monday on the third hour of Today, Mandy Moore and Edgar Ramirez on the return of Dr. Death.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Grammy-winning artist Alanis Morissette.
We hope you have a great weekend, and we will see you on Monday.
Have a great weekend. I'll see you on Wild Child.
Bye-bye. Oh, an Earth Odyssey. Boom. Lots going on.
Greg and I won't see.
Introducing Shop Today Savings, the official Today browser extension that makes it easier than ever to save money on your favorite brands and everyday purchases. Here's how it works. Simply open up your Google Chrome browser and go to today.com/savings on your desktop or laptop. Click the button to install. This is going to take you to the Chrome web store. Click to add the Shop Today Savings extension to your browser, and then it's time to start saving.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help. That's our Hoda. Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all. Today, we will kick off the weekend with Grammy-winning music star Alanis Morissette. And from the White Lotus to the Great White Way, Michael Imperioli is here. Plus, our friend Darren Karp stops by with what's poppin' in pop culture.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Here we are. Here we are. It's Friday, December the 15th. 10 days until Christmas.
10 days.
That's right. 10 days, 10 days.
Okay, should be our goal for this weekend.
What?
Not to feel like we need to rush
No
around
stress.
and buy a bunch of things. Let's just roll into it. Carefree.
Carefree Christmas.
Carefree.
You know what? There is a panic that happens when you're like, just
Right
get
around
me
today.
any gift. It doesn't matter what it is.
No.
It'll be a little closer before that panic sets in.
Oh, mine sets in right around
Right about
today.
now?
Oh, yeah.
Because you know this is really, there's one other weekend, but this is really the weekend.
Yes.
Without this, because next weekend you're planning people maybe arriving, you have to go places, you're wrapping.
Yes. So let's just not worry. Let's just let it roll off. I mean, if you can, great, but it doesn't really matter.
Think about all your panic last year. Just put yourself back in that place this time last year. When you were panic buying and wrapping and giving, you can't remember what you gave, you can't remember what you got.
And nobody cares.
Nobody.
You didn't remember what I gave you. Remember?
What was it?
That little pillow.
Sweatpants?
That pillow that said Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. I thought it was cute, but you gave it away. It was in your to be gifted closet. But you know when you're panicking?
Do you want me to out you? Because I can.
Yes.
Do you want me to out you on the to be gifted? The boxes of gifts that you re-gift.
I do not I do not. You mean my gift closet? My gift closet? Is that what you mean?
We all have a re-gifting area.
Don't you too?
Yes, of course.
But by the way, I can totally imagine you getting ready to go somewhere, being like, oh, I don't have anything, and going to that little closet and pulling out the pillow I gave you last year that you felt like, do I really need it?
I like the filthy animal comment
we
on
put
it.
sometimes some of our kids' toys.
Oh, you do? In the re-gift?
Before, if they get it from birthday.
Wait, back up. Wait, back up. So they get a birthday present.
Too many presents
so
from
you
the kids in their
hide
class.
some.
So we hide some. We mainly can only do it to one child who will remain nameless.
Poppy.
No, the youngest one who doesn't really know. But and then
so you're like open these, and while he's opening, you're swirling away some of the presents, and then those later become gifts under the tree for Christmas.
Well, or to other children.
Or to other children.
Is that bad?
No, it's actually it's
tell.
not.
Y'all better not tell.
Don't tell.
All right, y'all. Olivia Rodrigo. She
yeah.
performed this week on NPR's Tiny Desk Concert, which is the best show.
Think about that. It's called Tiny Desk Concert. Taylor Swift has done it. I mean, a million people have done it. Yeah, Usher's done it. Bruce has done it. Like, everybody's done it.
Okay. So during this performance, she revealed the surprising backstory from one of her hit songs. It's called Lacey. There it is.
Yeah, she said she wrote the lyrics in a poetry class as an assignment. Let's listen.
Dazzling starlit Bartholry incarnate, well, aren't you the greatest thing to ever exist? Ooh, I care, I care, I care.
Olivia Rodrigo's a great songwriter.
She was taking a poetry class at USC.
Which I also love because she's had a very successful last couple years, and she still found time to go to college.
And take a course in
and
something
take a
that
course
she
in
loves.
Poetry.
Something she loves. You know what? That would be a good New Year's resolution for everybody.
Yes.
Even if it's like an online class, a class in something you love.
Yes.
Like, why not?
Yes.
If you enjoy it, and now we're at a more curious state than we've ever been in, really, when you think about it.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, this age.
This age right now, but good for her because she's, you know, when you're hot and everything's working, probably the last thing you're thinking about is, I think I want to further my education.
But here she is.
And she's doing something that she totally enjoys, and it feels, so she wrote a poem and turned it into a song.
And by the way, yeah, songwriting is in some ways very much like writing poetry.
Yeah.
So fun to be able to study poetry and write and have that creative. Okay, we'll both do a class.
I think it'd be fun to take a class of some sort, something that you really enjoy.
Yes.
I think it'd be fun.
I'd like to learn more from Cheryl Porter.
Yes.
Okay, anyway.
Oh, by the way, speaking of lyrics in a song, I love this story. Sarah Bareilles had mentioned this to me a while back, but she, when she came out with her album, they wanted her to put a love song on it. And she said, no, I don't want to, I'm not in the mood to write a love song right now. And they're like, no, we need a love song. Every album needs a love song. The record people.
Yeah.
I said, no, thank you. They came back again. No, you have to write a love song. So you remember the lyrics? I'm not going to write you a love song because you asked for it, because you need one. I'm not going to write you a love... And that... I'm not going to write you a love song because you asked for it, because you need one. I'm not going to write you a love song. That's what she wrote, and it was a huge hit. You see, it's going to make or break me. I'm not going to write you a love song.
Okay,
is that brilliant?
I had no idea. And how cool is that?
Isn't that cool?
It's like
became
kind of
a big
an act
hit.
of rebellion.
And also, that was authentic to her. She didn't write one saying, "Okay, here it is."
Fake love
she
song.
Wrote
She
a real
told her
love.
truth.
She told her truth, which is what she does.
Oh my gosh, I love it. All right, so y'all probably have some holiday parties.
Yeah.
I feel like this weekend
about
might
that
have a
time.
party or two.
Probably, yes.
Okay, and we also know that New Year's parties are around the corner.
Any party that there is, there's usually, you want to have an out time for the party. Okay? You want an in time, like kids' parties, 11 to 1. That's the party.
You think you go to a full 2 hours?
For kids. Now,
do you go full 2 hours?
I do
for
too
kids?
for a kid party. 11 to 1.
About
11 to 1.
Hour and a half. Okay.
But when you invite people into your home,
Yeah.
how do you set that outside limit? Because there are guests who don't like to go home. Yeah. Yeah, there are those. Is that you?
Judge Judy, that is not me.
I didn't know, but there are ways to signal how to let people know the party's over.
First of all, I have 2 speeds. Mostly, I'm in bed by 7:43 with
that's
a
normal.
child and a cat and sometimes Henry and papers and
books and
that's
and
99% of the time.
2%.
2. Thank you for helping me do the math. 2% of the time. I like to stay out till 8:30. Okay, sue me.
8:30?
Sue me.
Okay.
Do you want to go back and check with them how late we stood out, Mom? Okay, but here's the thing.
So
this is hard because it's
hard
true.
to
If you have an
signal.
open house, you're not going to say 7 to 9. Although even if you do, as you said, there's some of us that at 9:15
It's time
want
to go.
a dessert.
You know the person who's always telling the long story, and you're like, it's over now, okay? It's time to, I got one more. And because they're enjoying courting, sometimes the audience isn't enjoying this. It's over.
It's done.
It's over.
So here's what's hard. How do you get them out of your home?
Some people
Now, Hoda, you're really good at this. It's signaling people. Now tell us how you've done it in previous years.
I just go upstairs, or I'll
when
say...
people are in your home.
Yes. Meredith Vieira, I still remember, should I leave? She was downstairs. And I go, yeah, it's over. It's over. But I think there are ways to do it that are much more subtle.
Okay.
You can start cleaning up. Wow. Got an early morning tomorrow. Can get the Windex out and start cleaning up the table. What do you think?
That's just what I call passive aggressive.
Okay, how should you do it?
I've had somebody vacuum around my feet before. Maybe it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. My dad likes to say, and this is just when we're visiting, usually around 7:50. Like, we're not talking late. He's like, who's turning off the lights?
That's what he says.
Who's turning off the lights? Which signals I'm going to bed. If you'd like to stay up and watch this Christmas film with all of your children, you're going to need to turn off
Someone's got to turn off the lights. They actually had decorations, which I saw some lady post on Instagram that said something like, party ends at 9.
Yeah.
And she placed it up, and her husband was like, why would you put that up? It seems rude. And she was like, no. Please leave by 9.
I think it's kind of cute.
I think it's cool.
By the way, I had this older friend of mine who's now passed, used to say, I'm a member of the 9 o'clock club. And I was always like, what does that mean? And I am too. If there's not a 9 at the beginning of the time, you start to kind of panic. If your watch says that it's later than 9 and you're not in bed,
gotta go
last
bye-bye.
night I was reading with Puppy and it was 8:43 and I had a massive.
You were like, we got to go to bed.
How did it get to here?
We have to go to bed now.
Okay,
all right.
You guys, have y'all heard our Christmas song, "Carefree Christmas"?
Okay, well, it's on both of our holiday playlists because we made those up. So
see, there it is. Make us jolly. We're all feeling fine.
Okay, so that's one of them. So on my list, I still do the moves. Okay, I love This Christmas by Donny Hathaway.
You love
he
that.
is.
Christmas will be a very special Christmas.
I just love the feeling of that song. All right,
Okay, here's
what about
mine.
you, Miss?
I featured Poppy in my song, which is called "The Fairy Tale of New York" by the Pogues. I'm singing and the bands are singing out for Christmas Day.
What is it? Is it an Irish band?
Is it? Yes.
Yes, it is.
It's like Henry's like, it's so bizarre that this is Poppy's favorite song. It seems like you're singing in an Irish bar with just the two of y'all. And he passed
Poppy
away.
loves
But it's a great, fun song.
I love that.
Add it
All
to your
right.
playlist.
You can listen to those playlists. Just head to our Spotify app, or you can scan the QR code on the screen, or just search today on Spotify.
Okay, that sounds fun. Let's do it this weekend.
Okay. You want to know what's new in pop culture right now?
Okay, we're going to tell you what's popping right after this.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching today's toy drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious. Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
Back now with our friend, pop culture expert and Bravo personality Darren Karp, who is about to fill us in on what
is poppin'. Darren, hey. So what are you going to give us today?
All right. Hi, ladies. Good to see you both. You both look great. All right. Here are the top 5 things that are popping right now.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
Number 5.
Number 5. Nyad is out on Netflix right now. I don't know if you two have seen it, but it is a fabulous film about the incredible long-distance swimmer Diana Nyad. Oh. She is absolutely crazy. This film centers on her lifelong dream of swimming from Cuba to Florida. And to give you context, that's 60 hours of constant swimming in the open ocean water. Spoiler alert, she actually manages to do it on her 5th attempt at age 64. Annette Bening stars as Diana Nyad, and her best friend Bonnie is starred by Jodie Foster. She plays her coach and her lifelong friend. It's a fabulous film.
Gosh, I haven't even heard.
Let's take a look.
Imagine knowing you could do something that no one else could do.
I think we have a window.
Diana Nyad is back.
I know the world wants me to shut my mouth and sit down and wait to die, but I can't.
You are a force.
Diana, you got this!
There's no one more Nyad than you. I cried at
Dying.
I cried.
No, we're seeing that.
Oh my gosh, I cannot wait. Okay, nothing is better than that, but you have something. What's popping at number 4?
Yes, number 4. Okay, this is another fascinating women's just sports feat. This is called Under Pressure. The U.S. Women's World Cup team is a 4-episode TV miniseries out on Netflix right now. It's a behind-the-scenes look at the 2023 fight for the U.S. women's team to take home their 3-peat World Cup. If you remember, we won it brilliantly in 2015 and 2019. I'm taking credit. No other team has won 3 World Cups in a row. Talk about under pressure. It was their cup to lose, and unfortunately they did. But the series kind of gives an in-depth look at the elation, the struggles, and the pressure to take it all home.
I think that's awesome.
Sounds great. Fun to even watch with young adults.
Absolutely. It's inspiring.
Number 3, Miss Darren, what you got?
All right, as a headline put it, my favorite headline, Tomato Girl walked so Gingerbread Girl could run. That's right, people.
Who is Tomato Girl?
Tomato Girl was that like Italian leisure look, summer chic. She's having an Aperol spritz on the beach. She's being leisurely. But now
she was friends with Coastal Cowgirl?
Absolutely. She was definitely friends with Coastal Cowgirl. But now it's winter, so Gingerbread Girl is in. And to give you kind of a context, it's like cottagecore meets the holidays, okay?
Folklore.
Gingham patterns, vintage dishware for baking, ruffled bedding for
That's happening
for the holidays.
That is popping.
It's popping.
Yes, it is.
I feel like
Gingerbread Girls.
I'm going to create a thing called a biscuit girl. Just laying in your bed all day long and eating
a biscuit
carbs.
girl.
I'm a biscuit girl.
Butter
you're
biscuits
fluffy.
with honey.
Exactly.
With honey.
Okay, what do you have for number 2?
I don't know. Biscuits with honey might be my number 2. But Wonka is finally out in theaters. We've heard the headlines. We've seen everything. Timothy Chalamet is starring as Willy Wonka as himself. To me, it's almost he's too perfect for this role.
Yes.
But Hugh Grant stars as an Oompa Loompa,
I can't
which
wait for that.
makes me smile. It's out in theaters today. I hope all of us have seen the original with Gene Wilder. But this actually is a prequel to that and sort of shows how Wonka became Wonka. Take a look right here.
What are you doing?
I'm making chocolate, of course. How do you like it? Dark, white, nutty, absolutely insane.
Many people have come here to sell chocolate. They've all been crushed by the chocolate cartel.
So you're the funny little man who's been following me.
I will have you know that I am a perfectly respectable size for an Oompa Loompa.
An Oompa what now?
Allow me to refresh your memory.
Oh, I don't think I want to hear that.
Too late. I've started dancing now. Once we've started, we can't stop.
Too late. I started dancing now. We love it. All right, Dan, we can't wait. Number 1 of what's popping.
This might be good for Biscuit Girl. Okay, this is the greatest thing in fashion right now. The Tums bag is all the rage. Okay, this mimics the Chewy Bites Tums, which are my personal favorite Tums. This comes from Nick Bentel's studio, where he created amazing creations such as the pasta bag.
Okay, the pasta bag.
You remember it, of course. This Tums bag actually first appeared at the Z100 Jingle Ball red carpet with ABC singer Gail. This bag is currently sold out on Nick's website, but you can still get it on Amazon. And I just happen to have one here.
You do not have it.
Did you bring this for me as a Christmas gift?
And it's going to come with some Tums in it. I can't open it right now. There we go.
Oh, Tums. And those are the
Does Hot Biscuit Girl have this? Yes,
Hot
she
Biscuit
does.
Girl needs
Hot
it.
biscuit girl.
After that, you need some Tums.
She lays in bed with a slice in her tongue.
You can fit everything. All you need is a few Tums in there.
That is so
This is hilarious.
Darren,
Darren, we adore you.
Thank you. It's
Happy holidays.
You too.
Coming up next, her music has influenced some of today's biggest artists.
We are talking about Alanis Morissette. She's going to join us right after this.
Back now with a music superstar who is definitely someone you ought to know.
We're talking about 7-time Grammy-winning singer and songwriter Alanis Morissette. Hi, Alanis. We feel like we're old friends.
I know.
Like I feel like all we need are a couple of drinks and we could just really have a party. By the way,
or sleep.
Exactly.
A nap together.
We love seeing you at this moment in life. First of all, we loved you from before, from Jagged Little Pill, whatever that was, almost 30 years ago.
I mean, can you believe it's been almost 30?
I know.
Sort of
it feels like yesterday, and
Yeah.
then also feels like 100 years ago.
How old were you then? 20?
I was 21.
21.
Yeah, I wrote Jagged Little Pill when I was 19.
Can you imagine? First of all, the fact that it's lasted as long as it has, and it's influenced so many artists who look at you as kind of their North Star. You got Pink, you got Taylor Swift, you got Kelly Clarkson, all these women who are like, please sing with me.
Yes.
Did you realize the kind of impact that music had?
No, I think in terms of anticipating, Glenn Ballard, who I was collaborating with, and some of them around us were saying, you might sell 125,000 copies. And I remember having heard that number and having been blown away.
Yeah.
So, I had no idea. I did have visions, though, of traveling the planet and doing shows and blood, sweat, tearing all over this funny planet. So that part I had visions of, but everything else was pretty surreal.
Visions as if you were sort of like, I know I can do this. I manifest. This is the life I want.
Yes, this is what I was born to do. Just show up in this kind of a way. And when I was really little, in those journals that you write, as one does in the first grade, I had nurse, teacher, all these archetypes, and they've all been made manifest. So that's exciting.
What do you mean?
Like I wanted to be the essence of a nurse. So service in some way.
Yeah.
Physical, emotional, spiritual.
Yeah.
And then artists. There was actor in there. There was dancing. It was just sort of multitude.
Get to do it.
I get to scratch all the itches.
I mean, it is actually amazing to me because I don't know any album that I can recite every single word to.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like yours, but I'm not the only one.
Right.
Like I sent a picture of your name to my sister today, and she was like, "What?" And you really were this this person that helped us learn what heartbreak felt like, what it meant to be feminine and a woman. I mean, does that feel like when you hear that because you were 19?
You were a kid.
It's heady to hear it, and at the same time, I just feel initially when I write, it's for me. It's super indulgent, and then when I share it, it's not mine anymore. It's yours to do with as you will. So to hear people's personal stories is my favorite part. Their interpretations.
Well, Pink declared it before her crowd about just how much in love she is with you and your music. What was that like? Yeah, singing with her.
Well, during the 90s and early 2000s, it was pretty lonely and isolated. The patriarchy was in fine form, and I just felt like I was the only woman in a sea of men, let's be honest. So these days, there's a little bit more of a sisterhood. There's a softening. So I feel more of a connection, and the mentoring is really exciting for me.
I know. Well,
it's like a baton handing over. You know, I got you. And when I was 19, 20, I kept looking around. Who's my mommy? Who can I lean on? You know, I kept thinking I'd be hanging out with all these celebrities. They'd be taking care of me. That wasn't the case in the 90s. It is more so now, though.
So you didn't have a woman that was like, okay,
you could lean on.
No.
And that's hard to say, right? But you know what's amazing is that you're changing that cycle.
I mean, the life is changing. The evolution of our feminist movement is happening in real time, which is exciting. But it's different now. There's less insulation and isolation for artists. Thank God.
By the way, I love how you talk. I love how you think.
I love everything about her.
Everything you're saying, I want to dig deeper.
About this Gap holiday campaign. Because we were just talking about being in the trenches with our children.
Yes,
and
we all have
motherhood.
children in the age of no sleep. And
So this is your third.
Yeah.
Yes.
And your kids are in it somewhere, right?
Yeah. Yes. All I remember having said to the team was, you know, this will be a noisy, hilarious shoot, and it was.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my God! Look at your cute fam.
Did you always want motherhood?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ever since I was very little, I had my parents have photos of me feeding my fake baby. So yeah, archetypally, I knew motherhood was in the cards. And other friends I have knew that it specifically wasn't in the cards.
Wasn't it?
I can only give a thumbs up to when women know.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
We just want to say thank you.
Oh.
We adore you. We're so happy that you're
for
here.
Having me.
And she's
you're
gonna stick around.
Okay, because you're going to give us the inside scoop on some of your most iconic career moments coming up after the break. Okay, first of all, your whole argument, I need to know.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back now with 7-time Grammy winner Alanis Morissette, and we're about to have some Flashback Friday fun. It's a game we like to call Blast to the Past.
Okay, Alanis, here's how it works. We're going to scroll through some iconic career moments on this monitor.
It's an ego moment.
Yeah, we're going to make you feel good.
Ego party.
Okay, so we're going to scroll and then share a story. So let's take you back to 1999.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And MTV Unplugged.
Oh
my gosh.
yeah.
What do you remember about that performance?
I remember being really nervous and just thinking about Kurt Cobain the whole time because he'd set some precedents energetically.
Yes.
And Yeah, we did a couple of cover songs. Queen of Pain for a little sting moment.
Wow.
Really heady time, but vulnerable, very much fishbowl.
Wow.
Yeah. Those
beautiful.
Are just
I liked living there. I liked living
Let's
there.
go to 1996, the ironic music video. Please talk about this classic.
Well, I've always been a parts girl, so part of me is murderous rage, anger. Part of me is totally mellow. So this was 4 parts. The sort of civilized one driving, the acting out one, the young, childish, girlish one. They're all having their moment.
I mean, is it crazy that I remember that video like I watched it yesterday?
It does feel like it was.
But I can barely remember my children's names.
I know, but that's how it works.
Okay, let's go all the way back to 1981.
Wait, what?
For this role that you had on You Cannot Do That on Television.
Yeah, you cannot.
You cannot.
You cannot.
You cannot.
do that on television. Wait, what is happening?
By the way, I love this show.
Yes, it's a TV show. We shot it in my hometown, but it was mostly aired in America.
Are you from Vancouver?
I'm from Ottawa, Canada.
Okay, Ottawa.
So, and I was the newbie. So I was the noob on the set, and everyone else had been there for quite a while. So it was trying to have a sense of belonging with a group of people who'd known each other forever at that point. So.
All right, well, let's go to 2001. The United Nations awarded you the Global Tolerance Award. That's such a big deal. What does that mean?
Well, for me, I was, I immediately went into, well, what does tolerance mean? Is it acceptance? Is it tolerance? And I think what it is I leave a lot of room for my own humanity, so I thereby leave a lot of room for other people's humanity. It shows up in music and touring, and I think that may have been why they wanted to tip the hat.
Oh my gosh, God, that is so beautiful.
Speaking of touring, somebody's going on tour. Is that right? I heard about this. Tell us.
Yes, next summer going on tour with Joan Jett.
Oh my
Joan Jett!
And Morgan Wade. So we're having the Triple Moon tour.
And
all that
Moon
means.
Tour.
Yes.
Oh God, that's going to be
okay.
epic.
Hoda and I are coming to Howl at the Moon.
Yes, please.
We are.
We're
going to come. Okay, look up where you can find the tours and tour dates. You're going all over the place.
June, July, August.
Oh my gosh, we can't wait.
Thank you,
Alana.
Thank you so much. Coming up next, one of Santa's reindeer has made it to our studio.
Let's see what he has in store for one of our Plaza friends when we play Suddenly Santa.
Gerard.
Right after
Gerard.
this. Don't you like Gerard?
He's having a good day.
He is.
Sure is. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Can we be in touch with you now?
It's the holidays and snow is falling, so let's go snowballing. Hey, enough of this stalling. It's Suddenly Santa. Ho, ho, ho.
All right, it's time for Suddenly Santa. We're going to make One Plaza Fans Day a little bit brighter. And here to play is Ruth Artie from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. She's retired. She's on a girl trip with her friend Pat. Pat is over there. Hey, Pat. This is so exciting, isn't it?
Okay, Ruth, here is how the game goes, okay? You're going to have a bucket of snowballs.
Okay, right here.
Right there in front of you. You're going to have 30 seconds on the clock to toss as many of them into these buckets. However many balls you get into the buckets equals whichever prize you choose. So if you get one ball, this one, and the prizes get a little bit and a little bit better, but we know you got this.
Okay.
And every time I miss, you push it closer.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, step right up, Ruth. All right, so I'm going to pull this lever, and then as soon as I pull it, you're going to go. I'll tell you on your mark. Get set. On your mark. You can have a couple in your hand. Get set and go.
You got it, Ruth.
Wow, keep going. Almost. One. You already got one, girl. Keep going. You got it. You got it. Go, Ruth. Go, Ruth. Go.
You
go,
can go
Ruth.
in the same bucket if you want.
Keep going. Go as high as you want. 2. Go, Ruth. Keep going, Ruth. 3. Oh, 3. Come on, 4. Oh. You got it, girl. Take your time. There you go. 4 and 5. Oh, nice job.
That's amazing.
You got 5 out of 6.
Okay,
Way to
Ruth.
go. Okay,
You
Ruth,
didn't
stay
just
right
get 1. Nope. You didn't just get 2. No.
Ruth is
Not
good.
3 or 4.
Did you play softball? Okay.
You got number 5. Let's find out what you win.
What is it? It's a Christmas
You
ornament.
are going to the Radio City Rockettes. The 2023 Christmas Spectacular.
It's
which
so
has
fun.
Been seen by more than 70 million people since its debut. It is the best performance. And here's your darling little Christmas ornament to go with it. Have y'all seen the Rockettes yet?
Last night.
Oh, they saw him last night.
I need one more ball.
We need one more ball.
We need one more ball.
We need one more
I think
ball.
she did just see them last night.
So since she just saw them last night.
I think we should pick one more.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's
Okay.
go.
Let's go. We're moving on to 6. Let's
come on, Ruth.
See.
It looks like a clicker.
This is a clicker. Guess what this? You can use your remote on your brand new Roku TV.
Yes. There you go.
Stream all of your favorite shows.
You'll look better on the new TV.
It will look better.
Westinghouse House 65-inch Roku TV.
It's not every day that Gerard/Rudolph comes out to visit us.
More than 400 free channels on this baby.
Come, Gerard.
And
we need you.
meet Gerard.
This is Gerard. He's our friend.
Okay.
We're happy that you won. Pat, come on over, Pat. Come on, Pat.
My cheering squad.
You know
That's
what?
right.
It shows you honesty and transparency is important.
I'm glad you told us the
Tell
truth.
us the truth.
All right, congratulations, Ruth.
Thank
All
you.
right, coming up next, Emmy winner actor Michael Imperioli. After this. Way to go, Ruth. I'm so glad you said that. Emmy winner Michael Imperioli rose to fame back on The Sopranos and most recently starred on the second season of The White Lotus.
Yeah, now the New York native is making his Broadway debut in An Enemy of the People alongside Succession star Jeremy Strong. Hey, Michael, we're so happy you're here.
Thank you.
And we need to point out you've brought us something.
Some mocktails?
I brought you the Fleur de Lis, which is
very
a
New Orleans.
mocktail. Yeah. And this is on the cocktail menu at Scarlet, which is a new speakeasy that my wife Victoria designed and built. And
Look how beautiful it is.
By the way, what a gorgeous spot.
Yeah, so this is raspberry, mint, lemon, and non-alcoholic rosé champagne.
Delicious.
Boy, that's
So
really
cheers.
delicious.
Delicious.
So tell us about
Cheers.
the speakeasy. Is that like something you've always dreamt of creating?
Well, my wife and I had a bar in Chelsea in the mid-90s to the mid-aughts. That was a real late night hangout for a lot of actors and musicians, and it was a lot of fun. And then we were out of that business for a long time, and we had an opportunity to be involved with a Upper West Side restaurateur named Jeremy Vladis, and he loved Victoria's design. And so she created the look, the actual interior design and the vibe. And we teamed up with Manhattan Mixology, Matt Burkhardt, to design the cocktail program there. So it's a specific environment, it's very intimate, relaxing, it's kind of the art of the cocktail, and that kind of service. And we're gonna have live music eventually. We just opened last week.
Yeah.
Eventually we'll have some live musicians there, but it's on the Upper West Side.
Cool.
Amsterdam, between 82nd and 83rd.
It's so much fun. We got to go visit.
We
Yeah.
will. You seem to pick hit shows. I mean, you picked
Yes.
The Sopranos,
Like
or
really,
picked
really
you.
hit shows.
And then White Lotus was
Yeah.
like another home run. Were you surprised by the quick success of White Lotus?
Well, White Lotus was a unique opportunity because it was kind of a new show because it's a new cast, but it was already a hit.
Right.
Usually when you do a new show, you have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And if you come onto a show, usually it's like it's already running and you're joining the cast. This was like a weird hybrid of a new show and a hit.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and it was so fantastic. Do you know anything about season 3?
Yeah.
Tell us.
I know that it's shooting in Thailand.
Yeah.
Are you in it?
I'm not in it because I'm doing a play on Broadway.
Yeah.
Which is why
So
you're
that-
here.
Which is why you're here.
Yeah.
This is your first time on Broadway.
Which is, when I
Yeah.
said that earlier, it felt like that was wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done a lot of off-Broadway, off-Broadway for many years. But I've gotten to do a lot of really cool things as an actor. One thing I never did was a Broadway play. One of the things on my list that I always wanted to do but never did, so it's really a thrill.
And what's the premise of this?
Yeah, tell us.
It is about a small town that has these mineral springs, and they build this big spa and resort that's going to really revitalize, put the town on the map, make everybody a lot of money. And a doctor in the town who works for the spa finds out that the water supply might be poisoned. The mayor of the town, who's the doctor's brother, I play the mayor of the town, obviously doesn't want this information to get out, is not really totally sure if maybe this information is correct or doesn't want to believe that it's correct. So, because it's going to destroy the economy of the town. Now, Jaws was actually inspired by Enemy of the People. If you remember, the mayor of the town didn't want everybody to know that there's a shark because that was going to ruin the summer, the big tourist season. Well, and then if you think about how current these arguments about climate change or about the vax or no vax or mask or no mask, shutting down the economy, science versus public policy and politics. So in many ways, it's extremely current, these issues. And Amy Herzog, the playwright,
Who's amazing. by
did
way.
this adaptation of the Ibsen, and it's really wonderful and really, I think, very relevant and relatable.
I think it's pretty cool that you're a kid from New York who's never been on Broadway. Here it goes. Do you think do you get nervous before things like that?
Oh, live performance is always nerve-wracking, and Broadway, right when I started going to acting school when I was 17, after high school, Al Pacino was doing American Buffalo on Broadway, and that's still one of my greatest memories, being in a theater, and I had just started acting classes and I saw that and I was just like,
wow.
This is what I want to do,
Well, we encourage people to come out and see your play. Enemy of the People comes out on Broadway. It begins, it's in previews on February 27th. It officially opens March the 18th. It's a limited engagement, just 16 weeks. So people should
So if
grab
you're
their
here,
tickets.
get your tickets now.
Yeah.
And we'll be back right after this.
Coming up next week, get ready to shop the drop with actress and beauty entrepreneur Tracy Ellis Ross.
We love her. Plus, actress Lily James and Cynthia Erivo will be here.
And a performance by Nora Jones.
Doesn't that sound fun?
Yeah.
All right, y'all. It's Friday. Just slow into it.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you.
So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
Oh, yeah, we are back with a special Christmas edition of Today Food, and aren't we lucky? Santa dropped off one of the best for us, Laura Vitale, the cook and host of Laura in the Kitchen, here with an easy-to-make breakfast menu that is just right for this occasion. It's the perfect balance of savory, sweet, and festive. Laura, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Now you have a daughter, Mia, who's what, 2 now?
2.5.
2.5.
Yes.
What's it been like this Christmas season to watch Mia?
It's really like reliving your childhood all over again, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
It's like discovering the joy and fun of the holiday season all over again. And I'm like slightly sad it's almost over, and I
Right.
kind of want to continue. I want to keep it going because it's been the most joyful month I think I've ever had.
That's great. Well, good. Merry Christmas to the family. All right, so let's talk about some food.
Right.
In our household, my mom's from the South, from North Carolina. So we
Right.
always do a big Southern breakfast on Christmas morning. But I love this idea. What are we making today? It's like this sausage casserole.
So it's a sausage and leek casserole. It tastes like a giant sausage and cheese sandwich. That's all you got to know.
Right. Sounds like a perfect brunch item,
Super
too.
easy, and you can assemble it the night before. So what we're going to do is in this skillet, if you want to add some
Yep.
bulk breakfast sausage, you can add Italian sausage. Yeah, add it right in with a little olive oil to a
Okay,
hot
great.
skillet. Break it apart. Pretend that this is like hot and sizzling and delicious, and
Yep.
you're gonna break it apart with a wooden spoon.
Some sizzle, yeah.
And you're just gonna let that cook until it's about halfway cooked through.
Yep.
In the meantime, you're gonna slice up some leeks. I like leeks because they're like a mild onion, but if
Okay.
you already have a ton of onions on hand from making stuffing, then just use an onion.
Oh, that's a good idea.
It's fine.
And
You've
this
got-
sausage, you're only cooking halfway through because you're going to end up baking off the other
Well,
half?
because you're going to cook it more with the leeks.
Copy that.
So
Laura,
once
could you use spicy sausage?
you can use spicy
You want-
sausage, Italian sausage, breakfast sausage, some
Turkey
chorizo. You can use any sausage you have on
Great.
hand.
Hot Love it. dog.
So once you rinse your leeks really well, you want to pat them dry because
Yep.
there's a lot of water in there, but you want to make sure you wash them well.
Okay.
You unite them with your sausage. In the meantime, you're going to take some cheap bread, like just like a sliced bread, and I just stir it into large chunks. But here's another thing: if you've got a baguette that's on hand from Christmas, Christmas Eve, use that. Like, don't let it
Okay.
feel like
This is the type that you can use some gently used bread. as
stale
they say in
bread.
the car business.
Stale bread's fine.
Got it.
You take all of your bread. You also take your cooked sausage and leeks. You're
Yeah.
going to add them to your bread. You're going to whisk together eggs, milk, salt, and pepper.
A lot of eggs. That's like a dozen
Yes.
eggs.
Well, it feeds like 10 people.
This is the custard, right?
Yes, this is like the custard part.
What was that you just threw in?
Some dried mustard.
Okay.
It gives you like a little something behind the dish that makes it just a little extra You whisk all of this together, if you would, with your big muscles.
Yes. Where's the guy?
And then you add some cheddar, you add some parsley, you mix it all in a 9x13 pan, cover it, pop it in the fridge overnight.
I mean, this is like a one-pot dish. It's
Why do you do that? Why do you have to?
It lets all the flavors really marry, and all of the custard soaks into the bread, so when you bake it, the interior is really lovely and soft, like a souffle, if you would.
All right, so the next day, what's the baking
So
instructions?
350 an hour the next morning with a little more cheese on top, and it's perfection.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
So next thing we're gonna do.
Hot chocolate.
Yes, we're gonna make hot chocolate.
Why in the
Now,
crock pot?
Because that way your house smells wonderful, and if you've got people in your household that come and go like we
That's so
do,
good.
it's always warm. You never have to worry about making another thing of hot chocolate. And you just take milk, you take cream.
Yes.
You take
That's what makes a good hot chocolate.
It does,
Don't go full of water. And
No, you take. Also, you take evaporated milk and sweetened condensed milk.
Pick it up a notch, Laura.
Here's the thing.
It's going to be a Merry Christmas after all.
But here's the best part. You take chocolate chips and a pinch of salt on low for 2 hours, and your house will smell amazing.
Oh, my gosh.
You have that with a bunch of toppings for the kids, marshmallows. But for the adults, a little creme de menthe will take this into a real holiday spirit. You know, with the chocolate and the mint together. And if you love frangelico, add a little frangelico in there instead.
That's good. Little Baileys.
Yes.
What garnishes you have here, too?
It's for kids. You do little cookies, a candy canes, all the things, fun things for the kids.
So cute.
I also
What's over
love.
there? What's the
I love an espresso martini. You know, for the adults. But why not, right?
Why not?
I love an espresso martini. It's easy. It's coffee liqueur, a little creme de cacao white. You have a little
Guys, how does
vodka.
it all taste?
It's fantastic.
You're
This
eating and
casserole
drinking like
is
delicious over there.
What about this yogurt thing?
So here's the thing. I don't like to buy flavored yogurt. I think it's way too sweet and has artificial flavor. So I buy full-fat Greek yogurt. I do a little bit of good vanilla bean paste right in there and a drizzle of honey.
Full fat.
Yes, and a drizzle of honey.
Eat it,
Top it with pomegranates, a little granola, a little toasted coconut.
You're awesome.
And it just tastes like $1 million.
I mean, this is a home run on Christmas morning. Laura,
It's
thank
fast.
you so much.
It would be.
Laura, thank you. If you want the recipe, by the way, and trust us, you do. Just go to today.com/food.
Welcome back. It's Make Ahead Monday and time for another round of dueling dishes. Today we're featuring a holiday classic, the prime rib.
That's right. Here to face off, we've got the owner of Trap House Barbecue in Phoenix, Arizona, Mr. Phil, the Grill Johnson. And we've also got, there she is, Ann Burrell, the chef and host of Food. Hey there, Annie. Host of Food Network's Worst Cooks in America. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning. So happy to be here.
Good to see you guys. All right, Phil, we're going to start with you. You start with a paste on top of your prime rib to give it a southwestern feel. What goes into it?
That's right. You know, we kick it up in the Southwest. You know, it's all about the chili. So I'm doing a chili. What I do is I use a grinder and I do a peppercorn and I grind that with the chili.
Ooh.
And then I also add some rosemary into it. But I also have 2 tablespoons of mustard. I have some Worcestershire, some soy sauce, some garlic, and if you don't have a grinder, you'll be able to get some stuff that you can find on the shelf, some anchovies you can find on the shelf, but you want to keep that separate. So I grind that and I keep that separate, and then I just tap that in.
Ooh,
the reason why I keep that separate, because that's also going to be my finishing rub. So what I'm doing is I'm making a paste. I get that liberal and rubbed in onto my prime rib. And what I do now, because it's now a kitchen tool, it used to be just in the restaurants where you would use a sous vide, but now it's becoming a household tool. And I just drop that in. This is like a foolproof way of getting a good prime rib. And I just set that, the sous vide at 132 degrees, let that rock for 12 hours. And then after that, I bring that out, add my rub, finish it off.
That's it?
And I put that on the smoker. And if you don't have a smoker, you can also use an oven or a broiler. And this is your finished product. So I have a nice smoked chili prime rib.
Oh.
And look at that.
Look at that.
Perfect.
It's just...
That is, if I could just come through the screen.
Wow. That would be something.
And you know what? A fan favorite, just for Make Ahead Monday, the leftovers you could turn into a Philly cheesesteak.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
All right. Okay, Ann, let's turn to you now. How do you season the meat? And I know you can complement the veggies with yours, too.
I do. I have a big meat right here. I brush it with a rub that I make with rosemary, garlic, salt, and a little cayenne pepper, and then lots of extra salt on top. And we get this guy in the oven at a really high temperature for the first 20 to 30 minutes to get the brown food crust on the outside of there. And then we turn the oven down to 350. So we start at 450 for the first little chunk of time, go to 350. We put lots of wine and stuff in the bottom of the pan. So that kind of with sitting on a bed of veggies, of mushrooms and baby carrots. And then we pull this guy out of the oven. And I just can't stress to people enough, when you are cooking big chunks of meat, the importance of letting your meat rest before you start to cut it. Like a chunk of meat like this, a nice big meat, like look at brown food on all these veggies and everything on the bottom. It's kind of a one-pot meal, but you must let it rest for at least 30 to 40 minutes so those juices can just calm down inside there. If you cut this when it comes right out of the oven, what will happen is all those beautiful juices will run out and you will be left with a big chunk of gray, dry meat. And that's not what we're looking for. Nobody wants that. So we're looking for big brown meat, lots of veggies and goodies underneath. And then you slice this. And it's perfect every time. And then what I do with my leftovers, I take my meat, I cut it up into tiny bites, saute it with some onions, some peppers, and some of these veggies underneath there, and make a hash, right?
Phil and Ann, thank you so much.
Guys.
Those are hashtag holiday goals.
Yum.
Thank you much. Thanks to both of you.
There's one comfort dish that you can never go wrong with, and that is lasagna.
And who doesn't love lasagna? I know I do. It's a real crowd pleaser, and it's perfect for your holiday parties. And it's very easy to make, but you're going to have to explain how.
Yeah, because there are some do's and don'ts. And here to share her tips, Allison Roman. She's a New York Times columnist, and she's the author of Nothing Fancy. Okay, Harry just said that he loves to cook, so he's going to be taking copious notes on what you're making. So this is the perfect lasagna?
I think it's the perfect lasagna. Actually, in the book, it's called A Very Good Lasagna, just because I want to manage expectations. Yeah, I'm not trying to blow anybody's lid off, but a very good lasagna.
All right, so what do you start with?
So it's a pretty basic tomato sauce, and I start with onions, garlic, olive oil, and then I like to add anchovies. And that's not going to be for everybody, but I say give it a chance because...
I'm going to give it a chance.
Do you see how good this smells? It's better than usual?
Well, it's not overpowering.
Yes,
it's just
it does smell
very
good.
subtle.
It's just a few. And
so
then,
what do you have in there so far?
A few pieces of anchovy?
Like, yeah, I mean, I'll throw the whole tin in there.
Really?
I'm a wild woman, and I live on the edge. But I feel like if you're just getting into the anchovy game, start with a few fillets. And I stand by this in any tomato sauce, but it's especially good in lasagna.
Okay, so you just throw a little tomato paste, that's it?
A little tomato paste. paste, and that's going to kind of cook and get caramelized. And you know how tomato paste and canned tomatoes have that raw, tinny feeling? So cooking it out is going to help the sugars in the tomato caramelize, which is going to, take the edge off.
I notice you're not using any measuring cups or anything. You just kind of throw it in.
I never do.
Yeah,
I mean, I do when I'm writing a recipe because you must.
Right.
We're going to crush these tomatoes with
our
our hands. Yeah. You want to? I mean, I'm going to get in there.
All right.
Yeah,
you really do live on the edge, Allison.
White shirt, tomatoes. Yeah. Hold it. Yeah. If you hold it away from your bod like that, then
First of all, I have never done this. It is so amazing.
Isn't it the most fun you've ever had? Yeah. I know. There's nothing more fun.
Oh my God. I'm in heaven. Okay.
I'm
now
going
what
to
do
give you
you
this.
do?
There's a towel to your right if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah. So the reason I like doing it by hand is because the crushed tomatoes in a can can be a little too watery, and I like the bitsy parts of the tomato.
Yeah, a little chunkier.
Yeah, well,
Me
a little
too.
chunky. And then I'll take the
smells
can
very
that the
good.
tomatoes came in, and I'll fill it with water.
Okay.
You don't
swirl
waste
it around.
anything.
No,
Yeah.
I don't.
You're saving
And then
it.
add it to that. And what that does is it's going to kind of thin out the sauce, giving it a chance to cook down.
All right,
And then
so-
you have a little spoon holder.
Okay, so that's
Very nice.
Isn't that cute?
You're very cute.
So while that simmers, then we're going to get our cheese mixture going. And I know what you're thinking. One cheese just simply isn't enough.
Nope.
So we're going to go with not one, but three.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have mozzarella for that kind of chewy, stringy
Yeah.
vibe. And then we have ricotta for that luscious. You have a tomato seed.
Of course I do.
And then Parmesan for saltiness.
Oh,
so
boy.
these are all going to go in together.
Okay.
And then the secret ingredient, please.
Look at all
secret
that. Look
ingredient
at that.
for me
Is what?
I
This?
would just eat that
is
out
that.
of a bowl.
Cream?
Which is heavy cream.
Go, girl.
And so if you've ever noticed in a baked pasta, if that ricotta mixture gets kind of grainy or dry, this heavy cream is going to prevent that from happening.
Love.
Okay.
And, I love dairy. Again,
All
living on
right.
the edge.
We have just about a minute.
Great,
but
okay. So
you
then
got
we have our
plenty of time.
noodles. Our noodles, which are al dente. Don't ever use no-bake noodles.
Don't.
Don't.
Okay,
No.
we
And
won't.
No.
Why? Just because?
Because they're unreliable,
Okay.
and I don't trust
do it.
them.
Okay, well, we trust you.
So, and then to layer, it's kind of like a person with any skill level can do this part. Layer it in.
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
That's easy. That looks easy what you're doing.
Yeah, I know. Well, that part you can do.
Yeah.
So this, and then we layer in the noodles, which have been slick with a little bit of oil just to prevent sticking.
Okay, what's the one mistake we're all making? Did we already pass it?
No baked
Well,
noodles.
see how saucy this is?
Yeah.
I feel like it needs
yeah.
to be this saucy. If it's thicker, your lasagna is going to be dry. So what happens is because the noodles are sort of par baked.
Oh.
They're gonna cook
so the
in the
key,
sauce.
the mistake we make is we put sauce that's
not saucy enough.
Not
I got
saucy
it.
enough.
Yeah.
Extra
Some
sauce.
of that's going to evaporate out anyway,
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, okay.
Okay, then you just keep adding cheese.
More, because why not?
Gosh, look at that.
I know. So
Hurry
cheese
up.
again.
Yeah.
Two cheeses again.
Okay.
Because
And how long do you put that
better
guy in
than
the
one.
oven?
This is in the oven,
Should we try?
covered with foil for about 35 to 45 minutes.
Like 325?
No,
or?
like 350, 375.
Okay.
And then you take the foil off.
Yum.
And then what do you
And
do?
that's how you get these crispy
Stop
brown
it.
bits, which
Oh,
is
I
my
love-
favorite
that's my
part.
favorite part.
I
Oh my
know.
God,
It's the reason to eat lasagna, in my opinion.
Holy cow, that's
And then-
really
I know.
No joke.
It's the anchovies. Told you.
Oh, wait, I hate anchovies.
No, you love them. That's the secret.
that is
Wait,
really-
what's this real quick?
Oh, and so this is a tiramisu. I
Oh.
feel like if you're going to lean in with the Italian-American
look at that.
casserole style dinner, then you repeat with
genius.
the tiramisu.
That's insane.
Everything in a casserole dish.
What time you coming over?
Done. Exactly. I mean, what time are we
Allison's
having?
amazing. To get this recipe, head to today.com/food.
is here and Christmas is right around the corner. So today, nutritionist Joy Bauer has 2 delicious superfood recipes for your holiday feast. Take a look.
Come back, Craig.
So, Al.
Hi, guys. Today, I'm dishing out 2 hearty, crave-worthy entrees for your holiday spread. And we're starting with slow cooker brisket. Here I have some garlic powder. I'm adding in salt and pepper, some paprika, and some onion powder. I'm gonna mix this up, and this will become our dry rub. So I'm just patting in all of the dry rub on one side. I'm gonna flip this over. Now lift the brisket and put it carefully right into the magic pot. I do it so that the fat is facing upward. Next, we're adding in 2 sliced onions, 2-pound bag of carrots, all chopped up in large chunks. Now we're starting on the sauce. This is 2 cups of reduced sodium beef broth, a little bit of tomato paste, and reduced sodium soy sauce. I'm just taking my spoon and distributing the tomato sauce. And that's it. Put the cover on, set it on low for 8 to 9 hours, and here is the finished brisket. You're left with a lot of thin but flavorful liquid. I like to make a slurry using a tablespoon of either cornstarch or arrowroot flour and 2 tablespoons of water. Stir it up, and you could drizzle a little bit of the gravy over your brisket. Guys, this is really good. Now we're making a cheesy spinach lasagna. First, I cooked lean ground turkey meat, and I mixed it with a jar of marinara sauce and a little bit of water. So here I have part skim ricotta cheese, 1 egg, plus an egg white, lots of seasonings, oregano, some dried basil, a little bit of pepper, and 2 packages of frozen chopped 10-ounce spinach that's really well drained. And I'm just gonna mix this up, add a very thin layer at the bottom of my delicious meat sauce, and just spread this out. Next, I put down 3 uncooked noodles, and next, half of your spinach ricotta filling. Next, I'm gonna add more of my protein-packed meat sauce, level that out a little bit, and it's time for 3 more noodles. And now for the remainder of our spinach ricotta mixture, right on top. Okay, 3 more noodles, and we will top it with all of the remaining meat mixture. This is part skim mozzarella cheese. I take a little bit of water, about a half a cup, and I'm going to run the water along the sides of the lasagna. I mist my tin foil with a little bit of oil spray. Now it's tightly covered. I'm popping it in the oven set at 350 for 45 minutes. Then I'll uncover it and put it back in the oven for a final 30 minutes. And lasagna is served. And there you have it, 2 classics reimagined with my personal health twist.
Nice.
Yum.
Delicious. Joy, amazing. As always, for these recipes, head to today.com/food.
The holidays are a busy season for most, so wouldn't a one-pot meal with less cleanup make your life a little easier?
Oh, yeah, it would. And even better, this dish can be served for breakfast, for lunch, or for dinner. Aisha Nurjada is the executive chef and partner at 2 New York City restaurants, Shakshuka and the recently opened Choukette. Aisha, first of all, congratulations on these crazy, successful restaurants. So what are people, I mean, some people don't even know what shakshuka is.
Right. Shakshuka simply is eggs that are braised in a very, very flavorful tomato sauce.
I mean, that sounds like a delicious brunch dish. Okay, you're going to help, or we're going to try to help you.
I'm going to show you this easy recipe.
Okay. We start with garlic.
We're going to start with garlic right here. We're going to smash garlic. Everything good starts with garlic. Yes. And the smell of garlic and olive oil is probably one of my favorite.
Yeah.
So we're going to smash and just rough chop this. This does not have to be perfect. We're looking for flavor. We're not looking for perfection.
Okay.
So we're just going to run our knives through that very quickly. And obviously, if you like more garlic, put it in. And if you don't like a lot of garlic, but you like the flavor, a good trick is just to smash it like this, kind of leave the chunks whole, and then later you can take it out.
Oh, that's interesting. So you have green onions and...
So started here, we have some jalapeno, because I like it spicy. I don't know about you
Ooh,
ladies.
girl. Yes, we do.
And if you don't, of course, you can take it out, but we have some onions, garlic, and jalapeno here.
Okay.
Just sauteing very easily. And
There you
this
go.
is my melange of spices that I like to use in shakshuka. Everyone has their own, of course.
What do you like, Aisha?
I love cumin.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, who doesn't, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It should be put in fragrance. Here we have some smoked paprika.
Okay.
Some turmeric,
Yeah.
which is not only good for color, but also inflammation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then this is here our coriander, which gives us that light, kind of like citrus flavor. And this is one of my sleeper favorites, ground ginger.
Oh, ground ginger.
It's like a hidden treasure in the back of this sauce.
Okay.
It gives it a little pop.
You like it better than using the fresh stuff, huh?
Sometimes, I mean, it depends on the recipe, but in this one,
Okay.
I think the ground
And
ginger
then
goes
is
a long
this
way.
a whole can of...
What is
No.
that?
This is 2 cans
Yeah.
of
Yes.
tomatoes that are crushed.
Can I pour it in?
Please, if you can help me right here.
Sure.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Wow, that looks gorgeous.
Wow, you ladies don't even need me. Look at the good job you're doing here.
Oh my
All
God.
I did was pour.
So you're going to
Okay.
mix this in right now,
Yeah.
and we're going to set this on medium heat, and you're going to let
Okay.
it simmer for 45 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, that's
The beauty of this sauce is after it's done, put it in an airtight container. It can stay in the refrigerator for 4 to 5
can
days.
use it.
So that's
or
your
you
sauce.
can freeze it. There's
Okay.
your sauce.
Now let's get to the egg portion.
This is my favorite part.
Okay.
Here's our kale. Now, if you don't like kale, who doesn't? I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
roasted cauliflower would be well. Addition, we can add some chickpeas to this.
Okay.
Yum.
Okay.
And then what?
So we're gonna add our sauce here.
Oh,
Okay,
look,
that
look.
looks good.
Okay. And we're gonna take this.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna smooth the sauce
This
out.
is important right here,
Right.
what you're
So
doing.
what you want to do is mix this together because each part of the shakshuka you want to get a little bit of the vegetable, right? A little bit of that jalapeno.
Yes,
And we just want to make sure that it's kind of flat.
Okay, now what?
Okay,
Now we're
trick
cracking.
number
Yeah.
3.
I'm so excited right now.
If you can
you
help me
wanna
out,
crack one
can we crack it in here?
Oh, in here?
And this is the part that I think is key when making shakshuka.
Okay, tell us.
Is the well. We're gonna take our spoon and put it in here.
Do 3?
Yeah, please.
You make a little well and then
a little
you put
well.
And do you scramble the eggs or you like them
No,
fried?
we're gonna
Just
we're gonna
like
poach
fried.
it right in the sauce, whole just like that. So gives you a little space right there. And what it does, it
Wow,
lets the
look at
white
that.
go to the bottom of the pan because you really want the white to cook and the yellow yolk to be runny.
Oh my
Perfect.
gosh.
Okay, one more.
Oh my God, this
I'm
looks...
coming over to the delicious already made part.
All right.
So how long do you
So
cook
here
that
you
till
just
it
want to
cooks?
you just
Till
ever want
this
to
is
sit
yours?
this
Oh,
you
yeah.
could
Yeah.
just simmer here for about 3 or 4 minutes and then you pop it into an oven at 350.
You garnish it with what kind? Is this feta?
This is feta cheese.
Look what's
Okay.
happening.
And these some herbs. We have some dill, parsley, and cilantro.
This looks beautiful.
What's this bread action
So
you
this
got
is called
going on?
frenna. This is our Moroccan style flatbread that's made with
my
garlic
God.
confit, fresh za'atar, and olive oil.
Okay.
What do you ladies think?
First of all, the fact that your restaurant is always packed makes perfect sense.
Thank you.
And do you serve this?
Heaven.
At
We
brunch?
will be serving this. We have this at Shakshuka at brunch.
Yes.
We probably do about 400 shakshuka on a Saturday and a Sunday.
We've got to get to your
Total.
restaurant.
You
It's
have
one
to
of the
come.
hottest in town.
You have to come, please.
And any of y'all that
Aisha,
want to
oh my God.
come into town,
This
go
is
to it.
lovely. For this recipe, head to today.com. You know what? Today's been that day. I don't even know why.
Well, I'll do it. For today's recipe, you can go to today.com/food.
A lot of us have traditions this time of year, and sometimes it involves a holiday meal. Well, this morning, award-winning chef and owner of Field Trip here in New York City, J.J. Johnson is sharing his family's tradition, a seafood feast. Take it away, JJ.
Thanks, guys. So my household's always about tradition, and this year I want to bring my tradition into your household, and it's going to be about gumbo. Fun fact, gumbo means okra, and that's why my grandma put it on the table every year. She loved that Louisiana, South Carolina, West African flavor, and we indulged in it. Every pot was different. It was mattered what was in her fridge, which she could afford. But you knew it was delicious, and it meant wealth, prosperity, and wellness going into the new year for us. And I want to bring that at your table this year. You can make your own gumbo spice mix. Onion powder, garlic powder, cayenne, smoked paprika, oregano. This is where all the magic is. This is what makes gumbo gumbo. While that butter melts down, you know, it all depends on what type of roux you make, where you're from. This style of roux, we're gonna get it to milk chocolate. All right, come on, we're gonna add in our flour. Oh, you hear that? That simmer, simmer, simmer. And we're gonna make our roux. The darker the roux, the less powerful it is. So that's why we cook it out. And also, we're cooking out that flour, so we're getting that nice caramel color. A little onion, a little pepper, a little celery. I love celery in the gumbo. Got some peppers for spice. I'm gonna throw those right into our roux. We're gonna throw our vegetables in there. Ooh. Stir that up. Now the vegetables cool down the roux so it doesn't get overcooked. Okay, look at that, everybody. We're gonna add a little bit of gumbo spice here. Some gumbo spice in there. Ooh, stir that up. Look how beautiful that looks. And now we're gonna go luxurious. Some crab meat, blue crab meat from Louisiana, right here. Boom. Come on, we can get a little more than that. Boom. Some bay scallops. Some shrimp. And then our lobster. Now that's good. I want you guys to all have a happy new year. Stay healthy, stay blessed. I love you all. And make this gumbo!
JJ, thank you. Let me tell you, his place, field trip, so good.
I gotta go.
Yes.
That's right down here at 30 Rock.
Yeah, they have one here. Yeah, and they're opening up more. Happy New Year. And you can get these recipes at today.com/food.
We're back now with the last Today food before Christmas and a great recipe to serve to your family this weekend. Celebrity chef Michael Simon is here to put his spin on the holiday ham. Michael, take it away.
Hey everybody, happy holidays. Now, one of the things that I think is on almost every holiday table, certainly was on mine growing up, is a glazed ham. So here is the glaze that I like. It's not super sweet like some of the ones you get in the packages, but it has enough sweetness to it to counter the saltiness and smokiness of the ham. So in a saucepan, I have a half cup of apple cider. I have 1 cup of maple syrup. Sometimes you could even find a smoked maple syrup, which would be delicious in here also. A half cup of molasses, which gives it kind of that dark, sultry glaze that I love so much. Now, this is an ingredient you could put in, you don't have to put in, but I think it really makes it extra special. It's a little bit of red curry paste. And then I'm using mustard seeds. You could use a Dijon, you could use a coarse ground mustard, you could use a brown mustard. Pick the mustard you love best. So that goes in. And all we're gonna do is give this a stir. And then I put this on my stovetop and I reduce it by about 1/3 till it starts to get a little bit thicker. And then I have 1 clove of garlic. I'm just gonna give it a little bit of smash and that goes in there. So we're over medium heat and we're just gonna let this kind of cook down. It's gonna take about 10 to 15 minutes. And you can see how it's that nice kind of syrupy situation in there. And that's what I'm looking for. Now for the ham. We took our ham out of the fridge. We need to warm this through before we put the glaze on. You know, once you get to that like 145 internal, I think that's a really nice eating temperature. So you could just go to about 145, which is gonna take about an hour and a half. Oil goes on, and I'm gonna put this into my 250 50-degree oven. So now we're gonna take our glaze and our ham that has been warmed, and we're gonna hit it with our first glaze. All right, so that's ready. And now this is going into our 400-degree oven. It's gonna go in for 5 to 10 minutes. We're just gonna keep an eye on it. And then when it is starting to caramelize, I'm gonna put on the second glaze. See there, all that great color on there. Really starting to caramelize up nice. And we really just want it to kind of seep into all those nooks and crannies there. Layer your pan with a little bit of aluminum foil. It makes cleanup much easier because the glaze does start to caramelize and then it caramelizes to your pan, which makes a mess. So this is gonna go back in. It's gonna go for about 5 minutes. It's gonna have that beautiful shellac on it now, a little bit of that darkness in some of those places, which is just what I'm looking for. Oh my gosh, look at it. I mean, it's a thing of beauty. So now all you gotta do is put it on your tray and it is ready to serve. When you dump that glaze on there, some of it makes its way down into your slices. So you get that incredibly tender ham. I mean, to me, glazed ham perfection. Happy holidays, everybody.
That looks good, huh? Yes.
Know, right?
And there's still time to make it. Michael, thank you. For this recipe, head to today.com/food. We'll be right back.
Chanel's already eating. It's our first Make Ahead Monday of December.
Listen to me. This is really good.
We haven't even gotten to it yet.
I know. I just took a nibble and then I was like, ooh.
So here's the deal. We got 2 holiday ham recipes to add to your family's menu, as always.
So joining us this morning is contemporary Southern chef Coulier Brown, and she's a host on Discovery Plus's new show. It's called The Great Soul Food Cook-Off. And this should win because this is amazing. Good morning.
She already got started.
It's so good.
Good morning.
Hi.
So I want to talk to you about the first dish. It's something that I guess you and your family make together during the holidays. It was originally your grandmother's recipe, and you added your own twist to it?
Absolutely. My grandmother always makes ham, either Thanksgiving or Christmas. This time it's Christmas and we're making some ham.
Yum.
All right, so this is a very simple recipe. My grandmother makes this every single holiday. It's getting about an 8 to 10 pound ham. I have about an 8-pound ham here, and I'm going to score it.
It's fully cooked.
Chanel,
you start fully cooked.
So
fully cooked.
That's
Okay.
what I wanted to ask you. Can I start with the fully cooked ham and then do whatever zhuzhing you just did?
Oh, absolutely. This is exactly what this is. It's a fully cooked ham. And the only thing that we're doing, because it is fully cooked, we're not cooking it again in the oven. We're just bringing it up to temp to get it nice and warm and get it ready for this glaze.
Okay, let's talk about this glaze.
I know. I'm going to have a little glazed taste.
I got to score the ham first, okay? And the reason we do that is to get those juices and all of that goodness from this glaze right in the middle. You got to get it all the way down to the bone. That's what the flavor is, okay? So we scored the ham, almost making like a diamond shape.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about this glaze. It's brown sugar, honey, a little Cajun spice. That's my twist.
I tasted
a little
that
Cajun
spice.
spice in there. So it's spicy, it's sweet. You get some of the natural sweetness from the honey. You get some of that molasses from that brown sugar, and then orange juice. That's my grandma's. That's my grandma's secret.
A little orange juice.
A little
if you're
orange
out of
juice.
honey, can you substitute any other ingredients or no?
You can use agave if you want to go even more natural. You can actually use agave as well.
Okay.
Okay. So you're gonna cook this down until it gets nice and syrupy, right? All right. So now we're gonna have the oven is preheated to 325. We're gonna put the ham in the oven and let it come up to temp. It's going to be about 140 degrees. Okay. And so once this glaze gets nice and sauteed, this glaze is going to get nice and sticky. You're going to take the ham out. You're going to pour the glaze on top. Okay. Put it back in the oven at 375 and let it soak up all of that goodness.
This glaze is so good.
Ain't it good, girl?
I want to put it on other things. I'm like, what else can I put this glaze on? Look at that.
And so the end result will be this. Okay? What I like to do is slice it up, serve it up with some oranges, add some more glaze on top.
Coulier, let me just ask you real quick. So when you have that and then you get the leftovers, is it true that you like to turn that into biscuits and gravy?
That's what we're going to do right now. That's what we're going to do right now.
Okay.
All right. So I have about 2 cups of flour in this bowl here with some baking soda. I have some baking powder in there. I'm going to add some cubed butter.
Oh my gosh.
And now, so normally on the holidays, we like to eat ham on the next day. We'll either make a little ham, egg, and cheese sandwich, or we'll make this, okay? So you have your flour in here with your butter. I'm going to use a pastry cutter. Now, I like using a pastry cutter to break down that butter in the flour.
Okay.
Oh. Got to break it down like that. Now, if you don't, like my grandmother, she's old school. She'll use her hands. But I'm trying to be cute for y'all, so we're going to use a pastry cutter.
Oh my gosh.
When you use a pastry cutter, you break it down. You get kind of like these pea-sized pieces of butter inside of your flour. Okay. And what you do is get some buttermilk. Now I like to. I'm old school. I like to measure with my eyes on this one.
Well,
it's about a half a cup of flour.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so you move it around. You form a ball with it. Okay.
Okay.
You're gonna get a pretty ball, and then you're gonna flour your workbench.
It's so good. So Cartier, we only have like 30 seconds left, and I want them to talk about this gravy. This gravy is amazing.
Let's talk about the gravy.
Okay.
Switch it out.
Okay.
Got some onions here that I've been cooking down. Okay. Got the onions there I've cooked down. I'm going to add that ham, that leftover ham. Don't throw it away. And also keep that bone. That bone is going to make a nice little soup afterwards. Okay. So you cook it down with the onions and the garlic. Add some flour. Get it nice and thick. Okay. Salt, pepper.
Oh my gosh,
a
it's
little
so good.
milk. You're gonna make a pretty gravy, okay?
Okay.
You're gonna take those biscuits out of the oven. When you take the biscuits out of the oven, you're gonna get that gravy. You're gonna pour that gravy on top of the biscuits just
They
like
are
that.
so
You see
soft
that?
and delicious.
This is, girl.
Tell me about it.
I don't know. I don't
You
know
guys
what
are
to
really
say.
eating, and I appreciate
So
it.
normally
Sorry.
we can pretend we like host and eat and say, but this is so good that we like, okay, we just want to eat and go to commercial.
I know what we're going to be doing during the commercial.
Thank you for joining us, Cartier. This is a home run.
Happy holidays, Cartier. Thank you.
And
Thank
doable.
you.
If
Same
you're
to
at
you guys.
home, if you are at
Bye.
home, this is worth it. So if you want the recipe, it's so good. Just head to today.com and catch the Great Soul Food Cook-Off Saturdays on Discovery Plus. And we will be right back.
We are back with Today Food and a very special guest, Lydia Bastianich, the queen of Italian cuisine, the mother of Italian cooking. Her latest cookbook is called A Pot, a Pan, and a Bowl. And oh, by the way, Lydia also has a new PBS special. Lydia Celebrates America, Overcoming the Odds, where she meets people who've overcome obstacles and she helps others do the same. Among them, a woman raised in foster care who now fosters children herself. Lydia, good morning to you. We'll get to the food in just a moment, but the show, the concept for it, I find it quite intriguing. Tell me a little bit more about it.
Oh, it's the concept is, thank you to America for me. Lydia Celebrates America. I'm an immigrant, and I was given a great chance, overcame odds of being in a refugee camp, and ultimately made a wonderful life in America. And so it's my way of going around America and thanking and finding out how great America is, how many great people are out there, and how we should all really get our strength up and go ahead in these dire times. You know, this is my 12th public television, airs it for me. I co-produce with WGBH, and I just have a great time. It's my way of saying thank you.
And Lydia, this first dish that we're going to make, I understand this was actually one of the dishes you made with one of the folks from your new show. What are we making?
The roasted vegetables. I have squash, butternut squash, and Brussels sprouts, and room temperature. You put them in. Then we put kale. You know, kale is the new sort of powerful green. Everybody loves their kale. And in it, some toasted walnuts, just nice and toasted walnuts, some reconstituted cherries. Dried cherries, just put them in warm water, let them reconstitute, salt. So you can see that this is a sort of a full salad, very nutritious and very wintry. Oil, a little bit of vinegar. I put cider vinegar here, but you can put balsamic vinegar, you can put wine vinegar, and you toss it. And voila, this is a salad. So what a great appetizer. And this could be lunch too. You can substitute the vegetables if you'd like, instead of, the Brussels sprouts or whatever. But here we are, this delicious, simple salad. You have the picture right there. You showed it to them. Begin
Lydia,
with this, and then tell me, Craig.
I want to make sure we get to the pork chop and the broccoli here too. This sheet pan dinner. We've got about 90 seconds.
All right. So the sheep dinner, right? The sheep tray. Both of them are trays in the oven. Oven is your friend. Pork chops. Season them. Salt, pepper, a little bit of oil, a little bit of vinegar. You put broccoli right on the tray. You put the cheche beans, and you put the whole thing right in the oven. And about 375, about 45 minutes later, turn it now and then, get it nice and colorful, and you have a meal. You bring the tray right to the table. You can make it for 4, you can make 2 trays for 8. So the oven is your friend during the holidays and when you're cooking with family and lots of people are coming over.
He's one of the country's top chefs, so who better to judge a cooking competition called Top Chef Junior than our pal, the owner of Maud, and Gwen, restaurants in California, our friend Curtis Stone. All right, why don't you cook for us grown-ups?
So what I've got here is prime rib. So I'm going to do kind of what we asked our contestants to do in the finale. I'm going to cook a dish for a friend. So this is for my good friend Vanessa Lachey, who couldn't be here today, but she's the host of the show. So she loves roast beef. So I'm doing a prime rib, and this is good for the holidays. A little bit of olive oil, plenty of salt and pepper. You give that a rub, right? Yeah. And then you roast it really, really slow. So the whole thing goes into the oven.
So do you just put it in a regular, like a pan by that?
I cook it at 225 degrees for 3.5 hours.
Low and slow, okay.
Right, until it reaches like a rare temperature.
Okay.
Then what you do is you crank that temperature up really nice and high. You pour off all of the excess juices, a little bit of broth and some thyme, so that's going to be our jus.
That is so healing. Sorry, that just smells so good.
You crank up the heat for just 20 minutes at the end, and then you get this beautiful
Look at this
brown,
guy. Now,
crispy on the outside.
How do you cut this guy?
All right, so
Let's see.
this is a standing rib that still has the bone on, right? Or a prime rib. You get your fork right in nice and deep, right? And then what you want to do is you want to go along the bone all the way, and you'll feel the bone with your knife. So you take that, so you remove the bone right off the prime rib like that.
Now, should it be served that rare?
Now, for you carnivores out there like me, you can go ahead and cut through that bone plate, and then you'll have
like
you can
ribs.
use your hands too. Don't worry.
You know,
so then you get the bone. You do want it nice and you want it medium rare, so sort of pink, and then you just slice through it straight like this.
Oh my gosh!
Right? So you've got that beautiful standing rib of beef.
It does not look that hard, I must say.
Really,
totally
really
doable.
simple. You finish it with a little bit of stock, that little bit of jus that we made, and I'm serving it with some horseradish cream.
Oh, that's what that is.
Which is just some semi-whipped cream and a little bit of horseradish.
That looks delicious.
So that was my friend's dish. Go ahead and have a taste.
Have a taste
and then I'm taking you to the back to do something for my family.
Okay.
You've heard of
the pressure's on and I can't.
You don't have to come to the back. Just stay there. Enjoy your roast beef. It's okay. No problems. I got you.
Okay.
So next what I'm going to do is Yorkshire puddings. So this is for my Granny Maud, right?
Yummy.
So you just brush out the popover pan with a little butter, right? The idea with the popover pan is that the heat can get all around and circulate really nicely.
Okay, so it's different than a muffin tin.
It is slightly different, sort of that tulip shape.
Okay.
A little milk, some flour, you throw it all in the blender. Super simple.
Okay.
Some eggs, I got 4 eggs there, a little melted butter, and a little salt.
Okay.
When I say little salt, be generous with the salt. Right?
Okay.
You stick that on, you blend it up, and it comes out just like this. So I don't even know if I turned that on.
Yes, you
anyway,
did.
you get the point.
Yep, blend it.
This then goes into your popover pans.
So you coat those with like oil or
just
something?
Just a little butter.
Butter.
You could reserve a little of the beef
not to
fat.
the top, just to what?
Right, because they do puff ever so slightly. So my Granny Maud, she was from Yorkshire, and she used to make these for us. So this is like a beautiful family memory. And I think food is so about family, right? So you fill those up, you bake them in a nice hot oven. They take about 25, 30 minutes, and this is how they come out.
Oh my God, here's
You're getting the first bite.
Good piece. Oh, wait, hold on.
Aren't they delicious?
Oh
my God.
Curtis, you have
Stop it.
Apple pie is representing the journey. So apple pie is actually a tricky thing to make that dough just right. So.
All on our website. Curtis, we love you.
I love you.
Today.com/food is where you can find all the recipes.
Ham makes us so happy. It's Make Ahead Monday. We're cooking up a holiday ham, and here to help us is Allison Roman. She's the author of Nothing Fancy, also with the New York Times cooking section. Allison, so good to see you.
So happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
This is the ultimate Make Ahead Monday, because this will last you for a week.
A ham literally lasts for an eternity, which is, I feel like I can't.
Not in my house.
Away. I know.
So you're doing a special rub on this thing.
I am, and I always start with a bone-in ham. I feel like with all proteins, you want bone-in, more flavor. Yeah. It's also just more festive, right? So I take a glaze, maple syrup, crushed black pepper, chili flake if you want to add that in there. And
this is kind of spicy.
Yeah, it is a little spicy. It's a big ham, right? So, and also hams come pre-cooked, pre-smoked, pre-brined. All we're doing is kind of just creating a glaze for the outside. So I want to make sure that it gets in there. So I score it at a diagonal in 1-inch increments. And the reason I do that is because once you then brush it on, after it goes into the oven, look what happens. It gets super crackly, dark, golden brown.
I could just keep picking away
and
at
you can if you want.
This is like ham candy.
It's so crispy. You are going to absolutely love this. Okay, and then I just put out some rolls, little quick pickles, mustards, mayos, and make little
That's
sandwiches.
amazing. This
It is amazing. So
And now you got some
All right, so
leftovers.
that's Monday, yeah.
And then we have a million leftovers.
Okay, so now we're going to do a white bean stew. No,
Yes.
white bean stew. White bean stew with green beans and eggs and ham.
Yeah, so one of my favorite things to do with the leftover ham is to cut it up, you cube it, you shred it, you do whatever. Add it to some caramelized onions in a pot.
Okay.
And then some of that fat will render. It gets really rich, nice and softened. And then you open a can of beans. It can be chickpeas, it could be white beans, it could be black beans.
What do you like?
I like white beans. Okay. I like a white bean for this because they break down and get kind of creamy.
Yeah,
If they're already cooked, when should you put them in while this is simmering?
After the ham starts to kind of get a little bit crisp and has some texture, because obviously I love crispy things,
Sure.
as you can tell. But you really can't mess this up. It's
Right,
like this is if you have an instant pot or a crock pot, you could even just throw everything in there.
That's a good idea. Is that broccoli rabe?
But I'm an old-fashioned gal. Yes, it is broccoli rabe.
Oh, that's good.
So once our beans are cooked, they're creamy, you kind of crush them at the back of your spoon a little bit.
Craig did. Oh.
And then you add the broccoli rabe right at the last minute because I like it kind of
Can I
al
tell you
dente.
something? I've never
can.
had broccoli rabe in
Really?
stew. No, not in stew.
How do you normally eat it?
Not in stew. No, we just eat it.
Broccoli rabe.
Oh my goodness. But it really adds flavor. It's really
Yeah,
good.
it kind of wilts down. And instead of like spinach, which kind of wilts into nothing, you get these nice little bits.
It still stays substantial. Though.
Yeah.
Did this get creamy just from the beans breaking down?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. You kind of crush them at the back of your spoon and they release their starch. Very
And
nice.
still, if you have a little ham left over.
Which you probably do
Which you
because that ham
probably
is
do.
absolutely
All right, Greg's
massive. And I top that one with an egg. It's kind of like green eggs and ham.
Oh,
Beans.
I love it.
Very cute. I know.
So delicious.
Yeah.
Okay, Craig's turn.
And then, so the last but not
Sorry,
least,
move
if you've been cooking ham all week, you're kind of like, okay, enough. I've had ham. This is like the laziest thing you can do, but kind of my personal favorite. It's like a little tartine, like something you might have in France. I don't know. But so you take some well-toasted bread, and then you smear it with really nice soft butter. If you're not keeping butter on your countertop during the holidays, you're missing out because
Wow, I thought it was mayonnaise at
I know. That's how creamy it is. And because it's a tartine, I feel like you really can't have enough butter on this. It's kind of an important part. Butter and ham sandwiches are one of like the greatest pleasures.
I've never had a butter
In
ham
addition to the butter,
Yeah, and then some ham.
and that's it.
Yeah, surprise.
Okay.
Well, that's
You're
not quite it. And then I take a little caper, little onion,
Yeah,
and
see
some
that
herbs.
adds extra little.
Wow. Well, this
Little
has been a
lemon
fantastic
juice.
caper with you, Alice.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Nothing fancy.
good.
Her new book is out now. Head to today.com/food for all of these recipes and more. And this morning on Today Food, we're getting in the holiday spirit with Chef Mario Carbone. He owns several popular restaurants here in New York and beyond, including one that's named after him, the popular Italian-American restaurant Carbone. And he's going to show us some easy recipes for this season. Nothing is as impressive as a rib roast, but you're doing it Italian style.
Yeah, kind of everything holiday in my family is Italian accented, whether it's traditional or not. So the rib roast, today we're doing Pizzaiolo, which means in the style of the pizza maker. So ingredients that the pizza maker would have on hand. Tomato, oregano, garlic. I garnish it with some peppers and onions.
Right.
But sort of a traditional way of going about it in a non-traditional dish.
Now, this is a 4-bone roast. How many
rib
people
roast.
would this serve?
This is going to serve, in my house, 4. Most other houses, 12.
I'll set them up, you knock them down. Okay, you're tying it. Now, why do you tie it?
You want to tie it just for consistent cooking. You know, you want to roast it. It's going to be even top to bottom. Little Boy Scout tie. You know, you're going to go in both.
And your butcher would tie it for you.
Your butcher would tie it for you.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can get cute with it. Tie it, trim it. It helps nice, even cooking.
You've tied it. Now, what's the next step?
The day before, you want to rub it. Rub it, leave it unwrapped in the refrigerator. It'll form kind of a skin on the outside, and that'll get nice and crusty in the oven the next day.
Okay.
So the day before, we make our rub. Dried Sicilian oregano, garlic powder, onion powder, and this is tomato powder. So this is dried tomato, really concentrated. If you can't find that, a little bit of tomato paste.
Okay.
I would start with a little bit of tomato paste
Any
and then
salt?
the herbs. No salt yet. You want to add salt as well. Very important. Mix it up.
And then you rub that. Then once you rub and you leave that, you're going to leave that in the fridge.
Overnight, unwrapped.
Okay.
Rub both sides? Like rub it all
You
around?
rub it all the way around. All the way around. A rib roast this big needs a lot of seasoning.
It's a big massage deal.
That's a big restaurant thing. We add more salt than most home cooks. Here we're going to make a roux for our creamed escarole. Escarole is a workhorse.
Creamed escarole?
Yeah,
Wow.
escarole is a workhorse Italian ingredient. It's really inexpensive. It's a
Again?
Escarole is it's Italian cabbage.
Yeah.
It's a big head. You take all the outside leaves that are kind of tough to eat raw, and you cook those, and all the inside are beautiful for salad. So we take all the outside leaves at the restaurant, we make creamed escarole. So you make a traditional roux of butter, flour, saute that together.
Yeah.
Once the flour is cooked, you got to let it cook for 45 seconds to a minute. You add milk.
Whole milk?
Whole milk.
Okay.
Of course.
Incredible.
And then you add cheese.
Cheese.
This is a fontina and cream cheese.
Oh.
And then you want to make sure this simmers so that all the flour cooks out, so you don't get any of that granule taste.
Gritty.
Right.
Now, onions.
Caramelized onions, very important.
Which is great for anything.
Great for everything. Yeah, definitely. It lasts a long time in your kitchen. The one we make is sliced white onion, brown sugar, a little bit of balsamic vinegar, cooked down, super, super sweet.
Wow, who needs a food processor?
No, you got me.
That's fantastic. So you cook this down.
Cook this down, like you said, great for everything. Throw it in your refrigerator. Here's your mix ready for the oven.
When you're about to do the roast, how long do we put the roast in for?
So the roast wants to go in the oven hot for 15 to 20 minutes, so 425, and then really, really low. So we do it around 225, and it's going to take 3 to 4 hours for an internal temperature of about 115 degrees for a medium rare medium.
It's pretty pink.
And then once you take it out, how long do you let it rest?
You want to let it rest. Ideally, you let it rest for the same amount of time you let it cook.
Oh, all right.
Really?
Wow.
And then it's cold.
All you got to do is pop it in. You want to pop it in the oven for right before you serve it, just to give it a little bit of warmth. But it's going to take that long to rest.
Oh, wow. So you let it rest for a few hours?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's amazing. I'd never heard that.
That's mind-blowing.
That's great. And this is fantastic. And what else do we have here in the...
So we're just going to garnish this. The way we do it at the restaurant is peppers and onions. So that's sort of a traditional garnish for pizzaiolo.
Pizzaiolo.
And then the top of the escarole is a little bit of smoky bacon.
There's nothing not to love.
Italian steakhouse cooking.
Viva Italia!
Al, did you try it?
Thank you. I've got to try it.
Got to get in.
Get in. He's like going right in there. Thank you,
You
Mario.
can check out the recipes at today.com/food.
Jocelyn Delk Adams, she's back with us. She's the author of Everyday Grand. Jocelyn, welcome back.
Good
I
morning.
know,
Hey now.
it's been so long, guys.
good
It's
to
been
see
so
you.
long. Thank you.
What
so
are we
much.
making?
Meal you're making.
Lemony chicken rice casserole.
chicken thighs.
Yes.
With chicken thighs, because you know it makes a difference.
Yes, it does.
Right? Makes them nice and juicy. So we're going to start by dredging our chicken thighs. We've got some flour here. I'm going to add in some Parmesan. Yeah. I've got onion and garlic powder. You're like, ooh. And then, of course, some lemon zest. You know how to,
I do.
zest it?
I
Okay,
do.
let me
Come
see.
on
Let
now.
me see this.
Come
Let me
on.
see these
Hey,
skills.
This is a woodworker right here.
How much do you want?
All right, just, you like how much?
How much
You like,
you
I'll
want?
be over
Come
here all
on.
day, right? Okay,
Come
that's
on.
pretty good. That's pretty
Sure,
good. All right,
I'll
we're
give
gonna
you more.
whisk-
I'll give you
All
more.
right. I'm putting you to work here. We're gonna whisk that up, and then we're gonna dredge these. Okay, we're just gonna add this right in.
And why is it so important to dredge?
Well, we want to get that nice coating. It's gonna
Okay.
give us like that nice crisp coating. Want to get it in that flour.
Does it help thicken up the
sauce
Well, it's also going to thicken up the sauce too, right? And
Could
then we're
you
going
use
to
an
add
almond flour if you want?
Of course you could. Oh, come on. You know. And we're going to put this right into our oil. You can definitely play around. You can even use, any type of gluten-free flour if
And
that's
you like to start skin side down?
Yeah, I do too. I do. I like to
crisp
get
it
that
up a little
nice
bit?
Crisp it
crisp.
up.
Yeah, we're going to get that crispy. And then we're going to work on our casserole dish.
Do you have
We've
to
got
cook
some-
it through in the pan?
Well, you don't, because
Okay.
we're also going to throw it in the oven too.
Perfect.
So we just want to get it browned, and then we can get it in the oven. So we've got some cream of chicken. You want to whisk this up for me?
Okay.
And then
This-
I've
this is
got
cream
some
of chicken too?
stock.
There you go.
Yeah, because nothing's more comforting than some
Yeah, I
cream of
used cream
chicken
of mushroom
soup,
last
right?
night, so.
Got
And
some
what'd you
chicken
add? Just
stock
some
there.
broth, yep.
And then I've got our rice that was going to go right in
Okay.
here. And then I've got some garlic too. I'm going to pop that
Okay.
in. Yeah, because we love garlic. And then down here, of course, you can see that our chicken thighs are ready. And then this is when we're just going to add this right into our dish. Goes right in. Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You already
This
tasted it, didn't
Craig
you?
started it. This
You
is worth
already
making.
did it. I know you did.
This is worth making tonight.
Yeah, look, you're going to do it, aren't you?
Oh my goodness.
Chicken goes in.
So you just put it in there.
Yep.
So it's just a one dish.
Pop this in.
that is-
Pop this
And then
in.
how long are you going to put that in the oven for?
We're gonna put this in the oven for about 40 to 50 minutes, and then usually we cover it with foil because we want to make sure all that rice gets really tender. Y'all over there killing my dish, right?
Listen.
Y'all know how I do. All right,
wow.
and then the lemon goes on top because it's
So you cook
beautiful.
it with the lemon there?
Yeah,
Oh, my
'cause we want to
goodness.
get a little bit more of that.
How long
in the
do you
skin, too.
bake it?
She told
So
you
bake
you know
about
you were
a
eating. You're eating. She already
Come on,
said.
Jeanette.
What's going on? What's going on? I can't remember.
Oh my God.
So
Oh my
yeah,
God.
this goes in. You put the foil over the top, bake it for about 40 to 50, then take it off if you want to brown it a little more for about 10 minutes, and then you're ready to serve.
And you got an air fryer sandwich.
I sure do. Four
this is an air
ingredients.
fryer?
Yes, 4 ingredients. Because we were talking about the air fryer, how it's like the perfect appliance. If you want to add another appliance,
I've
'cause
never made
sometimes you
salmon
know.
in the air fryer.
So easy.
How easy is it?
So easy.
What are the
Because,
ingredients?
So easy.
and it's done really quickly
that's
too.
great.
4 ingredients.
what
What's the
that's
glaze?
it. So I've got some soy
God.
sauce in there. I got some honey.
Okay.
Okay, let me see. What else do I have in there? I can't
Got some
even remember.
sesame
Sometimes-
seeds?
Yeah. Oh, that's a garnish. And then you just drop it in the air fryer for about like 10 minutes. But sometimes it depends on your air fryer. Sometimes it cooks really quickly. But I love the air fryer because it gets that nice crisp skin at the top.
This is
God.
delicious.
Come on,
great.
y'all.
Jocelyn, well
All
done.
right.
I like to make salmon skin bacon.
Oh, wow. I like that. What do? You just
Just put it
Jocelyn,
on.
this
Just
is
take some of the
amazing.
skin off the. In fact, I go to my fishmonger, and
Yeah.
he gives me extra.
He
But a
goes
lot of
skin,
people
and
don't
it's
like
so
to use
good.
this.
I love this skin. It's so good.
He goes to his fishmonger.
Yes.
I'm 2
That
for
wasn't
2 on
lost on
these.
me.
You guys love them?
As one food.
I like a
good.
fishmonger.
It's been a little while, but it's time once again for Cooking with Cal, and this time we are making my mom's famous casserole, like super famous within our family.
Okay.
It's a super easy weeknight dinner, and my boys literally eat bowls and bowls of this. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Casserole.
Casserole. So there are so many different types of casseroles, but this is what my mom made when I was growing up, and she just called it a casserole. Whatever mac and cheese you like to use, we're gonna use gluten-free, right? We're gonna use some veggies, some ground beef, and we're gonna throw it all into a pot, and that's your casserole.
Okay.
Okay? So, I'm gonna cook the pasta. So, I use the zucchini and the carrots because I hide them in the casserole and you guys don't even know they're there.
But we like them.
You do. Well, you finished that one already?
Yeah.
Are you a speed peeler?
No.
You're just really good at it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like record time. What should I do next? The zucchini or the onion?
Zucchini. But what do I do while I'm just standing here?
That's true. You are just standing here. Want me to give you something to do?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I could do the zucchini.
This knife is really very sharp. So, I'm gonna give you these strips.
Cut them in like to little pieces. So hard to open and shut.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, what's this? Ready, listen. Glug, glug, glug,
So much glugs.
So many glugs. That's how I measure things, in glugs. Okay, when that starts sizzling a little bit, we're gonna add the meat.
Can I mix it?
Sure. So while this continues to brown up, let's finish up the mac and cheese. Pop this right in.
And that's it?
So after 50 minutes, all the flavors should come together. It'll be a little crispy on the top, and we'll be good to go.
Oh, it's so hot.
Love it. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
This is delicious.
Yummy.
Thank you. It's just like a good family style meal. Now, if you want to go super crazy, and make this even more retro, if you take slices of American cheese and put it on top, 1984, and throw it in the microwave for a second before you eat it, it is so delicious. So good.
My kids would love this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cal.
Guys, we'll be right back.
Very good.
It's like comfort food. This morning on Today Food, we are bringing you a dish straight from the south of France.
It is called Provencal vegetable casserole. Brings back some childhood memories for our guest chef.
Chef Daniel. Hello. He owns several award-winning restaurants around the world, and he's joined us this morning to show us how to make this beautiful dish. Chef, it's always a pleasure to have you. So let's start with this special place that it has in your heart. What's the story there?
Thank you. Well, this is the kind of dish I cook every summer in my parents' home in Lyon because all those vegetables come from the garden. They are in full bloom, and we always make this. And sometimes I cook it in huge pans for at least 30 people around the table. Wow. And you can also cook it for just a small gathering. It's scalable, totally. And normally it's called a bayaldi or a tian of vegetable. So here you have some red pepper and some onion. So there's always a base here. Don't be careful. I never used that knife here before. So, you know, NBC knife is good. and so I am slicing the vegetable, and you don't have to be too fancy. I'm putting pepper, I'm putting onion that has been sliced. And this is the base with some garlic, a little bit of, you can put pepper flakes, you can put jalapeno.
Okay. And you use the red pepper. I assume you can use green or whatever peppers you have?
Yes, absolutely. You put a little bit of rosemary
and how
inside.
Long will you cook this down?
You put a little bit of thyme. Ooh, the pepper is hot. So you let it sweat until it's tender and not color a little bit. And
now you're going to do a little.
Do you keep the herbs in
and
there?
then you slice me some vegetable.
What about the basil here? We're not using
You can put some basil as well. Yeah, why don't you put some couple of leaves of basil?
Sure.
So this is the base: onion, pepper, basil, herbs, garlic, and then all the vegetables. So normally you could take your time and make this dish very fancy.
Kind of like a ratatouille?
They may have a picture to show like of a tian of vegetable where it's layered, color by color, vegetable by vegetable.
Okay.
The difference of this with the ratatouille is that this we don't roast the vegetable, we bake them over the onion that has been sweated like this.
So we use some eggplant.
Voila.
zucchini.
So I am putting olive oil. I have eggplant, I have yellow squash, I have tomato, I have zucchini.
Kind of whatever you have in your
salt,
garden.
pepper, of course, this. And then we can put a little bit more basil leaf inside. And actually, I just toss it like this.
Okay.
That's the quick version. If you have time and you want to play with the family and all that, then you can
You just
make
dump
it.
that right on top.
Voila. You put it all on top like this. And then you bake it in the oven
put that
at
right in the oven.
350,
And
375
that's it.
until it really baked down and it evaporates. And voila.
That's all.
This is the casserole of Provencal vegetable.
And this is the perfect side dish
my.
to use
Yeah.
up all those vegetables.
Absolutely. And this is totally vegetarian. And you can use it with a roasted leg of lamb. You can use it with a roast chicken. You can use it with eggs on brunch.
Oh, wow. This is...
And it's a quick version. I don't know. They told me, Danielle, you will not be able to spend an hour making all these vegetables beautifully laid down. So do you have any quick version? And I said, yes, I'll make one. And that's just toss your vegetable.
That's your version on TV there, by the way.
Oh, voilà.
That's your version.
Yeah, that's the cook one. And there's the other one, which is the raw one before I put it in the oven. And that is like beautiful. It's in a way, it's very artistic. It's very soulful. It's very Provence.
And
it's
how long
very
does it
summer.
cook for? Because the vegetables have still a bite to them and a lot of flavor.
You could cook that for about an hour, I would say 45 minutes to an hour. If you like your vegetable a little firmer, you cook it for 40 to 45 minutes. But an hour and a half. And what's delicious is you don't eat everything. The next day you reheat it and
Put
it
it in
has
an omelet.
different flavor
There
in
you
an
go.
omelet or something.
Chef, thank you.
Merci,
Thank you
Al.
so much, Chef.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
By the way, for this
Happy
recipe,
summer.
it's today.com/food.
It is Superfood Friday, and today nutritionist Joy Bauer is turning two family favorites into casseroles. Good morning to you, Joy.
Hey, Joy.
Hey guys, we are casseroling right into the weekend with two scrumptious recipes. And the first is a veggie-packed, cheesy pizza casserole. Can I just tell you how much I love my job? I love my job. Okay, so what we're starting with is a cauliflower crust. So here I have 4 heaping cups of cauliflower florets that I microwaved, and then you're just going to want to mush them with a fork and take out all of the water. Then putting in some eggs, some mozzarella cheese, whoops, got a little bit stuck here, a little bit of Parmesan, and because I want to bring all those pizza pie flavors to the table, this is Italian seasoning and a little bit of garlic, salt, and pepper. So this is going to all get stirred up, and I'm going to show you what it looks like because I push it into the bottom of a casserole dish, and let me show you how it cooks. It's a crust. This is a real crust, and at the same time that this is cooking, we are going to have an antioxidant love fest because I roasted all these vegetables, again, at the very same time. We're going to layer it. Look at this. And you could do any vegetables that you want. And honestly, you could also open up your fridge and you could throw in whatever you have left over from the night before.
This is really good, Joy. And I think with all these veggies, it's like you wouldn't even know. It feels naughty, but it's yummy.
No, I feel like I'm
It's like
getting ripped right now just eating this, Joy.
You are. It's an antioxidant love fest, I tell you.
It's good.
So here I have tomato sauce goes over the top. Whatever marinara sauce is your favorite. Of course, we're going to layer on some more ooey gooey mozzarella cheese, or you could blanket it with slices of mozzarella, and then you get those puddles of cheesy bliss, and a little bit more Italian seasoning. And then I like to fake out pepperoni slices. So look what I've done here. I just sliced some tomatoes. You put them right in the oven, and it just until the cheese melts. So I would say that this is probably about 15 minutes. I'm going to show you what this looks like.
And Joy, I want to also get to the taco. We're already picking out on our casserole. Tell us about. Oh, there it is.
Really good.
We're going to eat that while you tell us about the taco.
Okay, so this is a Tex-Mex dream. I'm going to grab over here on the skillet. I have some sautéed lean ground turkey meat. I'm going to bring over all my fixings. And all you're going to do after the turkey meat is cooked, I put in a rinsed can of black beans, of some corn. I have 2 cups of jarred salsa. You know what I say? You are the boss of your sauce. So it could be mild or spicy. And a taco seasoning packet.
Oh my gosh. We can do this.
You stir this up, and you're going to then, let me show you how easy this is. You can do this tonight. I have a casserole. I layered some whole grain tortillas right on the bottom.
I'm sampling one.
You put your meat on top. Then you're going to add some cheese. I'm going to get to the finished one. You add some cheese. You put another layer on top of the tortillas, and then anything you want. I'm going to show you this taco bar. And you can set up a taco bar. Look what I have here. Shredded lettuce. I have tomatoes, scallions, jalapenos, guac, sour cream.
This is a no-brainer.
And everybody, right? You could make your own personalized
really
taco.
Good. Really quickly, Joy, how long do you bake it for?
I mean, maybe 10, 15 minutes, because all you want to do, the meat is already cooked. Right. So all you want to do is melt the cheese, and you want to slightly get those tortillas a little bit browned. It is sensational.
So good. Home run, Joy.
Thanks,
Thank you for these
Happy
recipes.
weekend, everyone.
You too.
You too. Head to today.com/food.
Joining us this morning, Jocelyn Delk Adams, founder of Grandbaby Cakes, also the author of Everyday Grand, which, oh, by the way, is available for pre-order as we speak.
Sure is.
And Jocelyn is here to share her spin on a classic and easy weeknight dish, the casserole.
And you're going to help me.
I am going to help this morning.
So tortilla chip casserole could not be easier. You can get the kids
chip
involved.
casserole.
You can even do this, okay? Because I know you can be. I know you can be cooking challenged. So we're gonna get this together. So to start, I'm gonna show you how we're gonna dice up these like bell pepper, right? You're gonna get these strips, just kind of get them together really easily, and then just go down to create like these small little dices, right? Really easy. Just gather them up. and that's all you
Even
gotta
I
do.
can do that, Josh.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Yeah.
See, you're winning already. So we're gonna start on our meat mixture. I've got some ground beef here. Gonna add this to some olive oil. You hear that nice sizzle?
And I assume you could easily swap that out with turkey or
Yeah, you can
even
use
ground
turkey,
chicken.
even ground chicken. Yep, whatever you got is fine. And then I'm gonna add in our bell pepper here. And then can you add in that diced onion and some garlic for me?
So that's it. That's pretty
That's
simple
it.
so far.
So yeah, you're gonna start cooking this down. You're gonna brown it.
How much garlic is that?
I mean, hey, I love garlic.
Okay.
All right, add it in. All right,
yes, ma'am.
add as much as you want in there, and then this is when we get into the flavors. Like we're gonna add in 2 salsas. So if you have Taco Tuesday tonight, of course, you might have some leftover salsas. Add in the red and the green. That's gonna give us ample flavor
like
here.
The chunky one, Josh?
Yeah, you
like
can
the
grab
syrupy
the
one.
chunky
Yeah,
for that
chunky.
texture.
You
It's
take
so
your salsa
good.
seriously out there.
I do.
You can't play around
Yeah.
with salsa, right? We're gonna add in this salsa, and then we're gonna add in some taco seasoning.
So just store-bought taco seasoning?
Store-bought, get it in the little packet, and just toss it all together with some chicken stock.
Chicken. So what's the word, Al?
That's very good.
Oh, yummy,
Crunchy.
right?
Yummy.
Oh my gosh. So you're gonna cook this together. This is our swap.
This
Hello, the
turns
magic
into
of
that.
TV.
Okay.
Yep, looks really good. You're gonna let that kind of thicken up into this. And then we're gonna start adding in our additional texture. We've got
Is that cream of mushroom?
It is.
Oh, I love that.
I know. It
It's the
makes it
secret
so
ingredient
creamy.
for everything.
You
I
can throw
love
it into
that.
everything. We
Cream of
throw it
mushroom
into
soup?
everything at my home. Everything.
Cream of mushroom soup?
soup?
Oh, yeah.
Just
Oh, yeah.
throw it into everything.
Wow.
It makes everything so much better.
Why do you like it so much? What the,
So it's so creamy. It adds so much richness along with like the sour cream in this. It really
Umami.
makes that texture so great. Yeah. And I love anything with mushroom too. We're gonna add in some black beans too. Grab that, add that in, and of course the sour cream I was talking about. Throw that in too for that extra richness and that tang. And
This
then we're
looks
gonna
like
add
just
in
a
some
Mexican cheese blend.
Yep, get that in there.
All right.
And we're gonna stir that together.
Okay. Oh, there's a
And then this is when you get the kids involved, or you can get rid of like your morning aggression. I'm gonna have you like, you know, just go for
Oh,
it. And
yeah.
just, you know, get that
Get the
out.
kids. This is
Get
good
the,
guy.
I know. He's like, I'm taking that over. Right. You're gonna crunch
Oh, so
that
this
together.
is cool. This goes in the pan.
Goes in.
And then you build it.
Yeah, and then you just start building it. And this is where we get into our casserole. It's almost like a lasagna. You're gonna just layer it up.
Oh.
Oh,
So bottom
that's-
layer is Doritos or whatever your corn chip is?
Yeah.
Okay. I
You
bet
can
could
use
do
the cheesy
Frito-
ones.
Fritos.
Fritos, like
The
whatever
flaming
your
hot.
faves are, the flaming hot, you know, get
I
some
like
spice
that.
in there, like whatever you love, like you can really adapt this and make this into whatever you like.
It's almost like a layered dip.
Yeah, it is,
really
and
like
like
that.
you bake it off and you get all those textures, you get the crunch, you get
so
that
yummy.
creaminess.
How long do you bake it?
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then you're gonna add some cheese on top. Don't add the cheese at the beginning and put the foil over it because it'll stick to the foil.
Okay.
Yeah. So do it,
My
take
kids
the
would love
foil
this.
off, and then just add the cheese and then let it get all
At the end,
bubbly.
okay.
And then it comes out
so
I'm gonna
good.
taste it.
Yeah,
Tell
oh
us
my
about
God.
this new cookbook.
I'm like, oh my gosh, it's called Everyday Grand,
Yeah.
and it's all about just loving and enjoying every single moment of life. Like, I wanted to just make a book that just made everyone happy, right? Finding so much joy and just beyond just holidays. Like, you got a good hair day, celebrate.
Celebrate.
Got
The
something
book
for
is
hey,
terrific.
Ooh, that's good.
Thank Al endorsed it. I was so grateful to him. I mean, like, hey, you changed a tire, celebrate.
That's good. Your 4-year-old's gonna love this.
Yeah, she loves it.
good friend, Chef Ryan Scott from Ryan Scott to Go.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take chicken apple sausage.
You want me to cut it?
Yes.
Okay.
Look
Like
at,
this?
oh my goodness.
She can actually
I
chop.
have been gone for 2 years and I come back and
You've been gone for 2 years?
Well, I mean, it was COVID. I haven't been in the studio.
You haven't been in the studio in 2 years?
No. Hi.
Why does it feel like
This is your first time in
I know,
2 years?
right.
Because you know what, you were on Zoom and then we just love you
Feels
so
like we
much.
know you.
All right, so we chop that
So
up.
chicken apple sausage, you can do pork sausage. You can even do the vegetarian sausage if you wanted to.
Okay.
I wouldn't really.
Yeah. Okay.
So this caramelizes and it gets super delicious.
Okay.
So once that goes in there, get it nice and crunchy because you want those little pieces in there.
Crunchy.
Then we're gonna take some onions and some sage. These are already caramelized. These are
Look at that.
already cooked. And then what we do, Hody, take these out.
I like how he calls me Hody.
Hody,
Yeah.
take those out for me.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, wait.
Yeah.
I watched you a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Light Bright in my house.
Yeah. Still now?
I have the old one from the 80s and I have the new one.
Wait,
Yes.
does the new one hold up?
No, I can't stand it. I like the old one. You know why? Because it has
Light
like
Bright's the best.
two extra like things.
No,
Yeah, we don't want
need that.
extra.
I want the car to start
Simple.
without a button. I just want to turn the
Yes,
key.
yes.
Like, give me old school. Thank you. See?
Okay.
All right, now what is that?
Watch. Apples, not onion rings. Look.
So you leave the onion juice
Yes.
and you put the
Yes.
apples on
and you
top.
put it in away from you. And look at this. So now we have that sweet and we have that savory that goes all together. Now we're gonna go into our pantry, kind of like a little quick fix.
here.
I'll take this away from you.
Okay, thank you.
A nice little quick fix. So what we're gonna do is make the wet batter, and this is pancake batter in your pantry.
So easy.
Plain old pancake
Everybody
batter.
has it.
All right, Jenna.
Okay.
You go over here and take 4 eggs.
Okay,
and
is this
some
cream?
Yep.
Oh, good.
Because we're super
Since
watching.
you haven't seen her in a while, she's no longer lactose intolerant.
my God.
Something happened.
Here,
it's a
here,
miracle.
here. Just drink straight from this. There you go. Oh, wait,
Now, do we add
for
the
11
cheese?
years,
I
I've been making
know.
dishes
I'm
lactose.
not kidding. I don't know what
No,
happened.
she's fine now.
Drop it.
Weird.
Like literally, you woke up and you're like,
Yeah.
I can have dairy.
By the way,
We'll tell you what she did later.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so chives and a little bit of salt comes
Yeah,
down.
this
just
is
like,
giving me like,
I like that vibe.
Okay.
yeah, it's
Now
giving me
what?
like baked potato vibes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And what's
So
this?
now this is pancake batter.
Yeah.
A little bit. So we have sage and onions in there. Here is dried sage.
Should I join this?
No, not yet. Watch. And a little bit of water until this comes together. Could you use milk? Yes.
Should you?
Should you use
well,
milk?
Well, since now you're not lactose,
Dump
we'll
it.
go ahead and just go. So
Yeah.
is what I would do is go like this. So you have your egg batter. You have your apples caramelized. So Jenna, let's do the layers. Come over here. Go.
Okay.
So here's my favorite part.
Okay.
So everything
Here it
is
is.
mixed.
Okay.
Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our sausage and our onions and our sage, dump it on top of the caramelized apples.
Oh, I love
I
that.
know, doesn't this look fun?
And you
Looks
kind of
good.
spread it.
Spread it
You
out.
Spread it out.
Okay, then
the
what?
next thing you do, watch this.
Wait,
Ready?
wait,
Ready, camera guy? Oh,
Ooh.
yeah.
Wait, what are you doing?
He was ready.
Layering.
He
Okay.
was ready.
Yes, he was ready.
Look
how
at him.
Ryan turned the bowl right way.
So
There
that
we
becomes
go.
kind of like a giant pancake.
Okay, watch now.
Now, do you start cooking that?
Oh, watch, Mama.
Well, you're
Here we
just
go,
still
go.
adding
We're gonna put the egg
eggs.
on top.
Is that what
Wait,
makes it a Dutch
for
baby?
real?
The Dutch baby is more the pancake aspect of it all, and then the eggs you usually would be inside it with a little leavening, and then you have to bake it real
Okay,
hot.
so what's
watch.
happening?
This guy goes in the oven.
Oh, in the oven. Okay.
15 minutes, about 400 degrees.
Oh, look at that.
And then you cover it for 400 degrees for about 15 minutes, and then you uncover it, and then it comes out. And then what's cool about
Wait,
this
look
is
at that.
this can go in
Big,
the fridge
like
the night
a
before.
pie.
Get over here.
The
Get
night
on
before,
it.
this can
Get
go in
on
the fridge,
it.
and then you pop it out.
And you
hold
put
on.
a little syrup?
Hold on,
I
little
need
bit of
syrup.
syrup.
I
And
need syrup.
because you're no longer lactose,
Yeah, what else
this
can
has
you
butter
put?
and maple syrup in it.
Do it.
Oh, girl,
Do
here,
it.
just-
Bring it.
And you know what else she could do?
Hold on.
What else
Because
can I
she's
do?
no longer.
What?
You could add a little whipped cream.
Oh, girl,
Good
you are
crunchy.
crazy.
Or tequila.
Oh my God.
Right?
Hold
Well,
on.
that doesn't have lactose in it.
It's
That doesn't have lactose.
It's a.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Okay, you can tell me.
What do you think?
She's waiting for you to eat.
Wait. The sausage, the apple, the egg,
Hold on, let me try.
the maple.
Oh my gosh, you did it. It's sweet and savory.
It is one of the longest running food shows on the Food Network. Folks love watching the up-and-coming chefs beat Bobby Flay, or at least they tried to. He's invited some fellow celebrity chefs to give it a go on his new show, Beat Bobby Flay Holiday Throwdown.
And today, Bobby's going to throw down in our kitchen with some chicken parm. Everybody loves
Yeah,
the chicken parm.
yeah.
Bobby, good to see you, man.
Thank
How
you
are
so much. So good to be here. It's holiday season.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you cook a big turkey for Thanksgiving?
I do. Thanksgiving is my It's my favorite day of the year. Actually, I'm going to be here next week.
Good. Oh, yeah.
There's going to be a lot of food in this place.
Okay, good.
Man,
I'll be back then. I'll be
Okay.
back.
So we're going to make chicken parm. This is a dish, obviously, I call this chicken parmigiano as opposed to chicken parmesan. It's a little bit cleaner version of the classic. And I just put this on my menu in Amalfi in Las Vegas. Okay, so a couple of things. You look like you're not going to cook. You have your hands in your pocket. You want to do this?
Okay. Especially chicken parm.
So chicken cutlets, okay? This is classic. So flour, eggs, breadcrumbs. And so you set up a dredging station. You season every single
each
one
part of it? Okay,
yes, exactly, because otherwise it's bland. So you go, so the flour to the egg.
Is that bad?
No, you're doing great.
You gotta get in there,
You can tell that Willie cooks. He's in there.
And now what?
Okay, and then the eggs hold on to the panko breadcrumbs. Exactly. And then you let that sit there for a second, and we just put it in the oil. I'm actually using avocado oil more these days than canola oil. And, I mean, they say it's better for you, so I say, okay, why not? Okay, so.
Are people laughing at my cooking? I think I'm doing great.
I don't know. What are they laughing about?
Get your hands dirty.
Okay, so you want to make sure
just your hands, Willie.
So every culture has their own version of chicken cutlet, right? So we have. I've lost them. Thanks for coming.
I'm with you.
Okay, so every culture has their version of chicken cutlet. Obviously, this is sort of an American-Italian version. We're gonna make tomato sauce. I have 3 ingredients in my tomato sauce: onions, garlic, and then some crushed tomatoes. And I let this cook for about 45 minutes.
How do you just you crush them with the potato masher?
First you let it cook for about 25 minutes so they soften.
Okay.
And then I crush them with a potato masher so that it actually has texture.
Yeah.
And then I put like a little sugar. This is very controversial. Some people say don't ever put sugar in your tomatoes, but you know what? If they're acidic, you want a little sugar to bounce it out.
Okay.
Okay. So then we have the chicken cutlet, and then I take some buffalo mozzarella.
Look at that.
And I just put it right on top. Now here's the thing that I do. You see, I leave some of the crispy bits uncovered because we want that good contrast of texture.
Crunchy, yeah.
Exactly. We put it in the oven. I love this kitchen. You put it in this oven, and then it comes out of this oven right here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here it is. So then we take some of the tomato sauce. And instead of dousing it all over the chicken and then ruining that crispiness, I put the tomato sauce on the bottom. The cheese is melted on top. And then see, it's a much cleaner version.
Yeah,
a little bit of fresh basil and a whole bunch of Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
Look at that.
May I start, chef?
Yes, you can.
Must.
And then some fresh arugula because this is a very healthy dish. And then a little bit of
just olive oil on top.
And there we go.
Can I sneak in here, Bobby?
Get in there.
Let me try.
Bobby.
Thank you. Is it yummy?
So good.
Yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing. The really nice thing about it is you get, obviously, the acidity and the sweetness of the tomatoes. You get that crispy contrast, the texture on the chicken, and, of course, that fresh mozzarella is
it feels
beautiful.
a little light, which you can't always say for a chicken parm.
Well, the thing about chicken parm, and you and I sort of share that love of chicken parmesan, you know, where it's kind of doused in all that cheese and tomatoes. But this is to me, this is like a Tuesday night version of the Sunday night meal.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I hear you're in a movie?
Wait,
Bobby Flay is in One Delicious Christmas.
Let me tell you something.
Come on.
So I understand.
Yes, the Oscar buzz has been so overwhelming.
Wait. What are you talking? Who do you play yourself?
I play Tom Kingsley, who is a food critic. It's called One Delicious Christmas. Yes, they wanted me to act. I said don't do it, but they said please do it. So here it is. Viewing everywhere. There'll be viewing parties all over the place for One Delicious Christmas. Exactly.
How do you really feel about a food critic, though?
I love food critics.
Okay.
Yes, we love food critics.
Thank you, Bobby.
back with the one and only barefoot Contessa Ina Garden, who is out with her 13th cookbook called Go To Dinner.
And she's showing us how to make one of these fabulous recipes right now. The good thing about these recipes, Ina, is they're easy. You could do it quickly.
And everything's in one pot.
Everything's
very
in one
often.
pot.
Yeah.
One thing about you, though, you are precise.
Yeah.
Like, you seem so chill.
Yes.
You're not, like, that's why your books, everybody loves them, because you've done the testing.
Yes. Okay.
Not only over and over and over again, but I've given the recipe to somebody on my staff and watched them make it.
Okay.
So I see what somebody's going to do with the recipe, and they're like, should I cut it straight across or chop it?
Oh,
so
and
that's
I'm like,
so smart.
So
Let me add that.
Details.
You add that detail to it, so that I know.
So should I put
So
this
we're
large
making-
chicken in the pot?
We're making chicken in a pot with orzo.
Okay.
So it's all in one pot. So the first thing I want to do is brown the chicken. So
Okay.
in order to brown a chicken, you just want to make sure it's really dry.
you have to
Otherwise
dry
it
it.
steams.
Okay.
Exactly. So let's.
Oh, it really needs a
See how when it's
towel.
wet, it
Well,
just
yeah.
just like that.
See, okay.
And then we can put it in the pot, and you want
Okay.
it nice and brown because that caramelization really makes a difference.
Whoa! Sorry, did I burn you?
No.
I burned myself. I'm sorry. I did burn
But you know what I love? The first thing you said was, "Did I burn you?" Even though you were on fire.
We're okay.
Okay, everybody's
no
good.
fire
I
alarms.
burned a national treasure.
So this is going to brown, and then I'll turn it over and later.
Okay. Are these leeks?
These are leeks, and the thing
That's a
about
big
leeks,
leek.
Leeks are
I know.
good.
First thing with leeks, you want to take the green part off because they're kind of tough. So just like that.
Okay.
And then you want to make sure that they're really, really clean because they grow in dirt.
Oh.
So you don't want to let them get too. You want to make sure they're really clean.
Okay.
So what you do is chop them up like this.
Kind of fine.
And then you do a lot and put them in water. And just let the sand come out of it.
Oh,
And then,
that's what you're doing.
And then
yeah.
you take them out.
I like how you
And
clean everything.
And you want to make sure
you have to,
food's
right?
all clean.
Do you know
and then
that
you
leeks
dry
are
them.
a diuretic?
They are
Amazing. Yes.
Good to know.
No, anyone who's trying to lose weight always eats leek soup.
I had no
Not
idea.
kidding. Try it.
Is that still a thing, or was
Yes.
that a 70s fad?
Forget
No.
the chicken, forget the
Now.
carrots, just eat leaks.
Okay. Make soup.
Okay.
Okay.
So then
Leeks are
the next thing
delicious,
is,
though.
We saute carrots and fennel and celery and the leeks all in a pot like this. And then we're going
what?
to take the chicken that
So
we
you
browned.
just browned it, right?
Just
That's
browned
all.
it. All I
Okay.
did was brown it. Didn't cook it. Just because it looks
Yeah.
better and it's going to taste better. Put that brown chicken right
Beautiful.
back
It already
in.
smells amazing.
Take
And then
this?
first we put in saffron.
Saffron.
Now,
I
saffron's
didn't
the
realize that's
stamens
what
of
saffron
crocuses.
looks like.
Doesn't that smell fabulous? That's what it looks like. And it's expensive because it is the stamens of crocuses.
What is a crocus?
A crocus is a flower, a little flower.
Did you
Chicken
know
stock
that?
goes in.
The stamen of a crocus?
I didn't want to
You'd know a crocus if you saw one.
Okay.
If
So
you
you
met
pour
one,
it-
right? Pour
so
that
you
on.
pour- that's just
right.
chicken stock?
And then we're going to put water on.
That whole water pot?
Exactly. So it's going to cook in this pot.
Yeah.
And then we need salt and pepper.
This is a great kind of
Lots of
thick
salt.
base soup.
Okay. You put a lot in,
it's actually
right?
going to end up being soup and orzo. So the orzo is going to absorb
Okay.
all the
All of
liquid.
that.
So this. Okay, now we have one other thing to
What's
flavor
this?
it. It's an herb bundle. So I've got
Okay.
thyme,
Bundle of
parsley,
herbs.
And you tie up.
and you could put it in, but then you'd have to fish it all out.
So you tie
I
it?
tie it.
Just
I
tie
tie
a
it with a
bow?
string,
This
so
is
it flavors
so
it, and then you can
smart.
take the whole thing out before you
Have
serve
you
it.
ever made an herb bundle, Hoda? Is this
No,
a
I'm
first?
so excited.
Hoda's made an herb bundle now.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
The whole
so
thing
that whole
in.
thing goes right
And that
in.
just kind of flavors
That's
it.
it.
Now this goes in the oven.
Top on it or
Okay.
not?
It goes in the oven with a lid.
With the lid. Okay.
For it's 350 degrees.
Okay.
And it's gonna
And then this is
cook for about an
orzo.
hour and 15
An hour and
minutes.
15.
And then when this comes out,
Yeah.
I put the orzo
what you
in.
do
Is
is
the orzo
take the
is kind of
orzo
like a rice,
and
right?
just it's pasta actually, but it looks like rice. And you just put the lid on
And do you cook it
for
again?
20 minutes. No, and it just sits.
Wait,
And
you
then
don't put it back in the
orzo
oven?
doesn't
Don't
need
put it
to-
back in the
just
oven.
the
Don't need
top?
to cook it.
Can I sneak over here?
Come
and get
over
this?
here.
That's what you end up with. And you end up with soup and orzo, and it's not soup, it's dinner. And the
my
chicken,
God.
and you
It
pull the
is
chicken
dinner.
apart.
Wait, does Jeffrey like this recipe?
He loves it. Anything that has to do with chicken soup, he loves.
You know what else is in your book that we just have to
It's
mention?
the biscuits.
And my girl,
Biscuits have
dip
to go
it.
with it.
Okay.
Right?
The biscuits.
See,
Good idea.
Cheddar biscuits. They're pretty good, aren't
They
they?
are the best
God.
biscuit I've
You guys
already
are the
had
best
one.
audience in the world.
Oh my God, we're so
We
happy.
love you so much. You guys, and you can get this recipe at today.com/food.
Oh my
And
gosh.
check out Ina's new book. I bet a lot of people will. Go to dinners. It's a great holiday gift as well at today.com/food.
I know we love you. Time for one of our favorite Aussies, Chef Curtis Stone.
The Michelin-starred chef is taking a break from his 2 Los Angeles restaurants, Maud and Gwen, to whip us a California-inspired dish.
We miss you, Curtis.
I know, it's so good to be back in the city.
You're a very busy man.
How are the restaurants?
So good.
Back?
We are back. And you know, like, it's been a tumultuous couple of years, as we all know. There's no point complaining about it. You just got to get on with it. We've kept our team together, which is important. And we're very happy to be back.
Awesome.
So good.
Okay.
So good.
What are the ages of your kids now?
Hudson's 11.
Yes.
And Emerson, my cheeky one, he's just turned 8.
11 and 8?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I remember when they were
Well,
born.
Hud turns 11 in a week.
Okay, all right. So I like chicken thighs. I'm glad that's what we're doing.
Yes.
That's
so-
another thing we could debate on.
Oh, yeah.
I like a leg.
Yes, the leg is amazing. Are you kidding me? Especially when it's on the bone. So leave the skin on.
Okay.
I've seasoned them with salt and pepper.
Yeah.
One important thing to do with chicken is sit it on a tray and just dry it out for a little bit. Don't cook it wet, because that's when it'll spit and hiss at you.
Oh.
And we don't like spitting and hissing.
Cook it well. Okay.
You
So
gotta
you
let it
cook
air
it with
dry.
the bone up in there.
Oh yeah, leave the bone in, because that gives you beautiful flavour.
Okay.
Right, so what we're doing with our thighs is just season them both sides, a little bit of olive oil, and we're going to cook it in a medium heat. You can see it's not too savage, and then you let it sort of come up to
Look
come
how
up and get even
beautiful
hotter.
and crispy it looks.
Right, and then what you do once you've got that golden brown is you add full, well, I'll cut them in half, but you don't need to chop
Are
them
those
down.
shallots?
Shallots, exactly.
So the
Shallots.
chicken's not cooked through, is it? It's just cooked on the top? Is it cooked
You
through
cook it both ways, and then what you do once you sort of get the shallots in there and get a little bit of colour is you transfer it to the pan.
baking dish, okay.
Right, so you come over here, and on this beautiful big purple sheet tray that they found for you guys.
How cute is that?
Yeah,
Today,
it
I've even
matches.
got purple shallots working.
Are they shallots or are they shallots?
Well, it depends what part of the world you're from.
Okay, so in Australia they're shallots.
We call them shallots, but I'll say
And
shallots.
do you call
for
these a grapes?
They're grapes. So throw the grapes in too. And what you do, you cook them on the vine. So this is a very simple recipe.
This is gorgeous.
And throw the herbs over the top. I like this. I'll just stand back here,
Now, can
Jenna,
I
and let
ask
you
you a
do all the
question?
work.
Do you like apple picking?
I love it.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay,
why?
Thank you. Now, her argument is dead. She does not like it. She's against it.
You're an anti-apple. How can you be against apple picking?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Apple picking's fabulous.
Okay.
We go every year, actually, up near Palm Springs with my kids.
Nice.
They love it.
Okay.
So, in here, I have some white wine.
Okay.
A little bit of thyme and a little bit of chicken stock, and you reduce it down, right? This
Okay.
is the sauce we're making now. So that's going to bubble and boil. What you do when you reduce something is you go from, let's say, a cup of liquid to a quarter cup of liquid, but you keep a cup of flavour. So
Okay.
you're intensifying the flavour, and that's what's happened
Do we
here.
add, what about adding the most important ingredient?
Exactly, little butter. So the butter's to thicken, but also to flavour. So you take it off the heat.
So wait,
and
what
you
is this
whisk
you're
it.
making right now?
This is
It's a
the
sauce.
sauce. It's basically an emulsion of wine, chicken stock, and that flavour of thyme. You whisk it. It's called monte à beurre. You're thickening with butter in the French. And while we let that melt,
I just tasted a baked grape. They're kind of
on.
like a raisin.
they are. They get a little more
wanna try
intense in
one?
flavour.
I do.
Get it? Hold on.
Thank you.
And so then the idea here is you've got your grapes, those little crispy herbs.
You're right.
You stick it all on the plate like
They do
this.
taste like raisins.
They're a
They do,
raisin.
little raisiny.
Oh, sorry, I
And
didn't
then,
mean
of
to
course,
steal
that sauce that we've whisked together, that just gets drizzled over the top. You can finish it with a little salt and pepper. Here I have burrata.
Really beautiful.
We love burrata so much.
Isn't it so good? So it's mozzarella with a little stretchy Italian.
Look at that.
I
How
just
beautiful
snip
is
it.
that? Look at that.
Right, so then it'll just start to ooze. All right, so this one's already started.
Oh my God.
And you put it with this beautiful French bread, which we love.
Isn't that gorgeous? Little bit of
I love
baguette.
crunchy baguette. Don't
And
you?
it's a very simple dinner. It's a roast. It's a take on roast chicken, but very, very easy.
By the way, very flavorful and delicious.
I know. I feel like I'm going to make this.
Thank you, Curtis.
Curtis,
So
we
nice
love
to see you guys.
for this recipe. Did you say I won't? For this recipe.
But you want to. You do really
You're
want to.
probably right. I probably won't. But it looks good. Okay, for this recipe, head to today.com/food.
Anytime a recipe gets passed down from generation to generation, you know it's got to be real good. And as we take aim to make your life easier this week, we are going to share that specific recipe with you.
Okay, it is a roasted chicken and rice dish. It's been passed down from a mother to her son, and that son just happens to be a Michelin-starred chef. That chef is at his restaurant, Veranda, right here in New York City, Chef George Mendez. Hey, George.
George.
Hi.
How
Good
are
to see you again.
We're so happy
Live
to
from
see
Veranda.
you.
I love that.
Oh my God,
I know,
sorry.
Veranda's close to my neighborhood. I gotta come visit.
Yeah, definitely.
Get in here.
Let's talk about your mom's recipe, okay? Because a recipe has to be this good to be passed down. What is it about this specific one?
These are flavors that I grew up with in my childhood. My mother used to cook rice dishes for my sister and my dad a number of times a week. Sometimes it was chicken, sometimes it was rabbit, sometimes it was a tomato rice. So that cooking has had an enormous impact in my career. So, she spent time with the kitchen with me at many of my restaurants here at Veranda, and she's an enormous inspiration for everything that I cook with and create. Very, really rustic childhood, home-style flavors.
Yeah, and I think chicken and rice sounds like the perfect dish for us to cook tonight. So let's get started.
Yeah.
Tell us what we need to cook.
So I am on the over medium heat. I have a cast iron skillet, oven proof, olive oil, onions, garlic. All right, a pinch of salt right away to get things started. Salt starts to release the moisture, so it's develop that base of flavor. And then I'm going to get paprika going in there, and some sweet peppers. Great from the farmer's market right now this time of the year. Please visit your local farmer's market. More olive oil. I'm sure my mom right now is saying, add more olive oil. There we go. You can also add like a pinch of chili flakes as well. No rules here.
Hey, George, are you a dark meat guy, or are you a dark meat guy or a light meat guy?
I like both.
Yeah.
I like the combination of both.
Okay.
When it comes to Thanksgiving, though, dark meat for sure.
Okay.
How about you guys?
We differ on this.
I like
Hoda likes dark, I like light.
Yeah.
Okay, so once
Good.
you do all that, do we add the chicken? What's the next step?
Next step is we're going to add the rice here.
So that's
And it's a bomba or a cholesterol rice. It's a very short grain rice. Really important because it absorbs a lot of the flavors of the chicken broth.
Yum.
Is that
And the
uncooked
flavors.
rice, or is that cooked rice you dumped
This is uncooked. This is uncooked.
And it doesn't need that long to cook?
It's going to need about 20 minutes in the oven, but of course I have one ready for you to show you.
Okay.
And then at this point, I'm going to add the chicken meat. So the chicken meat I have right here that's previously done. This was confit in olive oil, really slowly for about 40 minutes. It's skinless, bone-in thigh. And then we take the meat off of the bone and pull it, just like if you're doing pulled pork, you're doing pulled chicken. And that's in here right now.
If we buy, if we maybe don't have as much time, do you just buy a rotisserie chicken and
cut it
shred it?
Only if you don't have enough time, but with some
He prefers us to
organization
do
and a
this.
little bit of patience, you can do this at home. I promise you.
Okay.
Promise you. Promise you.
What's the next step?
Chorizo
Mm-hmm.
goes in there. All right. And then I'm going to add, so it's about 1 cup of rice, and I'm adding about 1.5 cups of broth. I'm using a roasted chicken broth. You can also use a vegetable stock. If you don't have that, you can use water.
Okay.
Just make sure it's nicely seasoned.
Yeah.
And that goes in carefully like so.
Okay.
So this is a one-pot dish.
It's almost
a
like a
one-pot dish.
paella.
Yeah.
That's right. The only difference is this goes in the oven. Paellas cook on the stove top for the most part, and traditionally over a live fire.
Okay. So do we pop that baby in the oven now?
That's right. So at this point, I got a 400-degree oven, and I'm going to go right off behind me.
Good job staying centered.
Nice.
And there you go.
How long does that cook?
That's going to cook about 20 minutes. I'm sorry.
20 minutes.
We have options there at the restaurant where we pre-cook it just for speed. At home, you can do the same thing. You can have par-cooked rice so that you can speed up the process as long as you have the chicken. The beauty behind this is it's a chicken confit. It's traditionally done with duck as well. And you can hold this in your fridge up to a week. So this whole step with your chicken thigh, you need to do ahead, right? You can preserve it in your fridge.
George,
and then if you really want to.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but will you show us that final delicious rice dish?
How do you serve it up? What else do you add anything else to it?
Yeah, so I have sliced chicken breast that's also cooked very similar to the chicken thigh. That's poached in olive oil with thyme and bay leaf. And then once the time is done, the rice comes out of the oven, I slice the chicken breast over the top.
All right.
And here you go.
That
looks delicious.
Gorgeous.
George, thank you so much for this recipe. Head
You
to
bet.
today.com/food.
We are joined by one of our all-time favorite chefs, today a contributor, Elizabeth Haskell.
Yeah, she's got some good news to share. A new cookbook. It's called Come On Over. Southern Delicious for every day and every occasion. It comes out in a few months. It's now available for pre-order.
And this morning, Elizabeth is showing us how to make a couple of delicious recipes, really easy ones from her book. Girl, how does book launch day feel? How you feeling?
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I mean, I seriously might spontaneously combust right here on this set. You know, it's been a hard year, and it's so good to have something to look forward to, something to get excited about. And we are going to inspire you with this book to celebrate every day. I mean, like this chicken divan casserole and caramel brownies, that's from our weekdays chapter. So look, when those kids come down for breakfast and they look at you with that face and they say, you know, what's for supper? You know, like breakfast wasn't enough, then you can say, oh, honey, chicken divan and caramel brownies. And I mean, the world's going to be happy. I mean, seriously, it's going to be Tuesday.
Yes,
Oh, it's catching on.
It's happening. Oh my gosh, it's finally, my dreams are coming. Tuesday's really catching on. So what are we making for Tuesday dinner?
Absolutely. So here we go. We have the chicken divan casserole. It is so easy. I have some cooked chicken and broccoli that's already in here. We're going to add a cream of mushroom soup, and that can be any can of cream of is going to be just fine. Whether you've got cream of chicken, cream of celery, it doesn't really matter. We have a little bit of half and half. That was sour cream.
Wow.
Cheddar cheese, people. Got to have some cheese if we're making a good casserole. And now we have all of our spices. So we've got a little bit of seasoned salt, a little bit of onion powder, some pepper, okay, and a little bit of garlic powder, and then we've got a little salt. And Mama was real funny. She loved to be exotic in the Mississippi Delta, so she would add curry powder to everything. I think it just made her feel real fancy. So you can add curry powder to this or not. It's completely up to you. We're going to mix this all up, and then we're going to pour it into our 9x13 casserole. Now, I serve this over my good friend Mike Wagner's Two Brooks Farm rice. And then look, we're going to pull out our good china. It's Tuesday. But I'm telling you, if we don't start using these things that we love, I mean, you're missing. There are so many more Tuesdays in a year than there are New Year's Eves. And honey, we're just going to pull it out and enjoy it.
Exactly.
I mean, what in the hell are we waiting on?
How about the dessert, Elizabeth?
Now, this is the best. So a lot of times we're running short on time during the week. I'm going to give you the easiest, fastest recipe you've ever seen. We're going to use a store-bought cake mix, and we use German chocolate cake mix. I've already made that with evaporated milk, and what you do is mix the melted butter, cook off half of it, okay? So just half, you're going to put that in the bottom, and then we're going to top it with chocolate chips. We add our caramel, and then once that's done, you smooth that out, and then you come back over with the rest of that topping that we had put in the fridge, and you just thin it out. It's almost like you're going to make a tapestry to cover the entire thing. This is going to go back in the oven on 350 degrees, and honey, you have got a dessert that is
Can I ask one question? Elizabeth, looks yummy.
Yeah,
so do you actually wait? Do you?
At those
it looks crazy. Do you mix the cake mix like you're making a cake the way that they tell you?
No, you don't. So it's just the cake mix,
just the powder.
Melted butter and evaporated milk, and then you mix that up. So that's where we're taking a shortcut, and I'm not embarrassed to say it because I want your kids to have dessert tonight, and this is a way that you can do that. So this book has literally, it has recipes for celebrating everything. So whether it's a beach day, I've even got a chapter on diet days. We're even going to make that fun.
That's probably a short chapter.
We got a cheat day. Yeah. And then we've got cheat days. We have beach days, party days, Delta days. So
Love
please go ahead.
Do you have Fat Tuesday?
Yes, Fat Tuesday. Absolutely. That's going to be in the next book.
All right.
But you know, with I've got 3 kids. 2 of them are in college, and I've got 1 going on the way. And they really like expensive shoes, and we got to sell this book.
We're going to sell it.
So look, it comes out May 4th. So look, Mama Melville, I know she wants a copy, and that'll be right before Mama's Day. So Craig, get on that phone as soon as this segment's over, and let's get that.
He's on it.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
you can pre-order that copy of Come On Over. Just go to today.com/shop. And to get your hands on those recipes, those 2 at least, check out today.com/food.
Elizabeth, we love you. Yeah. Good luck with the book.
Well, honey, I cannot thank you all enough. Cheers.
Cheers. Come on over.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Oh, yeah, we are back with a special Christmas edition of Today Food, and aren't we lucky? Santa dropped off one of the best for us, Laura Vitale, the cook and host of Laura in the Kitchen, here with an easy-to-make breakfast menu that is just right for this occasion. It's the perfect balance of savory, sweet, and festive. Laura, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Now you have a daughter, Mia, who's what, 2 now?
2.5.
2.5.
Yes.
What's it been like this Christmas season to watch Mia?
It's really like reliving your childhood all over again, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
It's like discovering the joy and fun of the holiday season all over again. And I'm like slightly sad it's almost over, and I kind of want to continue. I want to keep it going because it's been the most joyful month I think I've ever had.
That's great. Well, good. Merry Christmas to the family. All right, so let's talk about some food.
Right.
In our household, my mom's from the South, from North Carolina. So we always do a big Southern breakfast on Christmas morning. But I love this idea. What are we making today? It's like the sausage casserole.
So it's a sausage and leek casserole. It tastes like a giant sausage and cheese sandwich. That's all you got to know.
Right. Sounds like a perfect brunch item,
Super
too.
easy. And you can assemble it the night before. So what we're going to do is in this skillet, if you want to add some bulk breakfast sausage, you can add Italian sausage. Yeah, add it right in with a little olive oil to a hot skillet. Break it apart. Pretend that this is like hot and sizzling and delicious, and you're gonna break it apart with a wooden spoon.
Sizzle,
and you're just gonna let that cook until it's about halfway cooked through. In the meantime, you're gonna slice up some leeks. I like leeks because they're like a mild onion, but if you already have a ton of onions on hand for making stuffing, then just use an onion.
Oh, that's a good idea.
It's fine.
And this sausage, you're only cooking halfway through because you're going to end up baking off the other half?
Well, because you're gonna cook it more with the leeks.
Copy that.
So
Laura,
once
could you use spicy sausage?
you can use spicy sausage, Italian sausage, breakfast sausage, some chorizo. You can use any sausage you have on hand.
Hot dog.
So once you rinse your leeks really well, you want to pat them dry because there's a lot of water in there, but you want to make sure you wash them well.
Okay.
You unite them with your sausage. In the meantime, you're going to take some cheap bread, like just like a sliced bread, and I just stir it into large chunks. But here's another thing: if you've got a baguette that's on hand from Christmas, Christmas Eve, use that. Like, don't let it feel like
this is the type that you can use some gently used bread. As
stale
they say in
bread.
the car business.
Stale bread's fine.
Got it.
You take all of your bread. You also take your cooked sausage and leeks. You're gonna add them to your bread. You're gonna whisk together eggs, milk, salt, and pepper.
A lot of eggs. That's like a dozen eggs.
Well, it feeds like 10 people.
This is the custard, right?
Yes, this is like the custard part.
What was that you just threw in?
Some dried mustard.
Okay.
It gives you like a little something behind the dish that makes it just a little extra special. You whisk all of this together, if you would, with your big muscles.
Yes. Where's the guy?
And then you add some cheddar, you add some parsley, you mix it all in a 9x13 pan, cover it, pop it in the fridge overnight.
I mean, this is like a one-pot dish. It's
Why do you do that? Why do you have to?
It lets all the flavors really marry, and all of the custard soaks into the bread, so when you bake it, the interior is really lovely and soft, like a souffle, if you would.
All right, so the next day, what's the baking
So
instructions?
350 an hour the next morning with a little more cheese on top, and it's perfection.
Try that. Oh, that's great. Okay.
So next thing we're gonna do.
Hot chocolate.
Yes, we're gonna make hot chocolate.
Why in the
Now,
crock pot?
Because that way your house smells wonderful, and if you've got people in your household that come and go like we
That's so
do,
good.
it's always warm. You never have to worry about making another thing of hot chocolate. And you just take milk. You take cream.
Yes.
You take
That's what makes a good hot chocolate.
It does.
Don't go full of water in the
No, you take. Also, you take evaporated milk and sweetened condensed milk.
Pick it up a notch, Laura.
Here's the thing.
It's going to be a Merry Christmas after all.
But here's the best part. You take chocolate chips and a pinch of salt on low for 2 hours, and your house will smell amazing.
Oh, my gosh.
You have that with a bunch of toppings for the kids, marshmallows. But for the adults, a little creme de menthe will take this into a real holiday spirit. You know, with the chocolate and the mint together. And if you love frangelico, add a little frangelico in there instead.
That's good. Little Baileys.
Yes.
Little garnishes you have here, too.
It's for kids. You do little cookies, a candy canes, all the things, fun things for the kids.
So cute.
I also
What's over
love.
there? What's the
I love an espresso martini. You know, for the adults. But why not, right?
Why not?
I love an espresso martini. It's easy. It's coffee liqueur, a little creme de cacao white. You have a little
Guys, how does
vodka.
it all taste? It's
fantastic.
You're
This
eating and
casserole
drinking like
is
delicious over there.
What about this yogurt thing?
So here's the thing. I don't like to buy flavored yogurt. I think it's way too sweet and has artificial flavor. So I buy full-fat Greek yogurt. I do a little bit of good vanilla bean paste right in there and a drizzle of honey.
Full fat.
Yes, and a drizzle of honey.
Eat it,
Top it with pomegranates, a little granola, a little toasted coconut.
You're awesome.
And it just tastes like $1 million.
I mean, this is a home run on Christmas morning. Laura,
It's
thank
fast.
you so much.
It's fast.
Laura, thank you. If you want the recipe, by the way, and trust us, you do. Just go to today.com/food.
Welcome back. It's Make Ahead Monday and time for another round of dueling dishes. Today we're featuring a holiday classic, the prime rib.
That's right. Here to face off, we've got the owner of Trap House Barbecue in Phoenix, Arizona, Mr. Phil, the Grill Johnson. And we've also got, there she is, Ann Burrell, the chef and host of Food. Hey there, Annie. Host of Food Network's Worst Cooks in America. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning. So happy to be here.
Good to see you guys. All right, Phil, we're going to start with you. You start with a paste on top of your prime rib to give it a southwestern feel. What goes into it?
That's right. You know, we kick it up in the Southwest. You know, it's all about the chili. So I'm doing a chili. What I do is I use a grinder and I do a peppercorn, and I grind that with the chili.
Ooh.
And then I also add some rosemary into it. But I also have 2 tablespoons of mustard. I have some Worcestershire, some soy sauce, some garlic. And if you don't have a grinder, you'll be able to get some stuff that you can find on the shelf, some ancho you can find on the shelf. But you want to keep that separate. So I grind that and I keep that separate, and then I just tap that in.
Ooh,
the reason why I keep that separate, because that's also going to be my finishing rub. So what I'm doing is I'm making a paste. I get that liberal and rubbed in onto my prime rib. And what I do now, because it's now a kitchen tool, it used to be just in the restaurants where you would use a sous vide, but now it's becoming a household tool. And I just drop that in. This is like a foolproof way of getting a good prime rib. And I just set that, the sous vide at 132 degrees, let that rock for 12 hours. And then after that, I bring that out, add my rub, finish it off.
That's it?
And I put that on the smoker. And if you don't have a smoker, you can also use an oven or a broiler. And this is your finished product. So I have a nice smoked chili prime rib.
Oh.
And look at that.
Look at that.
Perfect.
It's just...
That is, if I could just come through the screen.
Wow, that would be something.
And you know what? A fan favorite, just for Make Ahead Monday, the leftovers you could turn into a Philly cheesesteak.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
All right. Okay, Ann, let's turn to you now. How do you season the meat? And I know you can complement the veggies with yours, too.
I do. I have a big meat right here. I brush it with a rub that I make with rosemary, garlic, salt, and a little cayenne pepper, and then lots of extra salt on top. And we get this guy in the oven at a really high temperature for the first 20 to 30 minutes to get the brown food crust on the outside of there. And then we turn the oven down to 350. So we start at 450 for the first little chunk of time, go to 350. We put lots of wine and stuff in the bottom of the pan. So that kind of with sitting on a bed of veggies, of mushrooms and baby carrots. And then we pull this guy out of the oven. And I just can't stress to people enough, when you are cooking big chunks of meat, the importance of letting your meat rest before you start to cut it. Like a chunk of meat like this, a nice big meat, like look at brown food on all these veggies and everything on the bottom. It's kind of a one-pot meal, but you must let it rest for at least 30 to 40 minutes so those juices can just calm down inside there. If you cut this when it comes right out of the oven, what will happen is all those beautiful juices will run out and you will be left with a big chunk of gray, dry meat. And that's not what we're looking for. Nobody wants that. So we're looking for big brown meat, lots of veggies and goodies underneath. And then you slice this. And it's perfect every time. And then what I do with my leftovers, I take my meat, I cut it up into tiny bites, saute it with some onions, some peppers, and some of these veggies underneath there, and make a hash, right?
Nice. Phil and Ann, thank you so much.
Guys.
Those are hashtag holiday goals.
Yum.
Thank you much. Thanks to both of you.
There's one comfort dish that you can never go wrong with, and that is lasagna.
And who doesn't love lasagna? I know I do. It's a real crowd pleaser, and it's perfect for your holiday parties. And it's very easy to make, but you're going to have to explain how.
Yeah, because there are some do's and don'ts. And
That's
here to
right.
share her tips, Allison Roman. She's a New York Times columnist, and she's the author of Nothing Fancy. Okay, Harry just said that he loves to cook, so he's going to be taking copious notes on what you're making. So this is the perfect lasagna?
I think it's the perfect lasagna. Actually, in the book, it's called A Very Good Lasagna, just because I want to manage expectations. Yeah, I'm not trying to blow anybody's lid off, but a very good lasagna.
All right, so what do you start with?
So it's a pretty basic tomato sauce, and I start with onions, garlic, olive oil, and then I like to add anchovies. And that's not going to be for everybody, but I say give it a chance because...
I'm going to give it a chance.
Do you see how good this smells? It's better than usual?
Well, it's not overpowering.
Yes,
it's just
it does smell
very
good.
subtle.
It's just a few. And
so
then,
what do you have in there so far?
A few pieces of anchovy?
Yeah, I mean, I'll throw the whole tin in there.
Really?
I'm a wild woman, and I live on the edge. But I feel like if you're just getting into the anchovy game, start with a few fillets. And I stand by this in any tomato sauce, but it's especially good in lasagna.
Okay, so you just throw a little tomato paste, that's it?
A little tomato paste. paste, and that's going to kind of cook and get caramelized. And you know how tomato paste and canned tomatoes have that raw, tinny feeling? So cooking it out is going to help the sugars in the tomato caramelize, which is going to, take the edge off.
I notice you're not using any measuring cups or anything. You just kind of throw it in.
I never do.
Yeah,
I mean, I do when I'm writing a recipe because you must.
Right.
We're going to crush these tomatoes
with our hands.
Yeah. You want to? I mean, I'm going to get in there.
All right.
Yeah,
you really do live on the edge, Allison.
White shirt, tomatoes. Yeah. Hold it. Yeah. If you hold it away from your bond like that, then
First of all, I have never done this. It is so amazing.
Isn't it the most fun you've ever had? Yeah.
Okay.
I know. There's nothing more fun.
Oh my God. I'm in heaven. Okay.
I'm
now
going
what
to
do
give you
do?
this. There's a towel to your right if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah. So the reason I like doing it by hand is because the crushed tomatoes in a can can be a little too watery, and I like the bitsy parts of the tomato.
Yeah, a little chunkier.
Yeah, well,
Me too.
a little chunky. And then I'll take the can that the tomatoes came in, and I'll fill it with water.
Okay.
You don't
swirl
waste
it around.
anything.
No,
Yeah.
I don't.
You're saving
And then
it.
add it to that. And what that does is it's going to kind of thin out the sauce, giving it a chance to cook
Okay.
down.
All right,
And then
so-
you have a little spoon holder.
Okay, so that's
Very nice.
Isn't that cute?
You're very cute.
So while that simmers, then we're gonna get our cheese mixture going. And I know what you're thinking. One cheese just simply isn't enough.
Nope.
So we're gonna go with not one but three.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have mozzarella for that kind of chewy, stringy
Yeah.
vibe, and then we have ricotta for that luscious. You have a tomato
yum.
seed. in
It's,
here.
of course I do.
And then Parmesan for saltiness.
Oh,
so
boy.
these are all gonna go in together.
Okay.
And then the secret ingredient, please.
Look at all
secret
that. Look
ingredient
at that.
for me
Is what?
I
This?
would just eat that
is
out of a bowl.
Cream?
which is heavy cream.
Go, girl.
And so if you've ever noticed in a baked pasta, if that ricotta mixture gets kind of grainy or dry, this heavy cream is going to prevent that from happening.
Love.
Okay.
And, I love
Okay.
dairy. Again,
All
living on
right.
the edge.
We have just about a minute.
Great,
but
okay. So
got
then we
plenty
have our
of time.
noodles. Our noodles, which are al dente. Don't ever use no-bake noodles.
Don't.
Don't.
Okay,
No.
we
And
won't.
No.
Why? Just because?
Because they're unreliable.
Okay.
And I don't trust
do it.
them.
Okay, well, we trust you.
So, and then to layer, it's kind of like a person with any skill level can do this part. Layer it in.
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
That's easy. That looks easy what you're doing.
Yeah, I know. Well, that part you can do.
Yeah.
So this, and then we layer in the noodles, which have been slick with a little bit of oil just to prevent sticking.
Okay, what's the one mistake we're all making? Did we already pass it?
No baked
Well,
noodles.
see how saucy this is?
Yeah.
I feel like it needs
yeah.
to be this saucy. If it's thicker, your lasagna is going to be dry. So what happens is because the noodles are sort of par baked.
Oh,
They're gonna cook
so the
in the
key,
sauce.
the mistake we make is we put sauce
It's
that's
not saucy enough.
Not
I got
saucy
it.
enough.
Yeah.
Extra
Some of
sauce.
that's going to evaporate out anyway,
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Okay, then you just keep adding cheese.
More because why not?
Gosh, look at that.
I know. So
Hurry
cheese
up.
again. Two cheeses again.
Okay.
Because
And how long do you put that
better
guy in
than
the
one.
oven?
This is in the oven,
Should we try it?
covered with foil for about 35 to 45 minutes.
Like 325?
No,
or?
like 350, 375.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you take the foil off.
Yum.
And then what do you
And
do?
that's how you get these crispy
Stop
brown
it.
bits, which
Oh,
is
I
my
love-
favorite
that's my
part.
favorite part.
I
Oh my
know.
God,
It's the reason to eat lasagna, in my opinion.
Holy cow, that's
And then-
really
I know.
No joke.
It's the anchovies. Told you.
Oh, wait, I hate anchovies.
No, you love them. That's the secret.
that is
Wait,
really-
what's this real quick?
Oh, and so this is a tiramisu. I
Oh.
feel like if you're going to lean in with the Italian-American
look at that.
casserole style
Okay.
dinner, then you repeat
You're
with
genius.
the tiramisu.
That's insane.
Everything in a casserole dish.
What time you coming over?
Done. Exactly. I mean, what time are we
Allison's
having?
amazing. To get this recipe, head to today.com/food.
is here and Christmas is right around the corner. So today, nutritionist Joy Bauer has 2 delicious superfood recipes for your holiday feast. Take a look.
Come back, Craig.
So, Al.
Hi, guys. Today, I'm dishing out 2 hearty, crave-worthy entrees for your holiday spread. And we're starting with slow cooker brisket. Here I have some garlic powder. I'm adding in salt and pepper, some paprika, and some onion powder. I'm gonna mix this up, and this will become our dry rub. So I'm just patting in all of the dry rub on one side. I'm gonna flip this over. Now lift the brisket and put it carefully right into the magic pot. I do it so that the fat is facing upward. Next, we're adding in 2 sliced onions, 2-pound bag of carrots, all chopped up in large chunks. Now we're starting on the sauce. This is 2 cups of reduced sodium beef broth, a little bit of tomato paste, and reduced sodium soy sauce. I'm just taking my spoon and distributing the tomato sauce. And that's it. Put the cover on, set it on low for 8 to 9 hours, and here is the finished brisket. You're left with a lot of thin but flavorful liquid. I like to make a slurry using a tablespoon of either cornstarch or arrowroot flour and 2 tablespoons of water. Stir it up, and you could drizzle a little bit of the gravy over your brisket. Guys, this is really good. Now we're making a cheesy spinach lasagna. First, I cooked lean ground turkey meat, and I mixed it with a jar of marinara sauce and a little bit of water. So here I have part skim ricotta cheese, 1 egg, plus an egg white, lots of seasonings, oregano, some dried basil, a little bit of pepper, and 2 packages of frozen chopped 10-ounce spinach that's really well drained. And I'm just gonna mix this up, add a very thin layer at the bottom of my delicious meat sauce, and just spread this out. Next, I put down 3 uncooked noodles, and next, half of your spinach ricotta filling. Next, I'm gonna add more of my protein-packed meat sauce, level that out a little bit, and it's time for 3 more noodles. And now for the remainder of our spinach ricotta mixture, right on top. Okay, 3 more noodles, and we will top it with all of the remaining meat mixture. This is part skim mozzarella cheese. I take a little bit of water, about a half a cup, and I'm going to run the water along the sides of the lasagna. I mist my tin foil with a little bit of oil spray. Now it's tightly covered. I'm popping it in the oven set at 350 for 45 minutes. Then I'll uncover it and put it back in the oven for a final 30 minutes. And lasagna is served. And there you have it, 2 classics reimagined with my personal health twist.
Nice.
Yum.
Delicious. Joy, amazing. As always, for these recipes, head to today.com/food.
The holidays are a busy season for most, so wouldn't a one-pot meal with less cleanup make your life a little easier?
Oh yeah, it would. And even better, this dish can be served for breakfast, for lunch, or for dinner. Aisha Nurjada is the executive chef and partner at 2 New York City restaurants, Shakshuka and the recently opened Juliet. Aisha, first of all, congratulations on these crazy, successful restaurants. So what are people, I mean, some people don't even know what shakshuka is.
Right. Shakshuka simply is eggs that are braised in a very, very flavorful tomato sauce.
I mean, that sounds like a delicious brunch dish. Okay, you're going to help, or we're going to try to help
I'm going to show you this easy recipe.
Okay. We start with garlic.
We're going to start with garlic right here. We're going to smash garlic. Everything good starts with garlic. And this smell of garlic and olive oil is probably one of my favorite.
Yeah.
So we're going to smash and just rough chop this. This does not have to be perfect. We're looking for flavor. We're not looking for perfection.
Okay.
So we're just going to run our knives through that very quickly. And obviously, if you like more garlic, put it in. And if you don't like a lot of garlic, but you like the flavor, a good trick is just to smash it like this. kind of leave the chunks whole, and then later you can take it out.
Oh, that's interesting. So you have green onions and...
So started here, we have some jalapeno, because I like it spicy. I don't know about you
Oh,
ladies.
yes, we do.
And if you don't, of course, you can take it out, but we have some onions, garlic, and jalapeno here.
Okay.
Just sauteing very easily. And this is my melange of spices that I like to use in shakshuka. Everyone has their own, of course.
What do you like, Aisha?
I love cumin.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, who doesn't, right?
Yes. Okay.
It should be put in fragrance. Here we have some smoked paprika.
Okay.
Some turmeric,
Yeah.
which is not only good for color, but also inflammation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then this is here our coriander, which gives us that light, kind of like citrus flavor. And this is one of my sleeper favorites, ground ginger.
Oh, ground ginger.
It's like a hidden treasure in the back of this sauce.
Okay.
It gives it a little pop.
You like it better than using the fresh stuff, huh?
Sometimes, I mean,
Yeah.
it depends on the recipe, but in this one,
Okay.
I think the ground
And
ginger
then
goes
is
a long
this
way.
A whole can of...
What is
No.
that?
This is 2 cans
Yeah.
of tomatoes that are crushed.
Can I pour it in?
Please, if you can help me right here.
Sure.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Wow, that looks gorgeous.
Wow, you ladies don't even need me. Look at the good job you're doing here.
Oh, my
All
God.
I did was pour.
So you're going to
Okay.
mix this in right now,
Yeah.
and we're going to set this on medium heat, and you're going to let it
Okay.
simmer for 45 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, that's
The beauty
important.
of this sauce is after it's done, put it in an airtight container. It can stay in the refrigerator for 4 to 5
can
days.
use
So
it.
that's
or
your
you
sauce.
can freeze it. There's
okay.
your sauce.
Now let's get to the egg portion.
This is my favorite part.
Okay.
Here's our kale. Now, if you don't like kale, who doesn't? I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
roasted cauliflower would be well. Addition, we can add some chickpeas to this.
Okay.
Yum.
Okay.
And then what?
So we're gonna add our sauce here.
Oh,
Okay,
look.
that looks good.
Okay. And we're gonna take this.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna smooth the sauce
This
out.
is important right here,
Right.
what you're
So
doing.
what you want to do is mix this together because at each part of the shakshuka you want to get a little bit of the vegetable, right? A little bit of that jalapeno.
Yes,
And we're just
sure
going to make
do.
sure that it's kind of flat.
Okay, now what?
Okay,
Now
trick
we're cracking.
number
Yeah.
3.
I'm so excited right now.
If you
Do
can
you
help me
crack
out,
one in?
yep. Can we crack it in here?
Oh, in here?
And this is the part that I think is key when making shakshuka.
Okay, tell us.
Is the well. We're going to take our spoon and put it in here.
Do 3?
Yeah, please.
You
You're
make
gonna,
a little well and then
a
you
little
put
well.
And do you scramble the eggs or you like them
No,
fried?
we're gonna
just
we're
like
gonna poach
fried.
it right in the sauce, whole just like that. So gives you a little space right there, and what it does, it
Wow,
lets the
look at
white
that.
go to the bottom of the pan because you really want the white to cook and the yellow yolk to be runny.
Oh my
Perfect.
gosh.
Okay, one more.
Oh my God, this
I'm
looks...
coming over to the delicious already made part.
All right.
So how long do you
So
cook
here
that
you
till
just
it
want to
cooks?
you just
So
ever want
this
to
is yours.
this
Oh,
you
yeah.
could
Yeah.
just simmer here for about 3 or 4 minutes, and then you pop it into an oven at 350.
You garnish it with what kind? Is this feta?
This is feta cheese.
Look what's
Okay,
happening.
and these some herbs. We have some dill, parsley, and cilantro.
This looks beautiful.
What's this bread action
So this
you got
is called
going on?
frena. This is our Moroccan-style flatbread that's made with
my
garlic
God.
confit, fresh za'atar, and olive oil.
Okay.
What do you ladies think?
First of all, the fact that your restaurant is always packed makes perfect sense.
Thank you.
And
This
you
is
serve this?
heaven.
At
We will
brunch?
be serving this. We have this at Shakshuka at brunch.
Yes.
We probably do about 400 shakshuka on a Saturday and a Sunday.
We've got to get to your
Total.
restaurant.
You
It's
have
one of
to
the
come.
hottest in town.
You have to come, please.
And any of y'all that
Aisha,
want to
oh my God.
come into town,
This
go
is
to it.
lovely. For this recipe, head to today.com. You know what? Today's been that day. I don't even know why.
Well, I'll do it. For today's recipe, you can go to today.com/food.
A lot of us have traditions this time of year, and sometimes it involves a holiday meal. Well, this morning, award-winning chef and owner of Field Trip here in New York City, J.J. Johnson is sharing his family's tradition, a seafood feast. Take it away, JJ.
Thanks, guys. So my household's always about tradition, and this year I want to bring my tradition into your household, and it's going to be about gumbo. Fun fact, gumbo means okra, and that's why my grandma put it on the table every year. She loved that Louisiana, South Carolina, West African flavor, and we indulged in it. Every pot was different. It was mattered what was in her fridge, which she could afford. But you knew it was delicious, and it meant wealth, prosperity, and wellness going into the new year for us. And I want to bring that at your table this year. You can make your own gumbo spice mix. Onion powder, garlic powder, cayenne, smoked paprika, oregano. This is where all the magic is. This is what makes gumbo gumbo. While that butter melts down, you know, it all depends on what type of roux you make, where you're from. This style of roux, we're gonna get it to milk chocolate. All right, come on, we're gonna add in our flour. Oh, you hear that? That simmer, simmer, simmer. And we're gonna make our roux. The darker the roux, the less powerful it is. So that's why we cook it out. And also, we're cooking out that flour, so we're getting that nice caramel color. A little onion, a little pepper, a little celery. I love celery in the gumbo. Got some peppers for spice. I'm gonna throw those right into our roux. We're gonna throw our vegetables in there. Ooh. Stir that up. Now the vegetables cool down the roux so it doesn't get overcooked. Okay, look at that, everybody. We're gonna add a little bit of gumbo spice here. Some gumbo spice in there. Ooh, stir that up. Look how beautiful that looks. And now we're gonna go luxurious. Some crab meat, blue crab meat from Louisiana, right here. Boom. Come on, we can get a little more than that. Boom. Bay scallops. Some shrimp. And then our lobster. Now that's good. I want you guys to all have a happy new year. Stay healthy, stay blessed. I love you all. And make this gumbo!
JJ, thank you. Let me tell you, his place, field trip, so good.
I gotta go.
Yes.
That's right down here at 30 Rock.
Yeah, they have one here. Yeah, and they're opening up more. Happy New Year. And you can get these recipes at today.com/food.
We're back now with the last Today food before Christmas and a great recipe to serve to your family this weekend. Celebrity chef Michael Simon is here to put his spin